Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel, and the second installment to the Unique Stories section on the channel. Today I'm here with What If I Was Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei as Rudeus Greyrat. Synopsis. It was a freak accident. Someone ran the light at an intersection and before I knew it, my world turned black. But I didn't die then. Instead, I was forced to lament and regret over all of my failures. Lament about how this so-called genius was lower than dirt even at the very end. And that should have been it. After my consciousness faded, I should have disappeared, but I woke up in a different world, one of fantasy, magic, family, and nightmare fuel. And with that intro out the way, let the tale begin. Prologue, Chapter 1, It was a tragedy. We can't do anything to save him. Those quiet words declared my fate. The end. It wasn't fair. I had just started my career. I had everything in the world to look forward to. After working so hard, suffering so much, failing to meet so many expectations, I had finally stepped foot on my path. The skills I sharpened after all those years failing were finally being put to use. And it was over. Just like that? One moment. It was a single moment. I was supposed to celebrate Christmas. It was the first year I could finally buy gifts for everyone. The first year that I could hold my head up high after a decade with nothing to show. So, why? Why did it end up like this? A single turn. A bright flash. The shrill screech of tires and the blare of car horns. And then I was like this. I couldn't see. I couldn't move. I couldn't talk. All I could do was listen. As if I was already dead, the only thing left to me was helplessly hear the world around me, unable to interact. It was cruel. If it was going to be that way, why not take my hearing as well? Why leave me like this? What did I do to deserve this fate? I understand. A different voice from the first. My father's. It was cold. Monotone. But not because he didn't care. No. It was like that because he cared too much. Because he didn't want to show himself breaking down, he shut off his emotions and kept a level tone. And that hurt. It hurt because he had just started being lively again. After I started getting my life back together, he started adding some cheer back into his words when he talked to me. He started being proud again of his son. But now! A soft sigh echoed. After that, I felt a presence draw near. Not the doctor's, but one that I knew well. My father. The powerful presence that I relied on all this time. The one who I thought would always be there to protect me. The one who I used as an excuse to run around wasting my life on random skills, trying out all sorts of get-rich schemes, testing all the shortcuts in the world. And the one whose expectations I kept betraying. Until recently. Just recently, I could finally hold my head up high and meet his gaze. Could proudly face him and say that he didn't have to worry about me anymore. But, now. You worked hard, son. A soft and tired voice. With it, I felt a rough but gentle hand brush my forehead. I'm so proud of you. Clipped words. Again, cold. But I knew the truth behind them. How he was just holding himself back so that I wouldn't hear him cry. And then he was gone. Footsteps drifted off to the distance, leaving my side. A long sigh echoed in the room. The doctor's. And then after that, a long drone echoed. The sound of a flatlining heartbeat monitor. I was dead. It was the end. My life was over. A life hailed as a genius, failing to live up to that name due to my laziness, being humbled by countless failures from trying to ride on talent, and only realizing at the end that diligence was key. That it didn't matter if I didn't look good, but that if I tried, there would be people to help support me. But it was too late. I wanted to make them proud. Mom. Dad. I wanted to live up to the expectations they had of me. I wanted to make up for wasting so many years and causing them so much pain. I didn't want to die. I didn't want my life to end like this. I don't want my life to end in vain. I suddenly woke up. My vision that had been stolen came back. Along with it came my sense of smell, taste, and touch. In exchange, it seemed like my hearing was blurred now. No, my vision was a bit blurry too, and my body didn't really obey me. I swept my gaze around to gather my bearings. And when I did, I realized that there was someone looking down at me. A beautiful young woman with clear blue eyes and blonde hair. Was she a doctor? No, she looked too young to be one. Then, who was she? As I was pondering that, another person came into view. A tall and handsome man with short brown hair, matched with a short ponytail. Unlike the woman, his eyes were a light green color. And as those eyes looked at me, the man smiled and they lit up. The woman looked at the man and smiled as well. Happiness, joy. But I didn't get it. What were they so happy about? And where was I? No, where was my dad? The hospital? The man reached out to grab me, a wide grin on his face. As he did, I felt myself lifted through the air. I wanted to squirm and break free. But before I did that, I noticed my surroundings and paused. It wasn't a hospital. First of all, the walls were wooden and the furniture looked a bit rustic. Mostly Victorian style. Second of all, there was a beautiful woman standing in the back wearing a maid outfit. It would have been one thing if she was a nurse. I could have accepted the weird room as being a home hospice if she was. But that was clearly a maid outfit, complete with the white frills. Third of all, and most importantly, when I looked down at the man who picked me up, I noticed that my hands were in front of me. And I noticed that my hands were tiny. Small, compared to the man's face. In fact, only big enough to barely grab his nose. And with that, I understood. I was dead. And now, I was alive again. Reborn as a baby. When that thought crossed my mind. When I had that realization, I did what any reasonable person would do. I blacked out. Chapter 2, Infancy Period. A month passed by. Eventually, I came to terms with the fact that I was reincarnated. No, I was forced to come to terms with that fact. No matter how hard I tried to deny it, no matter how much I closed my eyes, the reality that I was reborn as a baby didn't change. Even if it was ridiculous. After all, what kind of person was reborn with all of their memories intact? No. That was wrong. My memories weren't intact. At the beginning, I could remember everything. But as time passed, more and more of my memories were starting to fade. Not everything. I still remembered random trivia, how to count, various bits of knowledge, but memories about my past life were starting to disappear. Who I was. What my family was like. The life that I had been living up to this point. I still remembered the broad strokes. I still clearly remembered my regrets. How I was held out as a genius since I was young and never lived up to that. How I died with nothing but regrets on how I never once made my parents proud. How my father finally told me how proud he was, but was forced to do it on my deathbed without me able to reply and apologize. I knew it for a fact. I could never forget those things. But everything else was beginning to fade. I remembered reading about something in the past that knowledge was built up of semantic memories. And that semantic memories were stored in a separate place from the episodic memories that made up life experience and what we usually called memory. Was that why? Semantic memories were more automatic and episodic memories were active. Now I wasn't a very religious person, but it seemed like knowledge persisted across my life and death while memories were scrubbed away. Maybe since the soul was a record of everything you experienced? But then why were my past life's memories being slowly erased while my knowledge wasn't? And why was I still aware of the fact that I had a past life in the first place? I didn't think I was very special. No. I knew I wasn't special. My past life was proof of that. In that case, I was just lucky. Somehow or another, I was lucky enough to keep my memories. Or at least, part of them after I died. Maybe it was good fortune due to my sincere attempts near the end of my life to make up for my past mistakes. Maybe it was because someone prayed for me in the afterlife. I didn't know. But I knew that this was my reality. I had another lease on life, and I had another chance. So cheer up. Have fun. Enjoy being a kid again. That was what I tried to tell myself. But I just couldn't. No matter how hard I tried to cheer myself up and act like a normal baby. No matter how much I tried to just live in the moment and forget the past, I couldn't. Thankfully, since I was a baby, I wasn't expected to do much other than eat, sleep, and repeat. I had to admit that it was more than a bit awkward being breastfed though. While not my first time seeing an attractive woman's breast, it was definitely my first having it shoved in my face and sucking on it. Good thing that hormones weren't a thing yet. Though the mental fact that the woman was definitely my new mom helped me get through the weird bit. A little. It was still freaking weird. But that was my life now. And speaking of my life, since I was reborn, I realized a few things. First, my new parents were young. Younger than I had been when I died, at least. From their looks, they seemed to be in their early 20s at the latest. I would probably put them more towards the late teens though. Whatever the case, I was the first child of a lovey-dovey newlywed couple. Second, it looked like I was reincarnated into the past. The clothes that my parents and the maid wore had more in common with a Renaissance fair or cosplay than modern casual wear. Also, the house, what little I could see of it from being carried around, at least, looked to be a rustic wooden house like in the old Victorian days. Like something from Pride and Prejudice. Third, everyone was talking in a weird language that was almost like English, but a bit distorted. Or maybe they were actually talking in English, but my baby brain just couldn't process the words yet. Probably that. Fourth, and most important of all, I was bored. Was this why babies cried so much? And why they always looked around the room with wide eyes? It would explain a lot. What I wouldn't do to have my body listen to me again and let me walk around. Another month passed. And with it, another month of the usual life for a baby. My body wasn't cooperating with me. While I could flail my limbs around, I didn't have any coordination or ability to move on my own. Because of that, I spent most of my time lying on my back in a crib or carried around by my mom or the maid. I did have control of my mouth though. A little at least. So, since I was bored, I started making random sounds. Gurgling, bubbles, raspberries. You couldn't do much without any teeth. But something magical was happening with that. Somehow, the more I did that, the more it felt like my brain was linking up my thoughts to the words I was hearing. And because of that, I felt like I could just about understand what my parents were saying. Just about. But I couldn't, and that was seriously frustrating. Honestly. It was like listening to a video while you were on the verge of falling asleep. Or maybe a college lecture after an all-nighter while you tried to keep yourself from nodding off. On the bright side. No. That was a lie. There was no bright side. But there was something interesting. Since I was somehow fully conscious as a baby, I was fully aware of the weird changes that were happening to my body as I grew. Like, I could feel how my limbs were growing steadier with every passing day. How my will and my movements were slowly lining up. And I could even feel how the blood flowed through my veins as my tiny heart pumped it throughout my body. And how I could weirdly control that a bit. Not much. It was just like how you could hold your breath for a little while. For some reason, I could make my blood wiggle a bit in my veins and even stop moving for a little while. It was probably dangerous and unhealthy, but I was bored. And I had already died once, so, why the hell not, right? Fortunately, all it did to me was make me tired and fall asleep from exhaustion. So all in all, pretty much just a normal baby life. But seriously, could all babies do this? No wonder so many randomly drop dead. Chapter 3, Infancy Period. Another month passed. Still couldn't move very much, but I was starting to get the feeling that the thing I was messing with wasn't my blood. Since I didn't have anything better to do, I spent the days paying close attention to my senses and doing just whatever I could to pass the time. And that's when I noticed it. If I listened closely, whenever I moved what I thought was my blood around, I could hear another flow beneath it. A second pulse. And if I paid attention, I could also feel another pulse. After some testing, I was sure of it. There was a slow and steady pulse in my chest and my veins. That was my heart and blood. But there was something else there too, separate from that steady pulse. A flow, or something that I could move around in parallel to my blood. Well, I said in parallel, but I couldn't really control my actual heart rate or blood flow. I tried. But I could control this weird flow. If I focused on my hand, for example, I could gather a sort of pressure and put it there. After a while, that pressure would fade and the flow or whatever would go back to normal against my will. But it was there. I wasn't imagining it. I was sure of that. But then, what the heck was it? Live. Yet another month passed. The 4th month since I was reborn. Maybe since I was big enough to be safely left alone, my parents moved me to a separate room at night. I thought that was seriously irresponsible, but I was objectively a really trouble-free baby, so I couldn't blame them. After all, I didn't cry for attention, didn't cry for food in the middle of the night, and overall, I just didn't cry or bother anyone. Well, if that was the case, then I would seriously be worried about my kid, but it seemed like my parents were fine with it. And our maid came in to check on me at night too, so it was probably fine. That didn't bother me. What did was that my pretty mom and handsome dad were going at it late into the night with lovey-dovey times. Thankfully, I still didn't understand a single word. So while there was clear dirty talk going on, my sweet and innocent mind didn't understand it. But it was hard not to understand the other sounds echoing throughout the house. My parents weren't very quiet, you see? So I distracted myself with trying to figure out what the heck that weird thing I could sense and move was. Did I have heart arrhythmia? Was it just an irregular heartbeat and pulse? No. It wasn't that. If that was the case, I'd be tired all the time. And I wasn't. In fact, I was only tired after I started moving whatever the heck it was that I felt in my blood. Then was it a weird synesthesia? I remembered that there were people who could taste colors, see tastes, and other weird things. There was also a guy who could see numbers as colors. Maybe this was something like that? Babies didn't have properly separated senses when they were born. The brain was just a giant mass of neurons and nerves that got pared down as they started making sense of the world around them. So it was possible that I was sensing something like that. Maybe an overlapping sensory input. Or maybe since I had a developed state of mind, it was causing my imagination to have a tangible presence? After all, a strong enough mental image was enough to fire the same neurons as a real image. And didn't children have strong imaginations? It was possible that this feeling I had was just my brain reacting to me directing my attention to my body. Possible. But it still felt real in a way that didn't seem like just imagination. And to test out the synesthesia thing, I tried doing some mental math. Basic arithmetic, then multiplication, division, algebra. Numbers didn't have different colors, but I did find out that I had a weirdly strong short-term memory. Unlike in my past life, I could do a lot of mental math and follow through the steps without forgetting any. I also tried imagining things. Like trying to see images overlapping the space around me. That kind of worked. It was hard to see anything in clear definition, but I could at least visualize colors drifting around the room. Though none of that really helped block out my parents having their lovey-dovey pillow talk. Back to moving around that weird thing. Half a year had passed since I was reborn as a baby. Good news! I could move! It was only crawling, but my body was coordinated enough for me to move about. And boy did I move about. I was already itching to move since that accident where I was stuck in the hospital. And after spending so long on my back or carried around, it was absolute bliss to be able to move where I wanted to go. At the same time though, I was a bit worried. Maybe it was because I kept practicing imagining them, but I seemed to have developed a weird thing where I could see random colors floating around in the air. Nobody else ever looked at them, so I might have accidentally developed some kind of synesthesia. Thankfully, it didn't seem like my brain was broken or anything. And the proof of that was... Heh. There he goes again. Seems like Rudy couldn't wait to get started on moving around, huh? That's good. I was getting worried that something was wrong. Our son's a bit too quiet. I mean, aren't babies supposed to cry a lot? Don't worry about it. I'm sure the kid's just fine. Dear. I could understand my parents now. And listen to their lovey-dovey flirting. Seriously. I didn't fault them for being so in love, but basically every conversation they had ended with them flirting. Our maid seemed to be annoyed too since she always gave the two a deadpan stare when they did that. Still, it seemed like I worried my parents quite a bit. But it couldn't be helped. It wasn't like I was going to cry out just for attention or because I was bored. Even if I was reborn as a baby, I was still a grown adult. It'd be embarrassing if I cried out about everything all the time. Well, I might have quietly cried a bit the first few days after I was reborn due to my regrets, but I never cried out. Just silent tears streaming down my face and all. Anyway. Movement skill obtained. Now, to explore the world and figure out what to do with my new life. Chapter 4, Infancy Period. Work your body. Move your body. Go work out and be somebody. Yeah, affirmations weren't really helping. It was kind of hard to get over the fact that you died with tons of regrets and got reborn as a baby with those regrets still clear in your mind. Especially when you had all the time in the world to dwell on those regrets and the fact that nothing you ever did would make it up for those you disappointed. Not to mention the scary fact that those memories were slowly slipping away while leaving just the emotions and vague details behind. But hey, new life! On the bright side, crawling around a lot was helping me with my coordination. And it also meant that I was out of the crib more often instead of lying around like a little wrapped-up bean. I even got into this little neat routine that let me forget the gnawing pain and regret, you know? Crawl around in the day to work out. Get fed. Get changed. Nap. Crawl around some more in the afternoon while trying mess around with that weird thing in my blood, then collapse from exhaustion. Wake up. Get fed again. Get changed again. Nap. Wake up tucked in bed late at night. Do a bunch of visualization exercises, math, and other mental gymnastics to ignore the pillow talk, moans, and dirty talk that I could actually understand now. Collapse from mental exhaustion. Wake up, rinse and repeat. A pretty boring life, but it was something to keep me busy. I also found out a bunch of interesting things during my daily crawl sessions too. First, it seemed like I was born into a pretty well-off family. Our house was a nice 2-story wooden building. There were 5 rooms I could crawl to on the first floor, and there looked like a few more upstairs. But since I couldn't actually climb those stairs, at least not without risking an early second death, I didn't know what was up there. Either way, it was a nice house. A bit rustic since it was mostly wood, but in a fancy European Victorian way. Or something. Not only that, but from the glimpses I could see whenever someone lifted me up, we were living on a tall hill in the countryside too, with a village in the distance and lots of scenic farmland. It made me wonder if my dad was the town mayor or something. Maybe we were some kind of hotshot bigwig? Nah. My dad was too irresponsible for that. He was ripped and looked like a fairly decent guy. But whenever he was at home, all he did was flirt with my mom or go swing a sword outside in the courtyard. Maybe he was a low-ranking knight or something? That would explain the house and the maid. And knights did have some fiefdoms and land. Or something. I think. My mom spent most of the day with me when I was younger, but these days she left the house a bit more often as well. And from what I could gather, she seemed to be helping out at some clinic. Either way, it turned out that I was wrong. She was a doctor. Of sorts. That meant that I was mostly just home alone with the maid who handed me bottles whenever I was hungry and changed me when I needed it. She was a bit weird though. First of all was the fact that she was really pretty. Like she had a kind-looking face, pretty red hair and nice amber eyes. She also had a sweet smile. But whenever she looked at me, her expression turned weird. I thought at first that the jig was up about me being reborn since the first few months she stared at me like I was possessed or something. But these days she seemed to be more relaxed and treated me like a normal baby. For the most part. Her expression still twitched a bit whenever I made eye contact with her. Anywho, she was weird. For the most part, she was professional. Prim and proper, like a maid should be. But I noticed that she felt off. Like her emotions were dampened. Or that she closed herself off a bit. It was hard to describe. But it seemed like she had a bit of trauma. At least, I felt like she did. Maybe it was one of those things where misery loved company? Like could recognize like? Dunno. Anyway, more about me. Those weird colors I was seeing? Yeah, they definitely weren't illusions. As the days passed by, they got clearer and clearer. I also noticed that people were starting to emit colors too. My mom seemed to always have some calm golden light around her. Dad had this weird rapidly shifting silver light. The maid had that too, but hers was really soft. But she had some bright violet colors floating around her legs. It was weird. But babies were weird in general. Oh, right. I also got names for everyone. My dad was called Paul. My mom was Zenith. And the maid was Lilia. As for me, well, I was apparently Rudeus Greyrat, aka Rudy. Definitely my mom who named me. I didn't see how a guy with a plain name like Paul could pick out a fancy name like Rudeus. But that was life. My life. Anyway, time passed. Boring days, but busy days. Mostly just me hanging around with Miss Lilia and crawling around while she did various chores. But one day, an accident happened. It was morning. My mom was home that day and busy knitting a small sweater. Probably because winter was getting close. My dad was outside training as always, and Miss Lilia was cleaning the upstairs rooms. In short, people were busy. But that day, I was feeling confident. My mom had plopped me in the living room with a kiss on my forehead before she started working on her project. Since she was so preoccupied, I wanted to surprise her a bit. Probably not the smartest idea. I'd been crawling around a lot, so I was confident in my leg strength. And I was fairly attuned to my body's coordination, so I tried standing up. That went fine. I didn't crawl around for nothing. But then I learned a very harsh lesson. Just because you knew how to do something didn't mean your body could keep up. Feeling haughty from easily maintaining my balance, I took a step. And then my legs promptly did a whole noodle thing and buckled beneath me. Yeah. I gasped and quickly flailed my arms to try and block my fall. You know, the reasonable thing a person would do. Unfortunately, I underestimated the fragility of a baby's body. I also overestimated how much coordination I really had. Snap. A loud crack. My arm bending at a really weird angle. My legs too. And pain. A lot of it. When I put it in perspective to getting crushed before I died and tossed in a helpless state, it really wasn't too bad. Still hurt though. And embarrassingly enough, my eyes started watering. Though maybe that was better considering it let me not see the disturbing twisted baby limbs. A scream cut through the air. My mom. Immediately after, I heard stuff fall to the ground and then her run over. Rudy! Oh no! Oh no. Okay. Calm down, Zenith. My vision was blurry, but the panic was still clear on her face. Seeing a beautiful woman like that in such distress, well, I felt pretty guilty. Especially since this was my mom. Well, my mom now. That was still a weird mental thing to get over. But anyway. Yeah. Sorry, new mom. Seems like your son was an idiot. Thankfully, she seemed to know what she was doing. My mom didn't try to pick me up or anything. Instead, she carefully laid me down on my back to check the damage. All right. I can fix this. This is fine. Not sure how I can avoid being a cripple after this, but if that helped her feel better, I wasn't going to judge. Still, maybe I should try to make her feel better? I tried to smile. But when I did, I felt a sharp pang of pain and involuntarily sniffed. My mom patted my head and said, "Don't cry, Rudy. Mommy's here. Mommy will make the pain all go away." I don't think that would really help, but let the power of God be converted into a bountiful crop and bestowed unto those who have lost the strength to stand once more. Healing. A sudden flash of light. At the same time, the golden light usually floating around my mom gathered and flew into my broken arm and legs. Then, before my eyes, the twisted limbs snapped back without any pain. Wait. What? My mom let out a sigh and then gave me a bright smile. After that, she picked me up and poked my nose. See? Mommy was a renowned adventurer, you know? I healed a lot worse before. Mostly your dad. She furrowed her brow and said, "He's good, but seriously reckless at times." Wait. Back up. What was this about healing? Was that magic? No, what's this about an adventurer? The door slammed open and my dad ran over, his muscular body drenched in sweat. Zenith. What happened? My mom bobbed me up and down a bit and then turned to face my dad. It seems like our son inherited your reckless streak. He managed to stand up and walk. But then instead of falling on his butt, he tried to stop his fall with his arm and broke it. And his leg. My dad blinked. And then he laughed. Walking over, he grabbed my hand and shook it. You're a lively one, aren't you? Looks like we've got a natural swordsman on our hands. Humph. My mom shook her head and said, "You don't know that yet. Maybe our son has a better affinity with magic?" My dad frowned. Yeah. But you promised. If we have a son, he's going to be a swordsman. Well, you break your promises all the time. And besides... My mom looked back at me and smiled. Rudy's such a smart baby. She laughed and said, "Maybe he'll be casting spells on his own before we know it?" Heh. As if. What? Don't have faith in your son, Paul? Of course I do, Zenith. Just as a swordsman. My mom rolled her eyes and then set me down on the floor again. When she did, she smiled and said, "Be careful, okay, Rudy? Mommy doesn't want you to hurt yourself." Still processing that bombshell of info that I got, I absently nodded. Kaya. My mom placed her hands on her cheeks and said, "See? See? He understands us." Oh crap. My dad shook his head. "I think you're just reading into things too much, Zenith." No! I'm sure. My mom picked me up again and said, "You understand Mommy, right, Rudy?" I started to sweat. My dad. No. Paul. Paul sighed and said, "Just leave him be, Zenith." Humph. My mom. Well, I guess Zenith put me down and then turned to look at Paul. Since our son is so naughty, I'm worried about what will happen if I leave him alone for too long. Paul walked over and wrapped Zenith in a hug. It'll be fine. After all, you can just heal him. But what if I can't? You can. Paul smiled and then kissed Zenith. She blushed and turned to look at me. Paul. Not in front of Dash. You're the best healer I know. There's nothing that can go wrong. And to emphasize how sure he was, Paul kissed Zenith again. I gave the two a blank look and then crawled away. Might as well give the two lovebirds some privacy before they forgot about me completely and started going at it. After crawling out of the room, I came across Miss Lilia wiping down some vases in the hallway. She paused and turned to look at me. Tilting her head, she walked and crouched down to look at me. Exploring the house again, young master? I started to nod. But then a noise echoed from behind me. A low moan. Miss Lilia looked over and sighed. To not have restraint in front of their child. Well, I suppose they love each other that much. She gave me a faint smile and picked me up. Since they are occupied, I shall accompany you for a while, young master. But first, let us give your parents a bit of privacy. Yeah. That's probably for the best. On. The expressionless maid. Lilia watched Rudeus quietly crawl around the office floor and poke at the books on the shelf. As she did, she reflected on her life and how she reached that point. It was a strange twist of fate. Before becoming the maid for the Greyrat family, she had been serving as a guardsmaid for the Azura Kingdom's concubines. A maid who was a maid, but also one who would take up the sword to protect their master if something happened. And she did her job well, until that something happened. It was an assassin, targeting a newly born princess. Because she was careless, Lilia was injured in the leg by the enemy's dagger. Since it was meant to kill royalty, the blade was coated in a vicious poison without an antidote. Fortunately, because of quick treatment and doctors trying out various methods to cure her, she lived. Unfortunately, side effects lingered. Everyday life wasn't an issue. But she would never be able to run or stomp again, which meant she would never be able to fight again. As a result, she was promptly sacked. But that was expected. Her job required her to be able to fight, and she had lost her qualifications. She wasn't given compensation money, but the fact that she was saved and not silenced was enough. So she quickly left the capital before that changed. In the end, she arrived at the Fedoa region near the border, an area filled with farmland, rolling wheat fields, and scenic grasslands, with the only exception being the fortress city of Roa where the ruler lived. That was where Lilia planned to work. Lots of things happened, but eventually she came across a recruitment letter in Bina village. A tiny and extremely rural village on the edge of Fedoa. And one from a man she knew. Paul Greyrat. Lilia's junior at the dojo where she was learning swordsmanship, and someone who was banished from the dojo after making a mistake. A man who came into and left her life like a storm. 7 years had passed since then, and now he was looking for someone with experience in taking care of children or knowledge of midwifery. Not only that, but the salary was decent, and Paul had become a lower-class knight, meaning he had some prestige as well. A job that was seemingly tailor-made for her circumstances. And one where she was received with a warm welcome for helping the young couple through the birth of their first child. But there had been a problem. The child was born without issue. But he didn't cry when he was born. Instead, the child had looked around with an expressionless face. No, not completely expressionless. Now that Lilia thought back on it, she recalled that it looked more like confusion. Confusion and careful observance, slowly taking into account his surroundings. Either way, it had been terrifying. And for a while, Lilia thought the child might have been possessed. She had heard stories of it. Of monsters and demonic spirits possessing children. Lilia had even heard whispers about a prince in a distant kingdom who ripped apart his caretaker with unnatural monstrous strength. So, when Lilia saw how the child was unnaturally silent and carefully observant, she felt sheer terror. Terror that she too might share that unfortunate caretaker's fate. But as time passed, Lilia realized that she was mistaken about the child. He was quiet. Unlike most children, he didn't cry when he was hungry or needed to change. At most, he would wave his tiny arms and look at them. All the while, there would be a strange expression in his eyes. Like he was at a loss about the world around him. There was no terrifying emotionless gaze. No monstrous or sly look. Instead, it reminded her a bit of herself. of how she felt after she was forced out of the dojo and had to keep herself afloat in the world of lustful nobles and arrogant people with too much power and far too few repercussions for that power. The look of someone lost and confused in a brand new world. Someone who didn't know what to do. At least, that was what Lilia thought. But it was ridiculous. Why would a child, let alone an infant recently born, have such an expression? Paul and his wife, Zenith, didn't notice. Or rather, they believed that it was the norm. Instead of worrying, they simply thought that the child was quiet. But Lilia's concerns faded after the child was named. Rudeus. Rudeus Greyrat. That was the child's name. Chosen by Zenith, of course. As brilliant as Paul might be with the blade, he was never the brightest in other affairs. And as if that name was a spell, the child started acting like a normal child. Rudeus still never cried or fussed. However, the silent child was no more. Instead, he turned into a curious and energetic child. Constantly babbling and mimicking the sounds around him, Rudeus's lifeless eyes gained a bit of light and curiosity, taking in the world around him. And when he learned how to crawl, that curiosity manifested in him energetically crawling around the entire house. It was a healthy change. A reassuring one as well. But for a while, Lilia was afraid that Rudeus might hurt himself in the process, so she kept a careful eye on him. And as she did, she realized something strange. Rudeus was a very careful child. As if he had an innate sense for danger, he was extraordinarily patient and cautious about his movements. While he moved around a lot, each action was deliberate and coordinate, and so far as an infant could be coordinated at least. Harry. Even while Lilia wasn't afraid of Rudeus, whenever she met his gaze and saw those clearly analytical eyes stare back, she involuntarily flinched. But odder still, whenever he made eye contact, that analytical gaze would fade away, replaced with a pure smile and cute babbling. Abnormal and yet normal. A child who was curious about the world around him, taking in as much information as he could. One who was very much aware of potential dangers. And yet an innocent child who would reach out to anyone nearby with a sweet smile as well as crawl around until he exhausted himself and went to sleep. So Lilia reevaluated him. Rather than a terrifying monster. Rudeus was still terrifying. But in a different way. And today, Lilia would test her hypothesis. A soft thud echoed. The sound of a book falling off a shelf. Lilia looked up, drawn out of her thoughts by the sound. When she did, she saw Rudeus sitting in front of the bookshelf with a book in front of him. He frowned, furrowing his brows as he stared at the book. After that, he smacked the cover with his hand. Lilia pretended to not notice and watched him for a little while longer. Rudeus narrowed his eyes and waved his arms around, trying and failing to grab the corner of the book. The book fluttered a few times, flipped open partway by his actions. But it always slammed shut afterwards. It was cute. And seeing that, Lilia couldn't help but laugh. Rudeus paused and turned to look at Lilia. But then he turned back to the book and smacked it. Ba-boo! Ba! Lilia hit her mouth with her sleeve and laughed a bit more. But then she walked over and opened the book to the first page. Here, young master. Does this help? Rudeus's eyes lit up and he smiled at Lilia. After that, he turned to look at the book, and then his smile vanished. In its place, a small pout formed. Bah! He smacked the book and then crawled away from the bookshelf, slumping down in the middle of the room. As if he was fed up with failing and just decided to stew in misery for a while. Lilia picked the book up and smiled. After that, she walked over to Rudeus and sat beside him. Holding it up, she said, "Should I read this to you, young master?" She opened the book and flipped through. It was a simple book. A fable about the three swordsmen who entered a magical labyrinth in the past. The same three who would go on to found the three major sword styles present in the world. A story of swords and magic, monsters and adventure, and a perfect story for a child to listen to. Rudeus lifted his head and then smiled. After that, he he quickly crawled over and reached up with his hands. Lilia smiled and picked him up, resting Rudeus in her lap. After that, she opened the book and rested it in front of herself and Rudeus so that they could both see the letters. And then she started to read. Now then. Once upon a time, there were 3 men who were skilled in the blade. Ooh! A genuine excitement. And one too well timed to be coincidence. In that case. Lilia stopped reading. Rudeus blinked and then turned around to look at Lilia. Lilia stared back into his light green eyes. It was a curious gaze. Innocent and childish, but also one that seemed wise beyond his apparent age. And so, young master, could it be that you understand what we are saying already? A casual question. Lilia perfectly kept her tone light, as if she didn't expect an answer. But at the same time, she carefully watched Rudeus's expression. If he was truly just a simple child, then there would simply be confusion. But if he was not, Lilia was skilled in reading expressions. She had to be in her former job. And so she was confident in reading Rudeus's expressions. Even more so since his face was naturally so expressive. And so she saw it. A faint flicker of fear. A tiny shake of his head that was quickly stopped. It was impressive. If Lilia hadn't been paying attention, she might not have noticed. Especially since he slowly tilted his head and feigned ignorance with bright wide eyes after that. But Lilia wasn't fooled. Instead, she lightly patted Rudeus's head and said, "I thought so." The moment she said those words, Rudeus started to tremble. Without realizing it, his eyes started to tear up as well, genuine fear in his face. Seeing that, Lilia put on a gentle smile and patted his head. "Worry not. This will be our little secret." Rudeus paused, tilting his head. It looked like he didn't believe her, since his face still seemed apprehensive. That only confirmed Lilia's thoughts. Rudeus was completely aware. No, he was likely born aware of the world around him. Unlike other children, he was completely cognizant. But at the same time, he was also a child. How terrifying must it have been to be born fully aware of the world around you? To be in a strange place without a name, without thoughts, without knowing a single thing about who or what you are. Lilia saw it firsthand. When Rudeus had been born, he had been dazed and alert. But he had also seemed lost. And that had persisted until months later. Time where he finally realized that he was safe and protected. That he wasn't among some terrifying strangers. Yes. Rudeus was terrifying. But he wasn't terrifying because he was a monster. Instead, Lilia patted Rudeus's head again and said, even if a genius, a child should still be able to play as a child. He was a genius. A prodigy born to a pair of talented parents. But a prodigy that was still just a child and barely knew anything of the world around him. Rudeus blinked. And then he smiled and hugged Lilia. "Dachu. No need to thank me, young master. Now." She lifted up the book and said, "Where did I leave off?" Chapter 6, Infancy Period. Miss Lilia was nice. A bit scary, but nice. Because of my little slip-up and panic, stupid baby body and uncontrollable expressions. Anyway, because of that, she realized that something was up with me. Thankfully, she just thought I was a natural-born genius instead of a reincarnator. But the fact that she picked it up was impressive. Or maybe my parents were just oblivious. That was probably more likely. I didn't think I was that great of an actor either, so it was definitely that. But anyway, Miss Lilia and I started spending a bit more time together after that. Unlike with my parents, I could relax around her. I wasn't too sure why. Maybe since she also seemed a bit broken? Jaded? Either way, Miss Lilia was super nice to me after that. And she also helped me out whenever I wanted to do something, like reading a book or practicing how to walk. Right. I learned how to walk properly this time. Turns out that the whole parents holding the baby's arms while they toddle around wasn't just for show. After a week or so of secret practice with Miss Lilia's help, I managed to be able to walk around by myself. I also learned that babies' butts were very squishy and that it was definitely the best way to break your fall. My mom was super happy about my newly obtained walking ability when I surprised her with it. And Paul was even more adamant about me being some sort of natural-born genius that would turn into some master swordsman. As if I wasn't a genius. I just had a leg up on everyone here since I had time and not a single concern in the world. Not only that, but I had to work super hard to get to this point, you know? Most other babies would just get it without thinking. I had to actually think about how to make things work. But that was just me complaining. And like that, time passed. Nothing too exciting other than the fact that my dad left the house more often on patrols or something and that my mom spent more time in the clinic. Or something. I had a feeling it was more like they wanted to just be lovey-dovey outside of the house since I was starting to get a bit more independent, but I wasn't about to test that hypothesis. Speaking of hypothesis, magic was real. I was convinced of it now. Especially after Lilia read me that storybook. 3 swordsmen who dove into a magical labyrinth with 100 floors and leading with crazy sword styles that could do things like slash at light speed. Paired with the fact that my mom definitely healed my shattered limbs with a magical chant and all the weird colors floating around, I was about 95% certain this place wasn't Earth. Well, unless magic existed back in the day on Earth and the records were just erased. But I saw a map hanging around my dad's office, and unless the world had changed a lot or we had been kept under a giant lie, this wasn't Earth. Anyway, I was apparently reborn in a fantasy world. Who'da thunk it? Then this weird thing I kept feeling was probably mana? And the colorful lights were probably mana too. I was really tempted to try to mess with those floating colors. But considering that I had bad enough luck to get killed on the way home for Christmas in a freak accident, I didn't want to tempt fate. Instead, I just focused what I had floating around my body. Now that I knew what I was looking for, I could actually see it. Like everyone else, I had a weird color floating around my body too. But unlike the others, it was different. A lot denser. Not only that, but where theirs was like a mist that hovered around them, mine was mostly in my veins and blood vessels. Or at least, it traced out something that looked like my veins and blood vessels. I had to squint to see it though, so I wasn't too sure about that. What I did know was that the light was a bloody crimson color and that it moved in sync with wherever I focused that flow or pressure I was used to feeling. Conclusion, 90% probability that it was my mana. And since it was mana, it was probably a malleable energy source that I could use at will, which meant having more of it was probably a good thing. So, between doing some daily exercises, hanging out with Miss Lilia, my mom when she came back, and Paul whenever he wasn't flirting with my mom, I spent my free time focusing on figuring out what I could do with my mana. Well, that and practicing math. Also some memory techniques. Since magic existed, I was sure that memory was going to be important later. Especially if it was something like the Dungeons and Dragons system where you only had specific spell slots. I didn't think that was the case since my mom's spell didn't seem to work like that. But either way, memory was useful. As a result, my daily routine looked something like this. Get woken up and taken out of bed by my mom or Miss Lilia. Walk around while babbling and trying to get these developing vocal cords to work. Get fed. Try manipulating my mana in different ways to get better control of it. At the same time, hang out with whoever wanted my company at the time. Usually either Miss Lilia or my mom. Though Paul brought me outside once to watch him swing his sword around. That was pretty cool. Especially with how the silver light kept swishing around with his body and sword. Anyway, after that, more food. Hanging out with Miss Lilia or my parents in the evening. And then I got tucked in by my mom or Miss Lilia. Seriously, she was basically like my second mom. And she reminded me a lot of my real mom too. Ah. There's the familiar gnawing regret. Moving on, after being tucked into bed, it turned into a frantic race of me practicing mental math, memory techniques, and manipulating my mana to wear myself out enough to fall asleep before I had to listen to my parents and their pillow talk. And that was pretty much it. Peaceful days hanging out with my new parents, spending time testing out various hypotheses, relaxing by following Miss Lilia around and watching her do chores. An easygoing fantasy life. And like that, 2 years had passed since I was born. I looked at the stairway and placed my hand on my chin. Should I go take a look? I was 2 years old now. A toddler that could walk around the house with ease. Because of that, the formerly big house wasn't that big anymore. I'd seen all of the rooms in the house now, at least on the first floor. They weren't much either. A dining room/kitchen combo. A living room. A master bedroom for my parents. Miss Lilia's room. And then a bathroom. I slept in the living room, by the way. It was in the middle of the house, so it had easy access for everyone in the house in case of an emergency. That was probably why I was put there. I'd like to think that was the case anyway. But anyway, the second floor. I knew there was at least my dad's office. Miss Lilia took me there sometimes. And I knew there were a few spare guest rooms since I'd seen Miss Lilia clean them out. And there was a storage room. That was what I was curious about. I remembered seeing a dusty thick tome there when helping Miss Lilia clean one time. And if I remembered right, it was definitely something about magic. So, today was the day. Paul was out on patrol. Mom was helping out the doctors in the village with her healing magic. And Miss Lilia was doing laundry outside. Technically, she was supposed to be watching me. But we had developed a bond and mutual understanding that I was free to do whatever I wanted. And today I wanted to seriously try to figure out magic. My coordination was top-notch. After that mistake when I was younger, I made extra sure to improve my coordination. Always when Mom was nearby though. Always had to have that safety net. Anyway, my coordination was top-notch, at least for a toddler. I wasn't clumsy, and I was very skilled in moving around. Well, that's what I told myself. Affirmations were key to a positive mental attitude. So, climbing the stairs was a cinch. Should be a cinch. Will be a cinch? I looked at the dozen steps leading up and sighed. Here goes nothing. 1, 2, 3, 6. And I made it. Nice! I didn't know how the heck I was going to get down, but that was a later problem. Right now. I walked over to the storage room and fiddled with the doorknob. It was unlocked. Good. The door slowly swung open to reveal a mostly empty room. There was a wooden box in the left corner of the room with some old clothes and what looked like adventurer gear. Leather armor and stuff. I ignored that. It was cool, but I was too small to do anything like that anyway. Instead, I looked at the right corner of the room. There, a leather-bound tome lay forgotten on the floor. Well, not completely forgotten. Considering how there wasn't a speck of dust in the storage room, it meant that Miss Lilia probably left it there after cleaning it up. Or maybe Mom used it as reference and placed it on the floor? She seemed kind of ditzy at times, so I wouldn't out it past her. Anyway, I walked over to the book and plopped myself down. After that, I picked the book up and turned it over to examine it. Guide to Magic? Magic. I was pretty sure that's what the book was called. Letters in this world were still a bit weird, but at least they were letters instead of characters like with Chinese or Japanese. It was basically the alphabet. I just wasn't very fluent with it yet. Let's see. I opened the book and started reading. And then I realized that I needed to do a lot more practice before I could even begin to think about magic since I didn't understand a single word of what I was seeing. Okay. I closed the book and put it back. Maybe some easier ones first. Chapter 7, The Irresponsible Father. Paul yawned as he walked back inside. He unlatched his sword from his belt and hung it on the wall before taking a look around. It was the afternoon, just after lunchtime. The plan had been to do a patrol and then keep watch at the guard tower in the forest. Typical routine measures to make sure no wild beasts or magical creatures sprang up to attack the village. Today, though, one of the village guards offered to take over for him. A half-elf man named Laws. That meant that his day was freed up. It would have been nice if Zenith was around too, but she was busy helping out at the clinic today and would be out until late. So, looks like it's just me, Rudy, and Lilia, huh? Paul muttered and then walked inside, closing the door behind him. A light female voice echoed from the side. Shortly after, Lilia walked over. When she saw Paul, she let out a faint smile and bowed her head. "Welcome home, Master Paul." Paul's neck felt itchy on hearing that and he rubbed the back of his neck. "I keep telling you, Lilia. Just Paul is fine." "I could never do that, Master Paul." Paul sighed at the flat denial. He had been happy to run into Lilia again after all these years, and happier still that she didn't seem to hold that against him. Also happy that she was as big as ever, but that was a different matter. Still, since they were living together, he was hoping they could be a bit more intimate at least. Not completely. As tempting as Lilia was, Paul still loved Zenith and didn't want to do anything to hurt her. But at least a first-name basis. Well, there was time. He was grateful enough that Lilia helped out around the house and helped watch Rudy. In all honesty, without her, he sure as hell didn't know how to raise a kid. And he was sure that Zenith didn't either. Then there was the fact that the pregnancy was so unexpected and sudden. Well, that's fine. Paul smiled at Lilia and said, "We're just grateful you're here." Lilia bowed her head again. Paul looked around and said, "Where's Rudy?" "He's usually with you, isn't he?" That kid was pretty clingy, so it was rare to see him away from Lilia. And Paul couldn't see him around anywhere. "Young master is reading in your office, Master Paul." Paul wrinkled his nose. "Reading, huh?" Lilia tilted her head. "Is that a problem?" "No. Just..." Paul scratched his head and said, "Well, Rudy's been a bit different from what I expected my son to be." Setting aside the worrisome first few months where he was disturbingly quiet and didn't cry at all, Rudy was surprisingly bookish. That definitely wasn't from him. Paul only read when he had to. And even then, he preferred jumping into things and figuring it out along the way. It definitely wasn't from Zenith either. His wife was good at magic and healing, but she also wasn't an avid reader. Maybe it skipped a generation? Paul remembered that his cousins spent a lot of time cooped up reading while he was practicing swordsmanship. And Zenith's parents were nobles back in the holy country of Meles, so maybe Rudy inherited some of that noble blood? Still, it seemed like it wasn't a completely lost cause. After all, Rudy was a genius who managed to crawl around at a couple months and then start walking when he was barely half a year old. "Papa will make a swordsman out of you yet, Rudy." Lilia tilted her head. "Ah. Nothing, Lilia." Paul shook his head and then stretched. "Did you feed Rudy yet?" "Not yet. I was just about to prepare lunch for us." "Would you like something as well, Master Paul?" "Yeah. That'd be nice." Paul rolled his shoulder, stretching out his arm, and said, "I was planning to wait for dinner, but since I'm back already some food would be good." Lilia sighed and said, "Some concern about your health would be good, Master Paul. It isn't good to skip meals like that." "Meh. I'm used to it. Being an adventurer would do that to you." It wasn't uncommon to go a week with just minimal rations, after all. "Yes." Lilia nodded. "But think of the example you are setting for the young master." She frowned and said, "These days he only remembers to eat when someone brings him food." Paul started to sweat. "GG. Where'd he pick that up, haha?" Lilia gave Paul a blank stare and then sighed. "I am going to cook. Would you go keep an eye on the young master?" Of course. I'll just leave you be then, Lilia. Lilia nodded and headed back to the kitchen. After that, Paul looked upstairs and muttered, "My office, huh? Was Rudy missing him that much that he spent time in there to make up for it? Maybe he should take Rudy out for some patrols then." No. Zenith would throw him out of their room if he did that. She was still too worried about their cute little son to let Paul take Rudy out of the house. Paul shook his head and then walked upstairs. Heading towards his office, he saw that the door was open. And inside, Rudy was lying on the floor, flipping through a book. From what Paul could see, it seemed to be Fedoa's Monsters, Ecology, and Weaknesses. The book was relatively new. Paul didn't need it, but he was given it to use as a reference along with his post after his cousin Philip pulled some strings to get him his current job. Which reminded Paul that he owed the guy. Still hated the Greyrat family and the stuffy nobles, but at least Philip was decent. But anyway, Rudy was quietly flipping through the book. If it was any other toddler, Paul would have thought that he was just flipping through and looking at the pictures. After all, those were pretty details and well drawn. But when it came to Rudy, Paul knew better. His son's light green eyes were narrowed in focus. Not only that, but they were carefully scanning the words first before flitting to the diagram, as if matching up what he read with what was drawn. It was an odd sight. But it also made Paul proud. He was sure. If Rudy was like this already, when he got older. The last time Paul took Rudy out to watch him practice, he noticed that Rudy was staring at him just as focused as he was right now with the book. If Rudy was like that while still just a toddler, Paul couldn't wait to see how he was when he got older. But for now, Papa's home. Paul walked in the office and held out his arms. "Come on, Rudy. Give Papa a hug." Rudy paused and looked up at Paul. He blinked and for a second, his eyes were sharp. As if annoyed at being interrupted. Seeing that made Paul flinch. But then he got excited. It wasn't quite killing intent, but it was a good sign. Paul definitely had a natural swordsman for a son. Arg, if only he could grow up faster. Why did kids have to be so tiny? Rudy's eyes softened and then he pushed himself up to his feet. After that, he let out a cute smile and ran over with his arms out. "You're home." Paul scooped Rudy up and laughed. "Yep. Papa's home a bit early today because a friend helped out with work." He ruffled Rudy's hair and said, "Looks like you've been studying a lot though. You interested in monsters and adventurers?" Rudy nodded and said, "It's cool." Paul sat Rudy around his shoulders and then said, "You bet it is. Running around looking for treasures, fighting monsters and getting stronger, living life on the edge, and then all of the hot babes too." "Babes?" Paul coughed. I mean. Don't tell Mama that. Anyway, let's go have some fun. You've been cooped up inside the house for a while, so how about you let Papa take you out on a stroll? But, my book dash. You can read later. Damn it. Maybe that conversation a while back about Rudy learning magic left an impression. Paul would have to fix that. Right now. Let's head outside. Papa will show you something a lot cooler than a dusty old book like that. "K." Rudy sounded dejected. Hearing that made Paul feel a bit guilty. If Rudy really wanted to just read. No. Rudy clearly liked watching Paul do sword training last time, so Paul would just have to do some more to keep him interested in the sword. "Let's go." Making sure Rudy held on tight, Paul ran off. "Gah! Papa! Too fast." Paul laughed and said, "Don't worry, Rudy. I've got you." Now, there was a giant boulder lying around somewhere, right? The last time he cut one in half, he got a bunch of chicks impressed and got laid. That meant that it would definitely impress a kid too, right? Right. So, sword slashing time, go! Chapter 8, Toddler Period. Magic Experiments. I quickly understood that my new dad was definitely a playboy. I thought as much from the fact that he had kept his hair in a short ponytail, but that was 100% confirmed after our latest father-son bonding time. After bringing me out to a giant boulder and chopping it to bits with a tree branch, something that still didn't make any sense to me. I think it had something to do with how that silver light floating around my dad flooded the tree branch when he swung it. Though, my dad had swung the sword around faster than I could see anyway, so maybe it was just some super secret martial arts technique that I didn't get. Anyway, setting that aside, the entire time he kept telling stories about his old adventurer days. Diving into magical labyrinths with his friends, meeting chicks, getting magical treasures, meeting chicks, drinking and eating good food, meeting chicks. The entire time I wanted to question him if he understood that I was practically still a baby and didn't understand a single thing. Not only that, but those sorts of stories would definitely be a bad influence on any other kid. Seriously. What if I grew up wanting to be a hero and chased after dungeons just to pick up girls? I mean, it isn't wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon, but isn't it dangerous? Though, considering that my dad looked really young, I didn't blame him for not realizing that. He was still practically a kid himself. Hell, I knew for a fact that I didn't know what the heck I was doing when I was around his age. Even then, he was trying. Just like my previous dad, he was doing his best to be reliable. Though, Paul didn't really seem to know what reliable meant. Anyway, my new dad was a playboy. That made me a bit worried that he might lay his hands on Miss Lilia and cause some problems. I'd seen the two give each other some rather ambiguous looks, and they seemed to have a weird history too. I really hoped he didn't though. My new family was nice and cozy, and I didn't want it falling apart. Maybe I should give my dad a hand then? Make some preparations for the inevitable mistake? Probably a good idea. But it looked like it wasn't happening anytime soon since he and Mom were still in the honeymoon phase of their marriage and very, very, very much in love, very active in loving each other too. Setting that aside. Today was the day. A few weeks had passed, and I properly brushed up on my reading skills and alphabet literacy. Turned out that it wasn't that complicated. The writing system was mostly the same as I was used to, but the letters were just different. Kind of like if someone took the Roman alphabet and squished them together. Made my head spin for a while, but the wonderful benefits of having a rapidly developing brain meant that I picked it up pretty quick. Huzzah! So, with that done, I returned to challenge the magic guidebook again. Dad was out, Mom was busy at the clinic, Miss Lilia was doing laundry outside, so it was the perfect time to experiment. In secret. I didn't want my parents to make false expectations out for me. It'd be bad if they thought I was a genius and that suddenly ran out. It was so easy for you in high school. Why are you failing university courses? Yeah. It'd be bad. Anyway. While everyone wasn't paying attention to me, I made my way back to the storage room upstairs, closed the door, and then grabbed that book again. Guide to Magic. Yep. Definitely a magic textbook. I plopped myself down and then started flipping through the book. First impression from a brief skim, the magic system here seemed pretty basic. From a glance, it looked like magic spells could be cast using either incantations or magic circles. The key part here was the or bit. Below every spell, there was a picture of the magic circle that would cause the corresponding effect. That was interesting. Usually, it was a combination of both, wasn't it? Like saying an incantation would cause the magic circles to spring up and enact the spell. Seemed like that wasn't the case here though. One or the other was sufficient. Apparently. I was suspicious about it though. From my quick skim, most of the spell incantations sounded like prayers. And the magic circles weren't that complicated either. They were literally circles, with concentric rings and bits of incantations written along the outer edges with a geometric figure in the middle. My memories from my previous life were fading, but I remembered seeing much more complicated magical arrays before in some novels and anime. This seemed way too simple. And that made me wonder. Was it possible that these were just memory techniques? Or maybe visualization techniques? If what I could freely move around was mana, and if all of those colors I saw was also mana, it didn't make sense for things to be so simple. I mean, so simple in terms of casting, that is. If mana was like a natural extension of the body, it should be possible to directly manipulate it without having to go through the hassle of making complex symbols or incantations. If it wasn't, then the prayer-like incantations made sense. But that didn't explain the magic circles. There was a saying that there was genius in simplicity. And it was possible that some magical genius reduced complex calculations into simple forms. But something that required external help to manifest certainly wouldn't be that simple. Not only that, but I remembered seeing how the golden light flowed when my mom cast the healing spell. The light had just gathered and then bam, healed. Well, I guess that debunked my hypothesis a bit. If mana really was that easy to manipulate, then the magic circles could be basic too. But in that case, what would happen if there were more complex magic circles? If the magic circles were so basic, then was it because mana was so stable that it only required minimum balancing to shape the spell? Or was it like a cookie cutter that cut out a shape to cast the spell? And were these magic circles even optimized? The most stable shape was a triangle. If these magic circles were a way to balance the mana output to shape a spell, there should be one at the core to prevent collapse. Or if not a triangle, then a hexagon. No, that was operating under the assumption that mana would resist being molded into a shape and have to be balanced by the magic circle in the first place. But then why? Arg. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I muttered to break off my train of thoughts. If I kept thinking, I'd be here for the rest of the day. I didn't have that much time to experiment. For now, let's get the basics. According to the book, magic was broadly classified into 3 groups. 1. Attack magic. 2. Healing magic. 3. Summoning magic. From that alone, it seemed like magic in this world was more combat-oriented. That, or this was a combat-oriented book. But it made sense. If monsters existed, and if people like my dad could cut up rocks with literally just sticks, it'd be natural for magic to develop more towards combat uses. War was the mother of invention, after all. But anyway, the categories were basically what they said. Attack magic was stuff that attacked things. Healing magic was stuff that healed things. And summoning magic was stuff that summoned things. Basic stuff. Next, magic required using mana. And you could use mana by either pulling out the mana your body possessed or drawing out mana from something else. Again, basic stuff. Either use fuel you owned or find fuel from somewhere else if you didn't have any or didn't have enough. The interesting part was the next bit. Apparently, there were only 2 ways to activate magic. The first was incantation. Those prayer-like passages I saw in the book. By verbally chanting those incantations, you could cast a spell. Provided you had enough mana, of course. The second was what the book called magic arrays, but what I called magic circles. Because these simple things were definitely not magic arrays. Though, this was a beginner's book, so maybe the more complex ones weren't shown. Even so. Anyway, the more popular method of casting was incantations for obvious reasons. After all, you couldn't just stand around and draw a magic array in combat. And apparently magic arrays were preset and couldn't be modified on the fly. Once you drew it, you could only cast a spell with a set level of effect. On the other hand, it seemed like you had a bit more leeway with incantations since you could pump out more mana to make it stronger, or less mana to make it weaker. Summing it up, magic arrays were like casting magic in a game. And magic that inflicted true damage at that. If you didn't have enough MP, it wouldn't work. But if you did have enough MP, it would only ever do the preset amount of damage it was meant to do. No more, no less. Magic incantations were more flexible than that. It was kind of like baking, actually. There was the same basic recipe, but you could add more of this and that to come out with a custom result to your liking. And even if you put in the bare minimum, you still got something back out at the end. Or if you put too much, you'd get a disastrous result, but you'd still get a result. Probably. The book didn't go into that much detail, but that was my brief analysis. After that, the book said that a person's mana was set the moment they were born, but that sounded like the old fixed mindset / nature v. nurture dogmas that used to be passed around, so I ignored that. Now then, with that out of the way, I closed the book and then stood up. Time to see how this works. I memorized the incantation for the basic water spell. I also memorized the magic circle for it too. The book said that magic circles. No, magic arrays? Whatever, I was calling them magic circles. Anyway, magic circles were supposed to be written down on things that could conduct mana in order to work. But I was curious. Since I noticed that I had mana in my body, even if I didn't know that was it at the time, I had been moving it around. And I hadn't stopped since then. By now, I could freely pull out a faint thread of mana from my body and shape it however I wanted. Nothing ever happened from my tests, but I also never made anything substantial or with the intent to cast magic. So I was curious what would happen. If magic circles were meant to shape and channel mana into a spell, if I directly shaped mana into that magic circle. But that was later. First, incantation. But safety first. I took a look around the room and then made my way to the window. It'd be terrible if I tried casting the spell and a giant water bomb went off inside. And considering that I had absolutely zero metrics to work with, and that if mana was anything like muscles I'd have a crap ton of explosive power, yeah, aiming outside was for the best. So, after tossing open the window and revealing the clear blue sky and rolling green hills, I held up my right hand and aimed out the window at the clouds. The book didn't say anything about whether that was necessary, but if my hypothesis about the incantations and magic circles being just memory and visualization aids was correct, then this would probably help as a memory anchor too. So, time to test things out. Taking a deep breath, I slowly started saying the incantation. At the same time, I focused on how it was affecting the mana in my body and the mana around me. Bestow the protection of water on the place thee demandest. A strange sensation, no, a familiar one. The same as the flow I originally thought was my blood. I raised an eyebrow and stopped chanting. The moment I did, I felt the flow change. My mana started receding back to its usual flow around my bloodstream. But before it did that, I pulled my mana back into the flow of the spell and kept chanting. Let thine crystal clear flow here. Waterball. Be a dump. A weird sensation. A pulse, spreading from my heart outwards before cycling around my body. And with that, a crimson thread pulled out from my hand, like silk being unwound from a spool. And one that was being pulled out of control. Immediately, I felt a wave of fatigue. Just like if I had spent all night manipulating my mana. My eyes widened and I quickly reeled the thread back. When I did, the fatigue vanished. But I didn't manage to pull all of it back. A tiny sliver snapped off and floated into the air. When it did, the crimson thread shimmered and turned a light blue color. And the moment that happened, water swirled, forming a floating water ball at the end of my hand. I pulled my hand back. When I did, the water ball came floating with me. It was weird. The crimson thread. No, my mana snapped off and changed, but I still felt a connection to it. And just like how I could move the mana around in my body, I could move the blue thread too. And when I did, so did the water ball. It was harder, sure. Kind of like trying to pick up a fragment of eggshell that broke off into the egg white when you were trying to make scrambled eggs. But it wasn't impossible. I shifted the water ball over to my left hand and then just observed it for a bit. It looked pretty stable. The water ball wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. But if I squinted, I could see that the blue thread was burning away like a candle wick. Weird. I tried tossing the ball between my hands, carefully keeping an eye on the thread inside of it. With each pass, the thread disintegrated a bit more. And after about a dozen times, the ball turned into a puddle of water in my hands and splashed onto the floor. Wait. I frowned and stared at the puddle of water. Is it turning mana into water, or converting water from the atmosphere? It didn't seem to be the first one since the blue thread didn't disperse. If it was, I would have expected to see a cloud of blue vapor or something. Then, if it was the second, I knelt down to the ground and focused. Instead of chanting the spell again, I pulled out a thin crimson thread of my mana and snapped it off. Again, it felt weird. Like trying to grab a piece of eggshell and yolk. Slippery and moving just when you least expected it. But I managed. Now, if I remembered the feeling of how that thread changed color. Ah! I lost control of the crimson thread. Thankfully, it immediately shot back to me, as if drawn like a magnet. But I didn't manage to do what I wanted. H'm. Then let's try again. I chanted the spell again, this time paying extra close attention to the process. Instead of letting it loose, I carefully regulated the flow, purposefully snipped off a bit of the thread, and then slowly observed and felt how the thread changed colors. It was weird. All of this was weird. But I managed to get a feel for it. This time though, before water could swirl, I brought the blue thread down to the water puddle. And like I thought, the water leapt up and floated around the blue thread like iron shavings to a magnet. Or maybe more like iron shavings to an electromagnetic field. Huh. I spun the blue thread around and watched the ball spin in place. At the same time, I stretched the thread and tried moving it around in weird ways. As expected, the water moved along as well. Then, just as the thread started to completely disintegrate, I tried to pull it apart into a small cloud. If it was disintegrating anyway, I might as well try to vaporize it. The blue thread scattered, partly. I didn't have very good control over it, so some parts of it didn't change like how I wanted. But some did. And when it did, about half of the water ball disappeared. But not really. Faint blue sparkles filled the room. And at the same time, I felt a soft spray of water. Interesting. I looked back at the book and said, seems like I might need to make some notes. The book said water ball was a spell that converted mana to a ball of water to send flying at a target. But it didn't seem to be that way. Ah. Wait. I never actually let the spell go the way it was meant to. Maybe it really did convert mana to water if I let it go all the way? I turned back to face the window and started chanting again. This time, I didn't resist. The familiar reverse flow, sending my mana out to my right hand. All of it, spinning out like an out-of-control spool of thread. It worried me, but Miss Lilia was outside and Mom should be coming home soon. In the worst case, well, having dead by magic exhaustion was more respectable than dead by freak car accident. Wait. If I died now, that'd be twice then. Twice that I disappointed my parents. Twice that I would die without accomplishing anything. I narrowed my eyes and focused. If this spell was trying to make that happen. A wave of fatigue. At the same time, my blood felt like it was starting to boil, my mana flowing out of control. But I clamped down on it, focusing. Like hell. A ball of water started forming in the palm of my hand again. But this time, it wasn't water being drawn to a blue thread. Instead, the crimson thread was dissolving into a mist of clear blue. And with that mist, water was forming. Like the book said, converting mana to water. But it was tiring. I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. And I could also feel my senses dimming. Was I going to faint? I was going to faint. But before then. Stupid spell. Stop already. Dangerous. The spell was a fire and my mana was gasoline. But the problem was, I couldn't stop the flow. Not anymore. God damn it. I grit my teeth and then wrenched my hand back, physically trying to snap the connection. But it didn't work. Like a feather stuck on my hand with static electricity, the thread wouldn't budge. Not only that, but it kept spilling out of me. How the hell was I going to? Wait. I held out my left hand and quickly spun out another thread. Only a tiny bit came out. About a palmful. But it was enough. I quickly moved that over to the water ball and then started shaping it. Circles, letters. Working as fast as I could, I recreated the magic circle I saw in the book. And the moment I did, the water ball shrank. The spell stopped pulling mana from me as well. I let out a deep sigh of relief. Damned book. You need to warn people about this stuff. I grumbled and then focused on the magic circle. It was small, but with it I could finally feel a connection to that out-of-control water ball. And I could also feel a connection to the mana it stole from me. Yeah, get back here. I spun the magic circle in reverse and slowly pulled the string back into my body. With it, the mana converted into the blue mana turned back to my crimson mana and went back into my body. At the same time, the water ball dissolved, turning into mist. I waited, making sure nothing else happened. Then I walked back over to the book and kicked it into the corner. Dumb author. What kind of idiot wrote this book and left out such a crucial detail? Was it a genius? It had to be a genius. The dumbass skipped such a critical and dangerous detail. What if some other kid tried the spell, huh? They'd drop dead. Seriously. A door slammed open downstairs and then a familiar female voice called out. Rudy! Mommy's home. I flinched and quickly put the book back. After that, I toddled out to the center of the room and plastered a smile on my face. My mom's voice echoed from downstairs and she said, Rudy? Upstairs, Mama. Footsteps rushed upstairs and then the door to the storage room swung open. I immediately held my arms out for a hug. My mom looked around and then scooped me up. Kia! Rudy's as cute as ever. I laughed and hugged her. Yeah. Let's forget about magic for a little while. That was way too scary. Come on. My mom turned around and started walking out of the room with me. Mommy's missed you. Let's chat again and you can tell Mommy all about your day. And then we can read your favorite book about Perugius again. Does that sound nice? Machum. It wasn't my favorite book, but Mom always got super into it, so it was fun watching her. Besides, she worked hard and looked forward to spending time with me. It was only fair to be grateful, right? Right. I didn't want to regret not being able to spend time with her in the future after all. Not like. I spent all of that money so that we could spend time together on this vacation. Couldn't you at least enjoy it? Why are you complaining so much? I flinched and then hugged my mom tighter. Rudy? I shook my head and buried my face in my mom's chest. Love you, Mama. My mom tensed. But then she relaxed and hugged me tight too. Mommy loves you too, Rudy. Sorry that I have to be gone so much. It's fine. Story time? Story time. My mom patted my back and then carried me downstairs. Was it because of the spell? Or the memory? For some reason, I felt really tired. And Mom was really warm. Maybe a tiny nap would be good. Chapter 9, The Gentle Mother. Zenith smiled and patted Rudy's back while walking back downstairs. You must have been playing hard today, weren't you, Rudy? She didn't get a response. Instead, all she got from her son was a soft snore. Cute. Well, Zenith thought that Rudy was always cute, but it was only when he was fast asleep like this that he really looked like a cute baby. Her baby. Most of the time, her son was so bright and curious. Eager to learn, eager to try new things, that had a charm in itself. But it made her wonder at times whether she was even needed. Zenith had been panicking after finding out she was pregnant and was unprepared to have a child, but she was starting to think that she wouldn't be prepared at all for the son she got. He never cried. Even when he broke his arm and leg in that accident, the most that happened was his eyes watering. Not only that, but he learned to walk and talk on his own, and read too. Sure, she and Lilia read stories to Rudy when he asked, but he picked up the letters on his own. A genius. That was her cute little son. but a tiny little genius who still needed her mom, it seemed. Zenith hugged Rudy a little tighter and walked into the living room. As she did, Lilia walked in. Lilia took a look at Rudy and then smiled. Did the young master tire himself out again? Machum. Zenith sat down on a chair and held Rudy in her arms, brushing his hair. Geez, Rudy. What do you even do all day when mommy's gone? She looked up at Lilia and said, Do you know? Lilia wiped her hands down and pulled a chair to sit next to Zenith. For the most part, young master follows me around. After that, he amuses himself by wandering around the house and reading. Zenith looked at Lilia and said, Just the house? Lilia nodded. Yes. She looked at Rudy and said, Young master has an innate sense for danger and doesn't seem to go outside very often. He is also very fond of reading. Oh ho! Zenith grinned and tousled Rudy's hair. Looks like we might have a little magician on our hands soon then. Lilia smiled and said, The young master does seem quite suited for it. Though I would hope that Miss Zenith does not force him into anything. Please, Lily. Just call me Zenith. Or Zenny. She smiled back at Lilia and said, You're already part of the family, you know? I bet little Rudy here even sees you as his aunt, you know? Or maybe even a second mommy. And me? Lilia blushed and shook her head. I could never. And a mother. Zenith laughed. I'm just kidding. But seriously, you've helped a lot, you know? Her smile faded and she looked down at Rudy. I don't know what we would have done if you weren't here to help out. I mean, Paul's Helpless and me. Zenith was born as the second daughter of the Earl family in the holy country of Meles. But although she might have been raised up to be a perfect lady and eventually having children, but none of that prepared her for actually being a mother. It probably also didn't help that she ran away from home when she turned 15 and reached majority because she was sick of that life and the path set out in front of her. Lilia shook her head. I am sure that you and Master Paul would have managed. Zenith frowned. Lily. Why yes? When I'm complimenting you, just accept it, okay? You're a great help and basically my sister, so don't go putting yourself down like that. Lilia's eyes widened and then she let out a faint smile. Of course, Miss Zenith. Zenny! Zenith. Zenny! Zenny. Zenith grinned. Lilia laughed. Rudy shifted in Zenith's arms, moving around to rest his head against her chest. Seeing that, Zenith let out a soft smile and patted Rudy's head. Sorry, Rudy. Mommy will be a bit quieter. "K." Rudy mumbled and then went back to sleep. Zenith sighed and then shifted Rudy to be more comfortable. After that, she looked up at Lilia and said, Really though. I'm grateful you're here to help us, Lily. She frowned and said, There have been a lot more injuries recently at the village from monster attacks, so it helps a lot for someone to be home to watch Rudy. Lilia shook her head and said, It is my pleasure, Zen dash. Zenith narrowed her eyes. Zenny. Besides, the young master isn't much trouble at all. That's true. Zenith let out a sigh and said, I'm really grateful for that. I've been talking with some of the other women in the village and from what I hear we haven't even seen half of what parents are supposed to go through. I would weigh it closer to 100th, but yes. The young master is fortunately a very problem-free child. Zenith giggled. Yes. I guess me and Paul were just lucky. Yes. Lucky. If she hadn't decided to run away from home when she turned 15. If Paul hadn't taken her by the hand that day when she was about to accept entering an adventurer party as a healer without knowing anything about proper wages or expectations. If she hadn't given into her heart and let Paul sleep with her after making him promise to not sleep with any other woman again, even while knowing he would probably break that promise. And if she hadn't gotten pregnant after that one time, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't have gotten a caring and loving husband who gave up his wild ways to be by her side. She wouldn't have a friend like Lily who helped support her. And she wouldn't have Rudy. Her sweet, smart, and silly son who was childish and tried to be mature when he wasn't. Her good luck charm, no, the source of all her happiness today. It was a hectic and series of stressful events up to that point, but she wouldn't give it up for the world. Zenith stared at Rudy's sleeping face and then planted a small kiss on his forehead. Mommy is really lucky to have met you, Rudy. Chapter 10, Toddler Period, Magic Experiments 2. Time passed. To be exact, a week. After gathering up my courage again, I snuck back into the storage room to take a look at the magic textbook again and do some more experiments. I would not let fear keep me down. I would not. Not when the promise of cool magic was in the future. Yeah, needed to work on those self-affirmations still. Definitely helped me to keep my mind off of other things though. Anyway, I got busy trying a lot of different things and testing various hypotheses. To sum things up, the magic textbook was bullcrap. I was sure of it. Some magical genius or prodigy definitely wrote the damn thing. There were steps missing, explanations completely unexplored other than a single line. It was like the author expected you to just figure things out rather than explain things. Not only that, but he seemed to be just parroting information too. Like that bit about mana being set at birth. Yeah, right. If that was the case, then why was my mana continuing to grow, huh? And why did Dad's silver mana get more dense and increase a bit when he trained, huh? A bunch of baloney. Hogwash. Though I guess I couldn't blame them too much. I was pretty sure that there weren't many people out there who could directly see mana like I could. And I could only do that because I managed to somehow develop a sort of mana synesthesia due to messing around with my mana shortly after I was born. If someone else had my eyes, I was pretty sure they'd realize why that law was messed up too. Anyway, back to research notes. First of all, summing up what I got from last time. Incantations were dangerous. They were definitely meant for combat use since they pulled out the max mana you had in you when you chanted it. If you let the spell go the way it wanted to go, it was easy to overload the thing and cause an explosion. Well, that might be due to my mana being abnormal because of my constant training in manipulating it, but I didn't have any metrics on that. Either way though, if it could happen to me, it could definitely happen to someone else. I had a feeling that was why my mom wasn't teaching me mana right now. After all, if magic was that convenient, there'd be no reason not to start training as soon as a kid could read. There was probably a real danger that the spell would overdraft on the kid's mana and drain them dry. And considering that mana seemed to be linked to blood in some way or another, that might actually cause them to drop dead. So, incantations dangerous. It was helpful if you knew how to regulate it, but letting it go the way it wanted? Bad idea. Next off, magic circles. I still had my doubts about whether the ones in the book were optimal, but I had to admit that they were really useful. Even with the rampaging incanted spell, a tiny magic circle spun from my mana was enough to not only calm the spell down, but even draw back the excess mana for me to put back in my reserves. Not only that, but for me in particular, magic circles were probably better to use. I didn't know for sure yet, but since I could make them with my mana, I had a feeling that I could offload the energy cost to ambient mana as well as chain a bunch of them together. And at the far end, it was probably possible to do some pseudo-programming with magic circles too and make complicated spells by finding out the individual elements. But that was for another time. The main takeaway behind that whole disaster was that magic was complicated and that mana was very malleable. I still wasn't too sure exactly what mana was. But from what I saw, it could adopt some properties of basic elements, at least, the traditional elements in magic, and attract that to itself. In other words, you could take a piece of mana, change it to an element, and then use it like a magnet to draw that element to the mana. And then you could go on to shape that mana to manipulate the element. Kind of like that element bending in. What was that show called again? Avatar? Some show where there was a monk guy who could control all the elements. It was like that. But that wasn't the only way to use mana. From that disastrous conclusion, it looked like mana could be directly converted into elements too. But doing that seemed really inefficient for some reason. Maybe since the law of conservation of energy was still a thing? I wasn't sure if it dissipated into heat like most chemical reactions, but maybe mana turned into some other sort of energy in the process of creating whatever the spell called for. Anyway, that was what I learned from my first mess. Incantation, bad. Magic circles, useful. Mana, weird. So it was time to try some more experiments. I sat back down and grabbed the book again before rereading the description about Waterball. I had the incantation and magic circle memorized, but I wanted to be extra sure I wasn't forgetting anything. Let's see. A spell to turn mana into a ball of water. It was possible to use it to attack by sending the water ball flying. And that was pretty much it. Oh, the book mentioned something about the spell being elementary water magic too, but that was about it. But sending the ball flying, huh? I frowned and held up my right hand. Forget the incantation. Instead, pulling out a thread of mana, tracing out the magic circle. In an instant, a tiny water ball floated above the palm of my hand, shining a pure blue. Not only that, but the mana I used to make the magic circle wasn't dissolving or disintegrating like when I tried to control it directly. Interesting. I held the water ball up, staring at the magic circle. After that, I imagined the ball bouncing up and down. The magic circle flared and the ball did just as I imagined. Huh. Was I right? Were magic circles and incantations really just memory aids? No. It couldn't be just memory aids. If that was the case, then my water ball wouldn't have started going out of control. Not only that, but the magic circle also wouldn't have stabilized the crazy spell. But I wondered. I dissolved the magic circle and drew my mana back. The water ball immediately fell down, turning into a puddle of water. Seeing that, I held out my hand to it. This time, I didn't pull out any mana. I didn't recite the incantation or imagine the magic circle either. Instead, I simply envisioned it. Closing my eyes, I imagined the water flying back up to form a floating water ball. Nothing. I blinked and then imagined it again. But this time, I tried circulating my mana. Not outside my body, but just moving it around my body. Because if mana could attract elements. A small splash. Water droplets slowly rising from the ground and floating in midair. But it wasn't a single water ball. Instead, it was a bunch of tiny ones. Like I froze time during rainfall. I lowered my hand and stood up, looking around at the suspended water droplets. Huh. I frowned and placed my hand on my chin. Weird. This was really weird. So it was enough to just will an event to happen? Or rather, having a sufficient mental image was enough to cause things to happen if you focused on your mana at the same time? I didn't get it. Was it a sort of imprinting thing? By moving the mana around, you imbued it with your will and intent, therefore you could enact a phenomenon on the world by envisioning it? Maybe through a sort of resonance? I didn't remember all the details, but I knew that string theory was a thing. Maybe there's an invisible and intangible connection between mana and the world as a whole? And by focusing your will, it was possible to use mana as a bridge to turn the imaginary into real? But that didn't make any sense. How was that? Wait. Assuming that the laws of physics still applied here and that mathematics were an axiomatic truth. Wasn't there something that allowed that? A sort of mathematical function that converted a real function into a complex function that included imaginary elements? What was it called again? Laplace transform? Laplace transform? I didn't remember its name or all of the details, but I knew that it existed. In that case, yes, that would definitely explain a few things. Assuming that magic was nothing more than a particular formula you used to create a result by inputting mana, there would definitely be multiple ways to go about getting the same answer. Incantation was like trying to solve a system of equations with pure algebra and substitutions. By crunching in all the numbers, saying all the words, you could get the right answer. But it took up a lot of work and a single misstep could result in a completely wrong answer. Magic circles were like geometry. By turning that equation into a picture, you could clearly see the answer by finding where all the lines matched up. It was super easy once you knew how it worked, but it also was a one-time deal. After all, you couldn't reuse the same picture to solve multiple equations. That would also explain why it was so rigid. But you could skip all of that. Like how people could figure out 2 plus 2 is equal to 4 without actually counting out the numbers, it should be possible to just directly get the result. That was harder though. It required you to have the natural intuition for numbers and a repository of answers to build up that intuition. Applying that to magic. If you knew exactly what phenomenon you wanted to occur, it should be possible to just brute force it. To intuitively skip all the steps and arrive at the result. That's dangerous though. I couldn't help but mutter my thoughts about that approach. Intuition was dangerous. There might be some geniuses out there who could use it unfailingly, or some crazy guys who experienced enough to build up a reliable gut instinct, but for the average person it was a recipe for disaster. After all, how many people failed physics because their thoughts about how reality and math work didn't line up with the actual problem? No. I wouldn't slide into that mindset. Didn't I experience it before? Trusting your talent and intuition and hoping to ride on it to the end, that was a recipe for disaster. For a lifetime of regrets. No. It was better to take things piece by piece. To meticulously build things up and take notes on the process to double and triple check. And to start with, let's try this again and break things down. Now, were all the words in the incantation necessary? Chapter 11, Toddler Period, Curse of Genius. A year passed. During that time, I continued to take notes on magic and explore different hypotheses. But it was hard to do research. First of all, I couldn't write things down. Obviously. That would give the whole jig up about me being a normal, if not a bit precocious child now. Second of all, magic was really complicated. And I was also sure of something. The incantations and magic circles were different magic systems. They led to the same result, but they were definitely different paths. The incantations themselves weren't just a memory aid. Instead, it was actually a prayer for power. I didn't know the mechanics, but I did know that it caused mana to get automatically shaped the moment that the incantation was complete unless I stopped the flow. Interestingly enough though, if I mimicked the flow, I could reproduce the same result as the incantation. But that result was different from using a magic circle. When using a magic circle, I would always get the same result. Always. Same output, shape, amount, even temperature. I think. Hard to measure that part, but I was fairly certain. The magic circle was the flow of mana. But it was a different flow from when an incantation was used. Comparing it to math, if incantations were like 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then magic circles were like a long string of complicated expressions to get back to 4. Something like 1 plus 3 / 2 plus 6 asterisk 0.5 or something. There were a bunch of extra parts in there that seemed to be unnecessary. But removing one part made the whole thing collapse. It was weird. And ad hoc. I couldn't fault the person who developed magic circles, but I really felt like I could do something better. It was needlessly complicated and convoluted. Stable, sure. But there were a lot of moving parts in it. And then there was the other thing about mana dissipation that I found out. If I let the spells finish the way they were intended, I would lose control of the bit of mana I used to cast the spell. But if I took over and manually directed the flow in the same way, I could pull my mana back after causing the physical event. And that made me wonder if I was doing something wrong. Or if the person who developed the magic system was doing something wrong. Was magic resistance a thing? If it was, then casting magic the way the spell was meant to be done didn't seem very effective. While mana turned into whatever the spell conjured up, it was still mana. I didn't know for sure, but my gut told me that someone with a mana force field or something could block the water ball launched by the incantation because it was mostly water mana. On the contrary, if a water ball was made the way I did it with my mana serving as the core of the spell, or better yet, with the magic circle, then it would be hard to block that. Well, unless the magic force field was a straight-up kinetic energy nullifier. But then what about wave energy? Radiation? You could probably stop flames, but you couldn't stop the heat. If flames were hot enough and you burned up the oxygen, then it didn't matter if the flames were stopped. Same with water. If you made the air damp enough, it would get harder to breathe and then… that was a side tangent. In any case, I got better at magic. Specifically, water magic. Using water ball as a base, I managed to figure out how to make multiple water balls, create a mini water Gatling gun by having a spinning gauntlet of magic circles, and a bunch of other cool things. But it was just elementary level magic. According to the magic textbook, this world had a ranking system on things. 7 levels, used for both magic and fighting. And from lowest to highest, it was 1. Elementary. 2. Intermediate. 3. Advanced. 4. Saint. 5. King. 6. Emperor. 7. God. Or something like that. The book said that saint could also be saintly, God could also be divine, etc. But the long and short of it was that each rank meant stronger and wider effects. At least when applied to magic. The book didn't go into too much detail, but apparently saint rank spells were enough to destroy a small city while God spells were enough to destroy, at least a continent? Basically a nuke. Probably. So I was curious again. By this point, I had thoroughly mastered the water ball spell and broken it down to the basic parts, and figured out how to link a few different casting types. It would take a while to explain, but basically I figured out how to use a magic circle to start a base, use the flow from an incantation on top of that to adjust various features, and then use multiple threads to add even more attributes. Things like temperature, rotation speed, density, etc. With each thread, I could add more things and tweak various parts. Exciting stuff. All of that was done in secret, of course. Most of my training was done late at night while my parents were sleeping or in the storage room on the rare occasions that I could sneak off alone. That was getting harder these days. Miss Lilia seemed to have realized something was up since she asked me to help her with chores more often. And my mom was also spending more time at home with me, either cooking stuff or reading stories. Then there was my dad who kept dragging me into the courtyard in his free time to demonstrate his peerless sword skills. I didn't mind. In fact, it was pretty fun. Spending time with them without having to worry about being judged or having any expectations was relaxing. And it helped me not think about that too. It did put a limit on my research time though. But today I was free. There was apparently a disturbance in the forest, so Dad went out on patrol early this morning and Mom went with him for backup. Not only that, but Miss Lilia had a lot of laundry to do, so she would be outside for most of the day. In short, a perfect opportunity to try out more stuff from the book. So once again, I returned to the storage room. As always, I pulled open the window and then picked up the book, flipping to an intermediate spell for once. Let's see, Splash Flow sounds interesting. It looked like a direct upgrade to Water Ball. Basically a water cannon using mana. Perfect to test out the difference in ranks. I nodded to myself and walked up to the window. After that, I aimed my hand towards the sky and started chanting, paying careful attention to the flow of mana. Supple spirit of water and princess of streams that flow through the earth. So far, so good. The same sort of flow I got with Water Ball. No difference at this point. Then moving on. Sweep away all things with your hidden inner might. A thrum of power. I could sense it starting to get out of control, but I was prepared this time. Instead of letting the spell run wild, I clamped down on the flow of mana and focused, purposefully controlling it instead of letting it spill out. But it was the same still. Was it just that then? Were all spells just the same basic core with more power? But that didn't make sense. Confused, I finished chanting the spell. Splash flow. Silence. At first nothing happened. At least, nothing new. Water gathered at the palm of my hand, forming a water ball. Seeing that, I frowned and started to pull my mana back to cancel the spell. But then everything changed in an instant. A roiling surge of energy. My mana suddenly jerked out of control and took on a life of its own. At the same time, the carefully controlled water ball erupted into a swirling mass of frothing liquid, growing larger by the second. Arg! I knew it! Like before, I quickly formed the matching magic circle with my left hand and overlaid it with the swirling mass of water. But it didn't stop. Wait. That's not supposed to. Boom. A massive explosion. The swirling mass of water erupted, flying forward like a giant cannonball. The wall blew out. Debris flew through the air. And the ball only got bigger as it flew instead of shrinking. A giant swirling mass of water that looked almost like a crystal sun. It flew far above the sky, glistening in the air. Then, with another deafening boom, it exploded, sending water flying everywhere in a sudden downpour. Like a heavy rain, the sky suddenly turned dark as water fell. I froze. My body condition was fine. The spell didn't actually drain much mana from me because I carefully regulated it. Not only that, but my constant practice had increased the amount of mana I had too. No, I wasn't worried about that. Instead, this was bad. This was really bad. I made a mistake. I made a really big mistake. Now, like this. The magic textbook fell to the ground. But I ignored it. Impossible. It was impossible now. If my parents found out, they'd treat me like a genius. They'd think that I was one of those child geniuses who could do anything. They'd pin their hopes and expectations on me. Me, who made my parents live with their heads bowed down in shame for 2 decades because I never met those expectations. What happened to you? You were a genius. You were supposed to change the world. Now look at you. I screamed and collapsed on the floor, clutching my head. Chapter 12, The Parents' Expectations. Paul stared at the bare corpse in front of him and let out a sigh. Zenith slowly walked towards Paul and then said, "Is it dead?" Paul sheathed his sword and nodded. "Yep. But that's weird. There was dense mana in the forest, but it shouldn't be enough to create a monster like this." It wasn't much compared to the monsters that Paul faced in the past. After all, you came across a whole slew of deadly creatures when you were an adventurer. But if Paul wasn't here to fight it, that monster could have wreaked havoc on the village. A man with pointed ears jumped down from a watchtower nearby and then nodded. "Good job, Paul." Paul grinned and said, "Not too shabby yourself, Laws." After that, he smoothed his expression and said, "But was this the only one you saw?" Laws shook his head and put his bow on his back. "No, but that should be the last of them. But this is odd." He looked towards the bare corpse and said, "I've never seen so many magical creatures born in such a short period of time." "You think so too, huh?" Paul frowned and said, "Is this place becoming a dungeon or something?" It was unlikely, but apparently there was a build-up of magical energy in the heart of the forest. Maybe that was the cause of the recent monsters? Zenith frowned. "That's impossible. A dungeon? Naturally forming? And all the way out here?" "Yeah." Paul laughed. "Maybe I'm just reading too much into this. Anyway." He looked at Laws and said, "We'll be heading back first, Laws. It's about time I get Rudy started on his swordsmanship lessons." Laws blinked and said, "Isn't your son only 3 years old?" Paul laughed and said, "He is, but Rudy's a genius, you know? That kid's already reading books on his own." Zenith smacked Paul's head and said, "And that's why he's going to be a magician." "Ow!" "Geez, Zenith. Do you have to do that every time?" "I'll do it as many times as it takes to get it into that thick skull of yours." Laws chuckled and said, "Well then, have a good day, you too." Zenith waved and said, "Same to you, Laws. Let's have a play date between Luffy and Rudy sometime." Laws smiled. After that, Paul and Zenith started walking back home. Zenith glanced back and said, Laws is a nice man. Paul pulled Zenith close and said, but not as nice as me, eh? PFT. Zenith laughed and said, what, jealous? Just asserting my dominance. Can't let other guys think they can take you away from me, you know? So you're jealous. Maybe a little? Humph. Zenith poked Paul's chest and said, now you know how I feel. Paul cleared his throat. Anyway. He looked across the plains towards their house and said, I really do think we should get Rudy started on swordsmanship. Zenith frowned. That again? Look, Zenith. Rudy's a genius. You know that, I know that. Imagine how good he'll be if he starts training now. And he's got great coordination and everything too. We didn't even need to teach him how to walk or use the bathroom. Zenith pursed her lips. Even so, it's a bit early, don't you think? And also, what about magic? What about magic? Zenith shook her head and said, Rudy's smart. And if he's inheriting anything from me, he should be able to use at least a little bit of magic. Well, magic's just the luck of the draw though, isn't it? Even if he could, he'll probably only be able to be advanced rank at best. Paul! What? Paul shrugged and said, I suck at magic, and you're above average. On the other hand, if he started now. Rudy's got a natural sense for danger and these things, you know? And he's not just our son, he's my son too. And since I'm a genius, it's only obvious that our son's a super genius. Zenith rolled her eyes. You're as arrogant as always. I'd like to call it confidence. Let me know when you find another guy who's advanced rank in Sword God, Water God, and North God swordsmanship. You don't have to flaunt it so much. Or are you trying to overcompensate for something? Paul pulled Zenith close, kissed her neck. I think you know that I don't need any of that. Zenith blushed and swatted Paul. Not in public. Paul laughed and then scooped up Zenith into his arms. Well then, let's hurry on home then. Zenith rolled her eyes. I'm not some dainty princess, dear. Well, to me you are. Zenith blushed and then she swatted Paul's head. Shameless flirt. Paul laughed and started sprinting back home. The wind at his back, the golden wheat fields, rolling green hills, and a loving beauty in his arms. It was a bit boring, but Paul couldn't really ask for anything else. A faint shadow from above. Paul looked up and then was instantly met by a sudden downpour of water. Kia! Zenith screamed and said, Why is it raining? It's not. Paul frowned. The sky was clear, but there was rain. No, was that even rain to start with? Paul narrowed his eyes and then noticed something. A faint trail in the sky leaving behind a streak of mist. And the source of it. Hold on tight, Zenith. Paul tensed and then lowered his body. Dear Kaya. Paul kicked off the ground, blurring across the terrain in a single pounce. Consecutive dashes to close as much ground as possible as quickly as possible. The sprint that should have taken a half hour was closed in a couple of minutes. And as Paul arrived at the gate, he heard it. A muffled scream from upstairs, along with footsteps already running up. Paul quickly set Zenith down and ran upstairs as well. As he did, he placed his hand on his sword. Lilia? Rudy? The footsteps stopped. Paul saw the person who was running up the stairs. Lilia. But then if that scream wasn't her. Master Paul. Lilia placed her hand on her chest and said, That scream dash. Rudy? Paul ran past Lilia and towards the source of the scream. When he reached it, he came to a stop. What the dash? It was the storage room. Emphasis on was. The wall had been blown out. Not only that, but water was sprayed all over the room. But Paul ignored all of that. Instead, he focused on the one screaming. It was Rudy. He was huddled up in the middle of the floor, clutching his head. "Rudy!" Paul quickly ran to his son and picked him up. "Hey! Papa's here!" What happened? When Paul held Rudy, he stopped screaming. But Rudy immediately started trembling instead and muttering something under his breath. Paul frowned and then noticed that there was a book lying on the ground next to Rudy. Zenith's old magic textbook. And it was open to an intermediate level spell. Wait. Then was this because... Rudy? Zenith ran into the room, followed after by Lilia. Zenith saw Rudy and then gasped. What happened? Paul shook his head. I don't know. But... He nodded his head towards the book on the ground. Zenith frowned and then walked over to pick it up. When she did, her eyes widened. Splash flow? But this is... Zenith looked around the room with excitement in her eyes and said, Did Rudy do all of this? Paul started to answer. But before he could, Rudy shoved him and broke out of his arms. Our Rudy? Paul reached out, but before he could do anything, Rudy ran towards Lilia and clung onto her, shaking like a leaf. Miss Lilia. Tell them. Tell Mom and Dad. I'm not a genius. I'm not a genius. I'm not. It wasn't me. It's not me. Panicked and hysterical outbursts. And after that, he burst out crying. A deep and full-out cry, completely unrestrained. Paul froze. Zenith did as well. What in the world was going on? Rudy was saying that he wasn't a genius. There. Lilia knelt down and patted Rudy's back. Everything will be all right, young master. Rudy shook his head and then hid his face in her chest. Don't let Mom and Dad treat me different. Please. Please. Lilia kept patting Rudy's back. At the same time, she looked up at Paul, a judging look on her face. Paul flinched. I am certain that your mother and father will do nothing of the sort. They love you very much, you know? But now they know. Now they know. Wait, then did that mean that Rudy was always like this? No, come to think of it, Rudy picked up how to talk, read, walk, all of that he learned by himself. Then. He thought that it was just coincidence at the time. But did Rudy already understand them back when he was only a few months old? Zenith walked over and held her hands out to Rudy. Rudash. Nuu! Rudy screamed and then ran behind Lilia. I didn't do anything. I'm normal. Don't make me. Zenith flinched. Lilia sighed and then turned around to hug Rudy. Nothing will happen, young master. Your parents are just excited to see how brilliant you are. I'm not. Lilia patted Rudy's head. Ah. Yes. You're not. You're just an ordinary child. Right? She was talking to Rudy, but from how she glanced back to look at Paul and Zenith, it was a clear chastisement. Paul was confused. And then he realized what had happened. Didn't he notice it? Rudy's intuition was top-notch. His son was smart. Smart enough that Paul sometimes wondered if Rudy was really his kid. But he knew Zenith, and their first time had been her first time as well, and she had also clung onto him all the time after that. So Rudy was his kid. Then that meant he also inherited his blood. That sharp intuition towards people around him and also the disdain to meet forced expectations. But he was a kid. Rudy was still a kid who didn't know malice or anger or anything like that. But he probably sensed it. That both he and Zenith were expecting him to walk a certain path. And he didn't want it. He didn't want it, but he didn't know what to do. Then of course. It was just like Paul. He didn't know who to turn to, so he ran to someone he knew he could trust who wouldn't judge him for it. For him, that was his cousin, Philip. For Rudy, it was Lilia. The one who quietly kept an eye on him and treated him as he was without any expectations. But Paul frowned and looked towards his wife. Zenith didn't know what to think. Her son. Rudy. A child barely 3 years old was able to cast an intermediate ranked spell. That meant that he was a genius. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. But Zenith lowered her hands and stared sadly at Rudy clinging to Lilia. He didn't want it. And not only that, but he was terrified of being thought to be one. It hurt. Zenith thought that she might face heartbreak from Paul choosing another woman, but to see her cute son run away from her and Paul in fear and into Lilia's arms. Zenith was jealous. She was jealous, but she was also mad at herself. Because she realized it now. Rudy had always been watching. She didn't know what miracle Mealy's granted them, but she knew for sure that Rudy must have been born fully aware of what was going on around him. And he had always been watching. Scared, lost, and alone, he was always watching the people around him. Eventually, he opened up and started trusting her and Paul. He must have come to the understanding that they were his parents and that they wouldn't hurt him. And he enjoyed that. Spending time with them, playing together. He was just like an ordinary child. But he wasn't. Zenith was sure. Rudy was a genius. Not just in magic, but a real, true genius. The sort that could understand things without being taught, one who could figure out everything for himself. But he was also a child. Her sweet, cute, and smart child who was afraid that they would look at him differently because they knew that he was a bit different. And that made Zenith angry. At herself. A change. It was just brief, but Zenith saw Rudy differently. Instead of just her son, she thought about how great it would be for him to be a master magician. Of how great he could be in the future, and how great it would be for her to be the mother of someone like that. But then, that was the same. Expectations. A directed path. It was just like how her parents wanted her to be a proper noble and marry some firstborn son of a high-ranking noble. Rudy must have instinctively sensed that. But he was still just a child. No matter how much of a genius he was still just a child. And when he saw how Zenith acted, he was terrified of it. Of seeing his mother look at him like an object instead of her son. So he ran away. Instead of his mother or father, he ran to Lilia. And Lilia gave them a knowing look. Right. She knew. Since Lilia was the one who found Rudy every time he went off alone, she must have known that he was a prodigy. For a split second, Zenith felt jealous. Lilia knew all this time and didn't tell them. But then she realized why. He was just a kid. Rudy was just a toddler who hadn't even turned 5 years old. A baby still. One who just wanted to be with his parents and sought emotional support. And that broke Zenith's heart. Because she knew why he thought that. Back when he had that accident, Zenith was excited that he might be a genius. She was excited at the thought that her son could understand them at just a few months old. And he had seen it. No, he probably saw her change. How his kind and sweet mother suddenly was different. It was just pride. She was proud of her son and what he could be. But Rudy couldn't understand that. And it seemed like he never forgot it. Zenith let out a long sigh and then walked towards Rudy. He flinched and then hid behind Lilia again. Young master. Lilia gave him a gentle remark and placed him back in front. Don't be afraid. Your parents won't hurt you or treat you different just because you can use magic. Promise? Of course. From behind, Zenith heard Paul let out a long sigh too. She shook her head and then knelt down in front of Rudy. Mommy's sorry, Rudy. I didn't mean to scare you. Rudy stared at her, his eyes sharp. Zenith sensed it. She had seen those eyes before. A type of discerning gaze that was trying to find the truth. And she also could tell. If she made the wrong decision here, something would be changed forever. Zenith was quiet and then she carefully asked, Do you like magic, Rudy? Yes. Wait, Zenith-Paul tried to interrupt. Zenith turned to glare at him. Lilia did as well. Paul wilted and lowered his gaze. Zenith turned back to Rudy and said, Would you like to have a teacher? Why? A simple question, but one that carried a lot of weight. If Zenith answered wrong. She paused to think about it. Seriously think about it. It was nice. It would be nice for her son to be a powerful magician. If he could already cast intermediate magic now, then becoming a saint-ranked magician wasn't a pipe dream. It was inevitable. And if he was properly trained, then a king-ranked, emperor-ranked. And maybe even god-ranked. But Zenith stared into her son's eyes. Pure green eyes that glimmered with intelligence. But at the same time, pure green eyes that didn't show a hint of ambition. Merely a child's gaze. Soft and innocent. If you don't want one, then it's fine. Mommy will support whatever Rudy wants. Okay? So she gave it up. If her son didn't want to be treated as a genius, then that was fine. It was enough that he was happy. And seeing how terrified he had been, she didn't want to see that expression on his face ever again. Mommy's sorry, Rudy. She held out her arms and said, "Will you forgive me?" Rudy was hesitant. But then he slowly nodded and walked over to hug Zenith. "I'm sorry too, Mommy." "Hush now. There's no need to be sorry." She picked Rudy up and held him. "No matter what, Rudy is Mommy's baby, okay? I'll love you no matter what you do." She paused and then looked at Paul. "As long as you don't become a shameless flirt like your father." Hey. Rudy laughed. Zenith smiled. In the corner of her eyes, Zenith saw Lilia nod and then quietly set about drying the room. Like that, the incident was over. But then Zenith felt a slight poke on her shoulders. "Rudy." "Yes, Rudy? Can I have a magic teacher?" Zenith's eyes widened and then she smiled. "If that's what Rudy wants, dash." "Wait!" Paul ran over and then grabbed Rudy's hand, desperate. "Rudy! What about swords? You like watching Papa fight, right? Papa can teach you too." Zenith narrowed her eyes. "Paul!" He looked at Zenith and said, "It's not fair. We promised. If it's a guy, he'll take up a sword. If it's a girl, she'll learn magic." Zenith frowned. "And what if he doesn't want to? Are you going to be like your father now and force him?" Paul froze. That's. Rudy blinked and looked up. His eyes grew wide and he said, "You'll teach me sword fighting?" "Really?" Zenith froze. Paul laughed and patted his chest. "Of course. Papa's the strongest around, you know?" Hey. Zenith interrupted and looked at Rudy. "Don't be fooled by your father, Rudy. Sword fighting is good, but magic is better. You can make it a lot further in life if you study hard." Paul frowned. Zenith dash. "Can I learn both?" Paul froze. Zenith froze. That. Huh. Paul frowned. "That's right. I mean, there's no reason why he can't." Lilia spoke up. "Let him learn magic in the morning and then swordsmanship in the afternoon when Master Paul has returned from work. That would be fine, would it not?" Zenith looked down at Rudy. Seeing his excited smile, she sighed. Chapter 13, Toddler Period, Misfit Student and Teacher. It was an embarrassing mess. Because I panicked, my body's instincts took over and I blubbered like a child. Devolved into hysterics like an insane person. What was wrong with me? Right. I was still just a kid, and kids weren't good at controlling emotions. Also, seems like bottling up all of that regret and self-loathing really wasn't a good idea. Who'da thunk? Maybe I should start a journal. Play it off like, I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Anyway, it somehow worked out. I didn't really mean to force them to change the way they treated me, and I also didn't care that much if they treated me differently. Well, that was what I said, but it seemed like my emotions were different. Stupid kid body. Right. Mom and Dad. They didn't put any high expectations on me. They couldn't get around the fact that it was clear I wasn't a normal kid now, but they weren't pushing me to go be a world-class swordsman or magician. Instead, they were supporting me in whatever I wanted to do. Good parents. Definitely not like some other parents that I knew. Not that it was a bad thing either way. It was just that had been a lot of stress. It also caused a lot of mental problems that I apparently never worked out. Great. Let's hope I don't have a mental breakdown again in the future. Anyway, because they knew that I was a prodigy now, my parents treated me a bit more formally. It was a bit more rigid. But at the same time, it was also more relaxed. It was hard to explain. They were a bit more hesitant now in expecting me to do things. But at the same time, they were more relaxed in how they treated me and didn't seem as worried as much. But overall, it was clear that they still loved me. I had to thank Miss Lilia for that. It seemed like she had a conversation with my parents at some point, causing them to relax. She was really nice like that. In fact, it was almost like I had two moms. If Zenith was the kind and bubbly supportive mother who wanted the best for her kid, Miss Lilia was the quiet and unconditionally supportive mother. The sort who would still love her child even if he turned out to be a criminal, probably. And also a lot like my previous mom. Maybe that was why I gravitated towards her a bit. Still, I loved both of them equally. In any case, since I asked nicely, it was decided to get a magic tutor for me. I was a bit worried at first considering how far out in the rural area we were. Also because I didn't know how to react to my tutor. If he was someone who wanted me to walk a certain path, if he wanted to push me to be something I didn't want to be, that would be bad. I didn't think my parents would allow that, but I also didn't want them to waste their money. Eventually though, we found one. Someone accepted the job offer as an in-house tutor. My parents said they would receive her. And since I was nervous, I decided to go calm down like how I always did, with magic. So, while my parents grabbed my tutor, I walked out to the back of our house and practiced. Maybe I could figure out why the hex splash flow was so different from water ball. Roxy had found a job offer. Because she was running low on funds, and because it was a secure job, she decided to take it. A simple task. Become an in-house tutor for a low-ranked knight's child. It was out in the countryside, and while it paid decently well, it wasn't enough to entice too many adventurers or proper magicians other than the old ones. But it was perfect for her. She had just graduated from the Renoa Magic Academy and had trouble finding a job. She was also tired of adventuring, so she wanted to try her hand at teaching for a while. And the job seemed like an easy one, so she decided to take it. So, wearing her brown magician robe and gathering up her belongings in her bag, she set off to the village. But the parents were strange. A handsome young man with built muscles. A beautiful young woman with a kind and sweet smile. And both coming out to meet her like they were out for war, before becoming shocked when they saw her. They quickly got over that though and started laying out some ground rules. But those rules were even stranger than they were. First of all, the mother said, "You shouldn't push Rudy. He's very smart, but he's self-conscious about his talent. Teach him the basics and what he wants to learn, but please be patient and don't rush him even if he picks it up right away." From that, Roxy thought that the child might be slow. Or that this might be a pair of parents who didn't know how to spend their money. Especially after the father talked. On paper, you're a tutor. But think of this as more of being a resource for Rudy. Even if you're just here to answer his questions, that's enough. And we'll be training swordsmanship in the afternoon, so try not to exhaust him too much. Paul and Zenith Greyrat. Roxy thought they were a bit too ambitious. Hiring a magic tutor for a child who might not even have a talent for magic. Well, it was their money. And if it was just teaching theory or answering questions, she didn't mind. It was a bit disappointing, but a job was a job. Or so she thought. The parents brought her around into the courtyard. As they did, the mother, Zenith looked at Roxy and said, "Now remember. Don't treat him any differently than a normal child, okay? And try not to have too high of expectations for him." "Yes, Mississippi." Roxy bowed her head. "I will keep that in mind. In other words, treat him like an idiot child and be patient. Or rather, be a babysitter." It was a bit frustrating, but again, a job was a job. And then they walked into the courtyard and she saw the child she was supposed to be tutoring. They called him a child, but in truth, he was more of a baby. Short, a bit chubby. Perhaps no more than 3 years old. Objectively, it seemed like it really was just a babysitting job. If not for the ridiculous sight before her eyes. 100 floating orbs of water, floating all around him. A pudgy and cute face fixed in concentration. Fingers spinning like a conductor, moving the orbs here and there. And making some orbs freeze and shatter while others turned into snowballs. Then the child brought his hands together, spinning the balls as one. A swirling mass of water. Not just a giant water ball, but a water cannon. No, splash flow. But wasn't that an intermediate spell? The child aimed it at the sky and then swung his hands out. With that, the water shot into the sky with a loud bang. But before it went too far, the water cannon dispersed, turning into droplets of water. Like rain. But before the rain reached the earth, they dissolved, turning into a faint mist. Impossible. A level of mastery and control that Roxy had never seen before. Not only voiceless incantation, but the sheer mana required for such a feat. And the child was only 3 years old. No, the kid was insecure about his talent? What did that make her then? "Rudy!" Zenith called out and waved. "We brought your new tutor." As she did that, Paul walked to Roxy and said, "Remember. Treat him normally." Casual words. Even so, it was said with a sharp tone. Not a threat, but a severe reminder. With that, Roxy calmed down. Right. Even if he was like this, he was still a child. And that's why Mr. Paul and Miss Zenith were like that. He was a talented, God-blessed talent, but he was also a child. And it was her duty to teach him properly. When she thought about it like that, Roxy relaxed. The child, Rudy, turned around and tilted his head. Roxy froze when she saw his gaze. Sharp and clear green eyes. A gaze with focus and analysis that seemed like it was taking apart everything in front of his eyes. An expression that didn't belong on a 3-year-old. But that expression quickly faded, turning into pure childish excitement. He ran over and then held out his hand, smiling. "Hello! I'm Rudy!" Ah. Roxy realized it then. It was like that. Seeing that uncharacteristic expression switching over to such a childish one. It was like her. A child born different from his parents and surroundings. But one who wanted to be accepted and get along regardless. Roxy adjusted her hat and let out a soft smile. Holding out her hand, she said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Rudy. My name is Roxy." "Nice to meet you, Miss Roxy." He grinned and shook her hand. After that, his eyes widened and he said, "Are we starting right now?" Paul laughed and said, "Excited to start already, huh?" He waved Rudy off and said, "Go learn your magic, Rudy. Dad will just go out to work then." Zenith smiled and then patted Roxy's shoulders. "We'll leave you two to get to know each other." She waved at Rudy and then left. "Bye, Rudy. Have fun. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad." And then they were alone. Roxy stared at Rudy, unsure of what to say. Rudy stared back, his eyes sparkling with expectation. "So," Roxy eventually spoke up and said, "What would you like to know?" Rudy nodded. "Miss Roxy's a really great magician, right? Could you go over the basics with me? I have an old textbook, but I think it might be outdated." Roxy let out an internal sigh of relief. Good. The basics. That was fine. Also, is it true that mana pools don't increase? Mine keeps growing. At the beginning, I could only make a few water balls, but the more I practice the more I can make. And it's not just me being more efficient. I can feel myself using the same amount for each water ball, so there's definitely more in me. Ah, and why do magic circles and incantations do the same thing with different methods? And why does no one overlap the two? Oh! And do you know any of the magical theory behind the magic circles? I was curious about the pieces and... Okay. Maybe this job wouldn't be so simple. Miss Roxy? Roxy laughed and then stood up. Let's go inside first. This might take a while. Chapter 14, Toddler Period, Lessons. So, after a quick discussion with my new teacher, I learned a few things. First, Miss Roxy was a genius. But not only was she a genius, she was a hard-working genius who knew everything from the ground up and could answer all my questions. Like, why the hell splash flows suddenly erupted even after I used a magic circle to try and stabilize the incantation. It turned out that I was mistaken on the purpose of the spell. Though, it should have been obvious from the name. Water Ball was a spell that created a ball of water. That was its primary use. Launching it and moving it around were auxiliary functions. Splash Flow, on the other hand. There was another name for it too. Water Cannon. The reason why it suddenly exploded when I added the magic circle instead of calming down was because Splash Flow was an attack spell. Like, that was its primary purpose. Gather a crap ton of water and then explode it. I was right in thinking that it built off of Water Ball. The flow and everything was the same because it seemed like the base process of gathering water was the same. But there was an additional step at the very end that changed it from just gathering a ball of water to erupting into a high-pressured water bomb. But of course, the book didn't say anything like that. I couldn't blame it, really. It was my bad. When I asked Miss Roxy about why intermediate ranked spells were so powerful, she explained that they were mostly meant for combat. And that it was common sense for people to be careful when casting anything beyond elementary ranked spells because it was dangerous. Putting it in other words, elementary ranked spells were basically like shooting a Nerf gun. The targeting, aiming, shooting, all of that was the same as the real thing. And you could hit and hurt people with it too, but it was mostly just for fun. Starting from intermediate ranked spells and onwards though, you were handling a real gun. There was kickback, recoil, and a lot more energy to deal with. The same basic principles applied, but there was more weight to the firing that you had to watch out for. Well, Miss Roxy didn't explain it like that, but that was basically it. The long and short of it was that it was a really good thing I didn't start off my magic experimenting with fire. That would have ended really, really, really poorly. Anyway, the second thing I learned was that Miss Roxy got sidetracked really easily. We were supposed to go over the basics, but after I asked a few questions we delved into a really deep and esoteric discussion about the purpose of magic and its origins. Somehow, I didn't remember all of it since Miss Roxy started getting excited and sped up talking, but it was something like elves did at first, humans copied them, and the method got refined by all the races in the world after a while. Oh, and apparently there were a bunch of different races too. Like actual races. Elves, angels, demons, dragons, humans, beastkin, and sea creatures. Or something. Miss Roxy talked too fast for me to catch everything. Though maybe that was because I asked her if it was possible that mana could be directly shaped into a spell instead of using incantations or magic circles as a medium, and she started talking out loud to go through that hypothesis. Well, a hypothesis to her. I already knew that it was possible, but I didn't want to spill that just yet. But anyway, our first morning lesson ended, kind of fruitfully. I picked up some information on what went wrong in my spell along with some background info on magic and my new teacher. Miss Roxy also seemed to get something out of the lesson since she holed herself up in her guest room and started writing out a bunch of notes. And that was how my first lesson with Miss Roxy went. But immediately after that. So you want to learn swordsmanship, huh, Rudy? It was time for sword lessons with my dad. We were outside in the courtyard. My mom and Miss Lilia were watching from the side, probably to make sure Dad didn't go overboard and hurt me. That was good. If I was alone, I had a feeling he'd probably forget. I slowly nodded. Yes. But, are you sure you can teach me, Dad? At the time, I was super happy. The thought of being able to chop up a boulder with a stick was too cool to pass up. And since Dad could do that, it'd be great if I learned from him. Except, now that I was standing out here with him, I was having second thoughts. Mostly because he really didn't have any plans on where to start. My dad laughed. Of course I can. The sword styles aren't that hard to pick up, you know? But, him. He frowned and rubbed his chin. Rudy is still pretty small. We definitely won't be able to spar for a while. Not to mention your mom and Lilia will definitely beat me up if you get hurt. My mom immediately chimed in and said, "You bet we will, mister. And no bed for you if Rudy gets hurt." My dad scratched the back of his head. Yeah. So no sparring. HM, but there's no point in me watching you for just bodywork, and you already do that on your own. Oh. Right. Since I saw my dad training a lot, I used it as an excuse to start doing basic exercise by copying him. Mostly jogging, push-ups, sit-ups, etc. Though you really couldn't do much of that when you were just a baby, and even now I couldn't do much of that. Well. My dad shrugged and said, I guess you can just follow along with me and practice the forms. Let's see. He looked around the place. HM. There's not really any good tree branch, so. He waved at my mom and said, Sorry, Zenith. I'm going to clip your tree a bit. What? But dash. Before my mom could finish saying anything, my dad drew his sword and cut off a thin branch. His sword flashed a few more times, trimming off the leaves, and then he sheathed his sword. After that, picked up the branch and swung it around a bit. Yeah, this should be light enough. Off to the side, my mom slumped. My tree. There, Zenny. This is for young master's sake. Alright. For Rudy. If it's for Rudy, it's fine. Note to self. Don't use trees in the courtyard as target practice. Mom worked really hard on raising them and she'll be super sad. My dad walked back over and handed me the stick. Here, Rudy. Let Dad know if it's too heavy, okay? 'Kay. I grabbed the stick and swung it around a bit. It wasn't too big. Probably only the width of an adult finger. But in my tiny hands it was the perfect size. It also made a nice swish sound when I swung it around. My dad looked at me and said, Think you can do it? I think so. Great! Now, we'll start with the sword god style. It's super fast and perfect for attacking. Let's see, the basic attack, what was it again? Dad? Oh yeah. It's like this. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and then lowered his body. You kind of go HRRGH and then dash. A silver flash. Dirt flying into the air. And suddenly my dad was on the other side of the courtyard. My dad turned around and said, swoosh. Just like that. I blinked. So. Dad was definitely a genius at the sword. Now, how the heck did he do that? Let's see. It looked kind of like a quick draw Aido thing. Holding the sword by his waist, the HRRGH thing was probably tensing up his muscles for explosive power. And the swoosh was probably releasing that force and unwinding with a slash. Easier said than done though. Your turn, Rudy. Okay. Squat. Hold the stick like a sword, step 4. BWA. Dirt, grass, the sky and ground spinning around and around. And before I knew it, I was staring at fluffy clouds floating past. Laughter echoed. My dad. Okay. Maybe we should start with even more basic stuff. How about swinging the sword around to get used to it? Hoo boy. Let's hope I inherited some of his talent because none of that made any sense. Chapter 15, The Hardworking Genius Teacher. Roxy flipped through her notes, preparing for her next lesson. It was sunset, an orange glow starting to settle in from the light shining through the window. A week had passed since she started up her new role as a private tutor for a certain Rudeus Greyrat. Objectively, it should have been a boring and tedious job. After all, Rudeus was only a little past 3 years old. Most children that age were still fumbling around trying to make sense of the world around them. Learning magic? Ha! But her cute little student was different than that. It was just a week. A single week, but already Roxy was starting to rethink everything she knew about magic. To start off, Rudeus's way of using magic was weird. Since he wanted to start with the basics, the first few lessons, after the initial one where she went off on a tangent because she got too excited. Anyway, the first few lessons were spent on Roxy explaining the basic casting methods and the fundamentals of how magic worked. Drawing mana from inside or from an external source, using incantations or magic circles. Roxy was a little worried that she didn't explain things properly, but Rudeus was smart. Thankfully, he understood everything she said. And then he asked a single question. But can't you just memorize the flow of mana and copy that instead of chanting or using magic circles? Her initial reaction had been no. But then she thought about it. Every time she chanted a spell or used a magic circle, her mana flowed through her to form that spell. It was something she took for granted. A fact as simple as breathing. But when her student asked that question, she started to become aware of it. Like how thinking about breathing made you manually control it until your body took over again. So she tried it out. During Rudeus's sword lessons with his father, Roxy tested her student's hypothesis. It was hard. Even using a basic water ball was difficult. Because Roxy was so used to incantations, she had to fight herself to not speak and just focus on the flow of magic. But it worked. It worked. The axiom that all magicians followed saying that you needed to use incantations or magic circles was wrong. No. There had been research and strides towards that conclusion. Shortened incantations an established phenomenon, after all. But to think that it could be excluded completely. Was the reason why this was never attempted because of its difficulty? Or was it just the so-called common sense overruling reason? Roxy didn't know, but what she did know was that she had just as much to learn from her student as he did from her. Especially when she stopped to consider how much of what magicians took as common sense to be true could actually be false. Like the thought that incantations were more effective than magic circles. Extrapolating from Rudeus's thought about memorizing the flow of mana, what if it was possible to shape a magic circle with pure mana? From what Roxy knew, Demon Empress Caresis Callisis invented the method and passed it along to others. But for the most part, that involved using specially prepared ink or carvings. But was that necessary? The ink and carvings were used to hold mana so that the spell could be performed, but if it was possible to directly shape mana into the magic circle, and if a person was able to memorize that shape and instantly recreate a magic circle, would that not be faster and more effective than incantations? True, it was more difficult. Not to mention the fact that memorizing such a complicated pattern would be an incredible feat on its own, let alone recreating it in a single moment by directing mana. But what if? Did Demon Empress Caresis Callisis use magic that way? It would explain the legends about her being able to cast magic in an instant and with such ease. But then there was the deeper question as well. The elves were the origin of modern-day magic, and the current methods were refined by humans replicating and expanding upon what they saw. Yet there was something that nobody really considered. It was taken for granted that magic had to be structured, either by incantations or by magic circles. But did it really? Rudeus had asked that, and now that Roxy had spent the last week mulling it over between their lessons, she was starting to think it didn't. She wasn't sure yet, but her instincts told her that Rudeus was right. And that was a ridiculous thought. Her, thinking that a child not even to his first major birthday was correct about magic when she graduated from the famed Renoa Magic University at the top of her class. But Rudeus was different. She wasn't sure what miracle or curse made him this way, but her students saw the world differently. She was sure of it. And she was curious. No, she couldn't wait to find out where his path led. But before then, they had to cover the basics. The foundation. Even if the foundation might be incorrect, they still had to know the apparent rules in order to know where to break or bend them. And for today's lesson, Roxy's bedroom door slowly creaked open. After that, tiny footsteps echoed, followed by a tired young voice. "I'm back, Miss Roxy." Roxy closed her journal and turned to look at the door. It was Rudeus, her cute young student, who was completely disheveled and covered in dirt. Roxy smiled and said, "Did you get carried away again in sword lessons, Rudy?" "Dad got carried away." Rudeus sighed and said, "He said that I was getting the hang of swinging a sword around and said it was time for target practice." Roxy's smile widened and she said, "Well, you've worked hard. You are bound to advance to something else eventually." "Yeah. But I'm not a genius like him, you know?" He sighed and held out his right hand, gathering all the dirt on his body into a small clump. After that, he reached out his hand and sent the clump out the window. "He tries really hard, but Dad takes a lot of things for granted and doesn't explain it to me." He frowned and said, "Just because he can do it doesn't mean I can do it that easily." "Well, at least he understands." Roxy slowly nodded. "Yes. Well, geniuses are something else. Like you." But Roxy didn't say that. Even if it was true, it wasn't good. Not to mention it also invalidated all the hard work Rudeus put in. And Roxy knew firsthand how that felt. Stupid sure show. Anyway, Rudeus jumped onto Roxy's bed and looked towards her with sparkling eyes. "What are we covering today, Miss Roxy?" "Well," Roxy glanced at her notes and hummed. "I think we can move on to intermediate spells if you want. But is there anything in particular you want to study first?" "Ooh. Yeah." Rudeus nodded and said, "I was wondering if you could teach me healing magic. I've got a feeling I might need it at this rate." Roxy smiled. "Well, let's hope you don't. But it is better to be safe than sorry." She reached over to her bag and rummaged around for her healing tome. After pulling it out, she opened it and said, "Now, we've covered the basics already, but healing magic is primarily used for healing injuries and removing toxins. The simplest spell in this branch of magic is healing, which can heal minor cuts, fractures, and plant stash." "How does it do that though?" Roxy blinked and looked at Rudeus. "Pardon?" Rudeus frowned and said, "Does it erase the wounds? Spend time back? Add in stuff that isn't there to plug the hole?" Ah. There it was again. Questions that Roxy didn't know the answer to. But if she thought about them, healing isn't that impressive. I'm sure that the saint ranked spells and above can do those things, but I doubt that's true for such a basic spell. Roxy frowned and said, "I don't know exactly how it works since I'm not a healing magic expert, but if I had to guess, I would say that it helps the body help itself in healing the wound." There. A bit of a convoluted explanation, but a cohesive one. And as expected. If that's true, then can't you use healing to make training faster? I mean, training makes your body get worn out and you get stronger after you heal, right? So wouldn't healing help you with that? And what about fatigue? Does healing get rid of that too, then? A series of follow-up questions. Roxy stalled a bit to think. Well, when you put it that way, does that work? Rudeus wasn't wrong. There were studies about how the body adapted to stress in training, and it was established that the strengthening process occurred after taking damage. That was true in magical creatures as well. But using healing to speed that process up, it should. Roxy slowly nodded. Healing only helps the body heal itself and doesn't go beyond natural healing. It should also be able to help with fatigue. But Rudy. Roxy narrowed her eyes and said, don't underestimate how much mana healing magic uses. There's a reason why healers are so valued and why most adventurers use potions. Oh. Got it, Miss Roxy. Phew. That somehow worked out. Next. Anyway. Roxy turned back to her book and said, the incantation for healing is. Chapter 16, Toddler Period. Practical Applications. So. It turned out that I found a cheat. Well, probably anybody in my position would have realized it if they knew even the most basic thing about how the human body improved. You see, muscles got stronger after getting damaged and healing up. And healing didn't erase the damage your body suffered, but instead helped it heal itself. You see where I'm going with this? After I learned healing from Roxy, making sure to have her nearby while I used the spell with both the incantation and the magic circle to make sure nothing terrible happened, I pretended to go to bed early. But instead, I started experimenting again. It was a simple test. I would do push-ups until I couldn't anymore, heal myself up, and try again. Summing up my results. Baseline, 10 push-ups. Healing round 1, 11 push-ups. Healing round 2, 12 push-ups. Healing round 3, 14 push-ups. It was very incremental. Doing some quick math, the gain seemed to be about 10% improvement each time. Almost nothing. But it cost almost nothing too. Miss Roxy warned me about the mana cost in using healing too much, but that wasn't a problem for me for a few reasons. First, I had a crap ton of mana. I wasn't sure if I had more than Miss Roxy since her staff shined as bright as the morning sun if I stared at it too long, but when I tested my limits one time, it took me converting my mana into 100 water balls to get anywhere near tired. Second, I could see mana and use it more efficiently. I didn't try it out in the beginning since I was afraid of causing an explosion or some other catastrophe, but since I had a teacher to keep an eye on things, I started trying to cast magic from the floating mana I saw. I couldn't actually grab it, but I could use a bit of my mana to attract it over and use it that way. For example, if I wanted to use some blue mana to cast water spells, I could cut off a bit of my mana, turn it blue, and then use that to gather up all the floating mana to use for my spell. Miss Roxy had a weird way of just summoning all that mana whenever she needed it with her staff without using a thread of mana like me, but I still didn't know how to do that. And I couldn't really ask either without spilling the beans that I could see mana. Right now, Miss Roxy and I had a good working relationship. She was nice and seemed like she had fun answering all my questions, even if they caught her off guard at times. But I didn't know how she'd react if I suddenly told her that I could see mana. Maybe I should bring it up subtly first to make sure it wasn't anything crazy. I remember that mage sight or something was pretty common in the stories and games I used to enjoy, so there was bound to be something similar. But just in case there wasn't, I'd keep quiet about that. For now. Anyway, long story short, it took a lot for me to run out of mana. In game terms, I basically had a bunch of MP reduction passives that made simple spells free, which meant I could abuse the crap out of healing and buff up. And that was just by casting healing by the book, too. I had a feeling that if I messed around with it properly, I could tweak things and maybe do crazy stuff like refine my nerves and reflexes, but I could also break something, so I didn't do that. While I'd love to bounce those questions off Miss Roxy to see her thoughts, I was pretty sure that she didn't know enough about the human body to tell me. She could guess, but guesses were dangerous when it came to this stuff. On the upside, the holy country of Melees was a thing, and Mom's side of the family lived there. That country was famous for healing magic and had tons of experts there. Maybe in the future I'd swing by and bounce some ideas off of them to see if I could do proper superhuman tweaking. But at the moment, I was just stuck with basic supplements essentially. Still, continuous 10% improvement was better than nothing. And considering that I was still only 3 years old, I can't slack now. I pushed myself off the ground and focused. I didn't have an excuse this time. If I squandered my life away after getting this head start, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Even if I miraculously got a third chance after that, I'd just quit then and there. I slapped my cheeks and muttered, "You've got this, Rudy." I was lucky. I was lucky enough to be born fully aware and able to see mana. I was lucky enough to be born to loving parents who supported me without expectations. I was lucky enough to have a kind and caring maid that was essentially a second supportive mother. And now I was lucky enough to have a magic teacher who was a hard-working genius who could explain and help me work through questions I had on magic. If my life ended in vain again after all of this, I might as well never have been born in the first place. So, fire, water, wind, earth. Fire was too dangerous to practice inside, but the other three I could work on. A ball of water, wind, and dirt. Splitting my attention to each of those, I started slowly training my body. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, jumping jacks. Move your body. Work your body. You can go and be somebody. That's right. I grit my teeth and started doing push-ups. You've got this. You can do it. 1, 2, 3. FO dash. On. A sudden loud moan, followed by a squeaking mattress. I stumbled, dropping to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the water ball fell on my back and the wind ball exploded, sending dirt everywhere. Geez. I brushed myself off and held out my hand, cleaning up the mess by sending out a blue thread and a brown thread, gathering up the water and dirt. After that, I tossed it all out the window and let out a deep sigh. Peepaw. Oh, mealies! N. Mom's definitely a loud one, huh? I let out another deep sigh and walked to the door. I didn't judge. Mom and Dad loved each other very much. And considering how often they did it, I was looking forward to a younger brother or sister soon. But they did know that they weren't the only ones in this house, right? My room was the furthest from theirs, and I could still hear them going at it. If that was the case, what about Miss Lilia and Miss Roxy, huh? Did my parents not care, or did they like the thrill of that? Actually, I didn't want to know. All I knew was that I wanted to have at least one quiet night for once. So, yeah. Let's play that card. The bathroom was along the way to their room. It'd be embarrassing for everyone involved, but if I groggily opened the door and asked what they were doing, they'd definitely quiet down a bit. Though considering how into it my mom got, that might just involve some kinkier stuff like gags to keep her quiet. EW. Anyway, plan formulated. Now to execute. I opened the door and started walking over. It was dark though, so I held out my hand and conjured a tiny flame. Not a big one, but just about the size of a lit candle. With that done, I yawned to get in the proper state of mind to pull my act. And then I saw something ahead of me that shouldn't be there. At first, my mind didn't register it. I saw blue. I saw some pale skin tinged pink. And between my mom's voice, I heard some soft feminine panting overlapping it. But then I blinked and realized that I wasn't dreaming, nor was I hallucinating. My parents' room was in the middle of the hallway. The bathroom was at the end. And I realized why the sound carried so much. The door was open just a crack. The door to my parents' room, that is. But that wasn't important. Instead, there was someone sitting there, right beside the door and leaning against the wall. One hand buried in her blouse and the other much lower, buried in her thighs. Miss Roxy. I blinked. Miss Roxy noticed me and froze. I blinked again and slowly turned around, walking back into my room. I didn't see anything. Yep. Definitely didn't see anything tonight. Even if I did, I wasn't going to judge. Miss Roxy was about that age, right? Right. And since the internet wasn't a thing here, she had to work with, whatever source material she could find. Right. So, let's just dump all of my mana and knock myself out. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I closed the room behind me and then slipped into my bed. After that, I held out my right hand and spooled out all of my mana as fast as I could. For a split second, I saw it floating around in the air as a crimson haze. And then I blacked out. Chapter 17, Toddler Period, A Genius Magician. The morning after. Despite blacking out, I woke up completely refreshed and bubbling with energy. Though that was mostly because I grabbed back the mana I left floating in the air. Oh, right. That was probably something I should ask Miss Roxy too at some point. I was just dumping my mana and reclaiming it every night, but maybe it would be more worthwhile to put it in a medium of some sort. That was probably what Miss Roxy did with her staff, now that I think about it. Maybe that sapphire in her staff is a special one that could hold mana? Or maybe gemstones in general could hold mana? Wait. Could I make gemstones? If earth magic controlled dirt, if I refined my control enough, could I pick out certain minerals and shape them? No, could I just turn mana into pure crystals? That was a thing, right? Most settings had a way to convert mana into gemstones or stone of some kind. Maybe I could do the same. Though my mana control definitely wasn't good enough for that yet. I could barely handle the recoil from the intermediate ranked spells. Trying to bite off too much, yeah. That was a project for much, much later. Maybe after I got a handle on saint ranked spells or something. Surely by then my mana manipulation would be good enough, right? I hummed, lost in thought, and then conjured a ball of water to wash my face. After rinsing my mouth and casting a healing spell on it to clean up and disinfect so that I didn't have to brush my teeth, I left my room. Thankfully, Miss Roxy wasn't still in the hallway. And judging from the fact that the master bedroom was wide open, my parents weren't home. They probably left for work already. From what I remembered, they mentioned something about monsters showing up in the forest and were busy working on it. Miss Roxy was also supposed to go help at some point, but maybe it hadn't reached that yet? Anyway, it seemed like I woke up later than expected. Hopefully Miss Roxy didn't mind. And speaking of Miss Roxy, I walked over to her room and knocked on the door. Miss Roxy? Sorry for waking up late. Are we still doing lessons this morning? Are Rudy? Oh, one moment. Frantic scrambling. Footsteps pacing around the room. And then finally, the door opened. Unlike yesterday, Miss Roxy was fully dressed. Her pointed hat, brown magician robe, she was in full teacher mode. Except that she looked super flustered. Her eyes kept avoiding me and her face was red. It was pretty cute, actually. Miss Roxy was quiet for a bit, and then she cleared her throat. You are Rudy. Last night. Ah. So it was that after all. Well, time to play the innocent and naive kid card. I tilted my head and said, oh. Sorry, Miss Roxy. I wanted to use the bathroom, but I saw you asleep in the hallway so I just went back to sleep. I frowned and said, you shouldn't stay up so late. If you're tired enough to fall asleep in the middle of the hallway like that, it's bad, you know. Miss Roxy is growing too, so you need to get proper rest. Why yes. Roxy cleared her throat and said, I will. It won't happen again, Rudy. Under her breath, I heard her mutter something like, next time I'll just stay in my room. But thinking about Miss Roxy doing something like that made me feel weird, so I just quietly ignored it. Thank God puberty didn't hit yet. Anyway. Roxy grabbed her staff and said, let's go. I blinked. Go? Go where? Roxy patted my head and said, your father, mother, and Miss Lilia went to the village today, so it's just us until this evening. Since that's the case, how about we get some practical experience for you? Does that sound good? Practical experience. You mean like practicing outside? Machem. We've been practicing elementary ranked spells so it's fine, but starting with intermediate ranked spells, it's best to test them out in a place without potential for collateral damage. Like say a certain storage room wall? I felt my face heat up and I averted my gaze. That was one time. And it won't happen again. Roxy smiled. I'm just teasing you, Rudy. But it really would be best to get outside. It's no good to just sit around and read books all day. But don't you do that, Miss Roxy? Roxy cleared her throat and averted her gaze. Yes. Well, I also have a special task to do today. Ah. I nodded and said, is it that time of the month? Mom and Miss Lilia get that too. Did you need more supplies? Rudy? Yes, Miss Roxy? Here's a very important lesson. Roxy let out a wide smile. But it didn't reach her eyes. I flinched. Yes? Never ask that of a lady unless she tells you. Okay? Okay. Scary. Scary. And what the heck? Those mana threads were converging by themselves. Is that a spell? It's going to cast a spell. Oh God. Good. Roxy leaned back, letting out a real smile. I let out a deep sigh. Note to self, Miss Roxy is scary when mad. Second note to self, never let Miss Roxy know you actually saw and knew what she was doing yesterday. Third note to self, explore the potential avenue of emotions affecting mana and magic. Now. Roxy grabbed my right hand with her left and said, let's go, Rudy. Okay. Adventure time. Roxy laughed and said, yes. Adventure time. A farmer took off his straw hat and bowed to Roxy. Thank you so much, Miss McGurdia. Roxy shook her head and said, it's fine. Something like this isn't too much trouble. The farmer raised his head and smiled before digging into a bag by his side and holding out a few copper coins. This isn't much, but I hope it helps. Of course. Roxy took the coins and tucked them away into her own bag. After that, she smiled and said, let me know if you need any more help. We will, Miss McGurdia. The farmer let out a friendly wave and headed back to work. To sum up what just happened. Like Miss Roxy promised, we went out on a little adventure to the village. Along the way, she taught me a bit more about the differences between elementary ranked spells and intermediate ranked spells. Mostly how there was a big difference in the way you handled mana while casting the two. It was mostly like what I figured already. Elementary ranked spells were just the fundamentals teaching you the basic flow, while intermediate ranked spells were enacting things with elements. Put it another way. Elementary ranked spells let you manipulate the basic element and concept. Meanwhile, intermediate ranked spells and above were causing you to do things with those elements. Like my splash flow mishap, the spells were usually combat oriented and meant to do damage. They could be fine-tuned for auxiliary purposes, like using splash flow to water crops. But that was like trying to use a high-pressure hose to water flowers. You could make it work, but you really shouldn't. But that was a side tangent. While she was explaining that, farmers came over to Miss Roxy and asked for some help. They were basic things, like converting giant rocks back into mud, healing some batches of crops that were withered because pests, etc. It wasn't for free though. Although it was just a simple task, the farmers paid Roxy for it. Roxy walked back to my side and smiled. A practical demonstration of what can be done with intermediate ranked magic. What do you think, Rudy? I frowned and placed my hand on my chin. I think that being a magician is a very profitable job. Most people would be tired out casting magic all day, but I had grinded out my efficiency enough for that to not be a problem. It probably wouldn't be a good thing to make a place revolve around magic to grow crops, but it might be possible to use magic to turn infertile lands fertile. Especially if it was possible to convert rocks directly into soil like that. And then it would be possible to divert water flow, maybe create an underground water well. Ah. Roxy spoke up and said, don't get too carried away. Tasks like these are just pocket money, Rudy. It really isn't profitable to go around doing magic like this. But it helps people, right? And come to think of it, Miss Roxy doesn't need to help them. She said it was for pocket money, but Miss Roxy wasn't spending any money at all from her salary. Not only that, but she didn't pay for any food, lodging, or materials. In that case, I looked at Roxy and said, Miss Roxy. Yes, Rudy? You're really a nice person, aren't you? There were only two possible reasons why she would do something like that. The first was that Roxy was extremely stingy and pinched every penny she could get. And the second was that she took payment so that the farmers didn't feel indebted to her. Roxy blushed and tugged her hat down to cover her eyes. Like I said, it's for pocket money. K. Roxy frowned. Are you making fun of me? No, Miss Roxy. I would never. Miss Roxy is too nice and pretty to make fun of. She huffed and bopped my head with her staff. Don't get snippy, Rudy. I might not treat you like a kid, but I will if you act like one. I rubbed my head and laughed. Okay, Miss Roxy. I'll stop. Humph. She turned around and kept walking. I hopped after her and said, So where are we going, Miss Roxy? We had been walking for a couple hours now and just made our way past the village with all the farmers. Now, the only thing in sight were just rolling grasslands and the distant mountains to the north. Here is fine. Here? Roxy nodded and turned towards me. You're already capable of casting intermediate rank spells. It wasn't a question. I let out a nervous laugh and said, Yes, Miss Roxy. But only for water. She nodded and said, That may be. But you don't seem to have a weak system at all, so there shouldn't be a problem with casting other elements. I blinked. Weak system? Roxy blinked and said, I forgot. We didn't cover that. She paused and closed her eyes to think for a bit. After a while, she nodded and opened her eyes. Every person has their innate talent towards certain types of magic. Oh! Is it like how dragons are good at fire magic and elves are good at wind and earth magic? That's prejudice. Please don't assume that in the future, Rudy. Got it, Miss Roxy. Prejudice, huh? Right. That exists here too. No, it was bound to be worse considering there were clear differences. Well, Roxy hummed and said, It's not necessarily wrong either. Records show that the dragon race were good at fire magic, and most elves really are good at wind and earth magic. But that's because they're familiar with the elements from where and how they live, not because of their race. Oh! I blinked. Wait, really? So a person's affinity towards magic can be affected by their life experiences? Roxy blinked as well and then sighed. You figured that much out already, huh? Ah. Sorry, Miss Roxy. Roxy smiled. No. It's good. That just means that you've been paying attention. I smiled back. In any case. Yes. A person's affinity towards magic can indeed be affected by their life experiences. For example, someone burned by fire would find it harder to use. Someone who can't swim would find it difficult to handle water magic. A person afraid of heights may struggle with wind magic. Something along those lines. And conversely, a person familiar with a particular element would find that easy to use. For example, a blacksmith who spends all day in a forge would be very attuned to fire magic. That makes sense. I nodded. Mental imagery and beliefs seem to have some effect on magic overall, so it seemed plausible. And maybe that would explain my affinity towards all sorts of magic? I had been messing with pure mana since I was born. Did that cause me to develop in some weird way? Well, setting the seeing mana thing aside. In any case. Roxy stepped back and pointed at the open sky. Go ahead, Rudy. Go ahead? Roxy nodded. Give it your best shot. If we want to start advanced rank spells and beyond, it's important for you to get a feel for how each element is at the intermediate rank so that you can prepare. Are you sure? I'm sure. Miss Roxy will be there to put out any fires and damage I might cause? And Miss Roxy? Teacher will do her best. That's not very reassuring. Alright. I took a deep breath and held up my hand to the sky. I'm starting. I'll be using fire first, Miss Roxy, so please get ready. O great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies. A giant surge of water mana gathered around Roxy and her staff started to shine. Will. If she was going to go that far. I didn't know what level spell she was using, but it seemed strong enough to put out a wildfire, so I held up my right hand and started chanting. O great spirit of flames who lends your light and warmth to this land. Gather before me and ignite my foe. Great fireball. A surge of flaming orange mana erupted in front of me. A more wild and raging flow compared to water. But I was prepared. And also, I knew what would happen. Carefully controlled. Tightly focused. I let the spell draw out my mana, convert it, and form a fireball. And then I braced myself. A sudden and rapid combustion. The converted mana raging and letting loose. The giant fireball suddenly shot forth from my hand and into the sky. At the same time that happened. Cumulonimbus. Miss Roxy held up her staff and shouted the name of a spell. My fireball flew up into the air and started bubbling. Just like with splash flow, it was going to explode. I grit my teeth and tried to control it, but it was still a bit too much for me. Thankfully, it wasn't a problem. A thundercloud suddenly formed. And the moment it did, a torrential downpour snuffed out the fireball. And just as suddenly as the thundercloud appeared, it dispersed. Phew! Miss Roxy wiped her forehead and said, I thought something like this might happen. It's a good thing I took that into account. I blinked and looked around. What was that? Roxy smiled. That's your teacher's secret saint rank spell. If you work hard, then someday you'll be able to cast it too. She paused. Though at the speed you're advancing, that someday might be less than a year away. I didn't pay attention to what Roxy said. Instead, I took a look around. A swirl of brilliant blue mana. Threads of green mana woven in. Some sparking yellow mana. Streaks of flaming orange mana. It was a tapestry of colors filling the sky. They were slowly dispersing, but I could still see it. That's a saint-ranked spell. Beautiful. There was no other way around it. I thought that the different ranks were just pumping more mana into the equation and sorting things out. But this... it was predominantly a water spell. I could see that. But there were other things mixed in. And mixed in so splendidly I couldn't even begin to describe it. But the most incredible part of it was the control Miss Roxy had. I could tell. If she wasn't careful, that spell would have erupted and destroyed the surroundings. At least a small crater would have been formed if that spell let loose. But not only did it remain controlled throughout, but Miss Roxy even dispersed it. Not just dispersed the spell though, she sent the clouds flying, got rid of the ambient static electricity forming the lightning, and quelled the winds used to whip up the air pressure to form the spells. In other words, I turned to Miss Roxy and said, Teacher, you're amazing. Roxy blinked and tugged her hat down. You're giving me too much credit, Rudy. I'm sure the day will come where you're doing something even more incredible. No. Miss Roxy. Miss Roxy is definitely more amazing than me. I stared at the dissipating mana threads and couldn't help but sigh. This was my teacher. She was someone who could do this sort of incredible thing without seeing mana. Someone who could use an incantation, let it run its course, and then snatch back control and perfectly direct every portion of the spell. Even if I get to this point, I don't think I can ever say that I surpassed Miss Roxy. She reached the level she was right now without any help. No, she said she had a teacher, but from the way she acted whenever it got brought up, it seemed like she didn't have a good experience with that person. Either way, this was the result of Miss Roxy's efforts. Constant polish and refinement, all while essentially probing around in the dark with just feel. Not with the ability to clearly see the shape of a spell and the mana going into it. A real, bona fide, hard-working genius. A strange expression crossed Roxy's face. But then she sighed and walked over to pat my head. "You're a sweet kid, Rudy." I looked up at her and smiled. "And Miss Roxy is a kind, beautiful, and brilliant young woman." She laughed again and pulled her hand back. "Save those words for someone your age, okay?" "Ah." I blinked, realizing how flirty they could come across, and then nodded. "Understood, Miss Roxy." Roxy smiled again. "Now, on to the next spells. Thankfully, wind and earth aren't quite as destructive. I hope. Let me know the moment you feel like you're losing control, okay? Not that I think you will, but dash. Just in case." "I know, Miss Roxy." "Good. Then. Go ahead." I took a deep breath. O great spirits who dwell within the humble earth. Chapter 18, Progress Report. A bright and sunny morning. Back in her room, Roxy sighed and started scribbling down her thoughts in her journal. A year and a half had passed since the time that Roxy began her job teaching Rudeus. And during that time, she came to one conclusion: she wasn't qualified to teach him. The magic lessons progressed smoothly, of course. Rudeus was a bona fide genius. And Roxy was certain that he would have reached an incredible level even if he didn't have a teacher. He was just that talented. No, not just talented. Rudeus was incredibly diligent as well. No matter what Roxy said, Rudeus took it upon himself to faithfully listen to every word and memorize it. And when she quizzed him, not only did he repeat what she said verbatim, but he always rephrased it afterwards in simpler terms. He said it was because he wasn't smart enough to understand the complex things, but it was the opposite. Rather than being unable to understand complex concepts, Rudeus was able to distill everything down to its essence. Well enough that Roxy was sure he could explain it to another child and that child would understand. If Roxy wasn't sure about how innocent Rudeus was, she would almost think that he was being patronizing. But he wasn't. And that was the most incredible part about it. He was this incredible, and yet he still thought he was nothing special. No, he thought that Roxy was more incredible. He thought that his teacher was better than him and would always be better than him. Roxy set down her pen and held out her right hand. As she did, she focused. Carefully, slowly, she called forth her mana and traced out a familiar pattern. And then a ball of water formed in her hand. Roxy gave it a strange look and then sighed, dispersing the water ball. 1 year, and I'm only this far? Following her student's line of questionings, Roxy started to do more research into direct spellcasting. Ignoring the chant and magic circles and directly forming the spell with mana. It was difficult. The main obstacle was the fact that she couldn't see the flow of mana. Since she used it so much, it was possible for her to recreate Water Ball, but more complex spells were definitely impossible. No, not impossible, but infeasible. Perhaps if she had a demon eye of magic power. No. Even then, it would be difficult. But Rudeus could do it. He always made sure to diligently cast the spell with the incantation and the magic circle at least once. But afterwards, he would be able to cast the spell with just a thought. Not only that, but he could freely manipulate it as well. In fact, it was strange. For Rudeus, it seemed to be harder for him to use incantations than to just directly cast the spell. Since the rather disastrous trial run of intermediate spells that will never be mentioned again, Roxy discovered that Rudeus wasn't suited for incantations. If he used magic circles, there were no problems. And from what he said, he could directly trace out the magic circles with his mana as well by memorizing the picture. And that was another thing that made Roxy doubt her qualifications. Rudeus's memory was unreal. The first few times, Roxy had doubted Rudeus's claim of being able to copy magic circles. So, under the guise of memorization practice, she had him draw out the magic circles of the elementary ranked spells by hand outside in the dirt. The result? Flawless. Not a single part of the magic circle was missing, and when Roxy poured mana into them, it even cast the spell. Roxy stared at her journal and the notes for the next day's lesson and sighed. I'm running out of things to teach you, Rudy. Even with the strange quirk and having difficulty with incantations, Rudeus was easily able to cast up to advanced ranked spells in every element. And Roxy was certain that if she had the material for advanced rank healing magic and summoning magic, he would be able to use that as well. But most importantly, all of this was without a wand. Yes. In all the excitement, Roxy had forgotten the most important tradition of making a wand for her student to help cast magic. Wait. Roxy blinked and then she groaned. That would explain the difficulty. Spells weren't meant to be cast without a focus. You could, but it was dangerous. Starting from the intermediate ranked spells onwards, there was a high possibility of a spell going awry without something to control it. That was why all magicians had at least a wand. But this entire time, Rudeus had been casting spells without one. And Roxy had just let him. She let him, and he somehow managed to not only get over that trouble, but he could control chanted intermediate ranked spells now without a wand. Ha! Roxy, you dummy. She had to fix that. It would be a bit awkward presenting him with a wand this late, but it was her duty as his teacher to make one for him. The problem was that she didn't have a magic crystal to use as its Cora weight. Roxy looked over to her bag and rummaged around. There should be a few around here, right? Because of the recent surge in magical creatures in the forest, Paul had come across a decent amount from killing them. He had also given some to Roxy to see if she could make some use out of them since she was a magician. And so, here they are. 6 magic stones. They weren't too big. All 6 of them together barely covered Roxy's small palm. They were also pretty low quality, and not very pretty. But they would work. The wood will be a problem, but if the forest is as dense in mana as Paul said. Roxy hummed. Rudeus's 5th birthday was coming up, wasn't it? In that case. A knock on the door. After that, a male voice called out. Roxy? Are you decent? Roxy put the magic stones back in her bag and then said, yes. Did you need something, Paul? The door opened and Paul walked in. Yeah. Rudy's tagging along with Lilia today to run some tasks down at the village. Are you free to help Zenith and I clear out the monsters in the forest? Roxy stood up and frowned. More monsters? Paul sighed. Yeah. We think that there's a magical item buried somewhere causing all of this, but we aren't too sure exactly what it is. We were hoping you could help us find it. H'm. Roxy grabbed her staff and nodded. I can do that. But strange. Why would something like that be out here in Bina Village? Paul shrugged. Beats me. But it is, so we need to deal with it before things get out of hand. He frowned and said, the rate of magical creatures being created is increasing these days too. It's every other day now instead of every week. That bad? Roxy frowned. Yep. But we can talk more on that later. Paul left the room and said, how's Rudy been doing? We haven't had a chance to talk much about his progress recently, have we? Roxy followed after Paul and sighed. I'm beginning to think that I'm unqualified to be his teacher. Rudy is. Rudy learns very quickly. Paul laughed. Tell me about it. If you told me a pipsqueak like that could pick up the basics from all 3 sword styles before he turned 5 before I met him, I'd think you were drunk. Roxy blinked and said, does that mean that Rudy is elementary rank then? Not quite. Paul adjusted the sword on his side and said, he's still too small to actually practice, but it looks like he has the forms down. I'm thinking of starting up on actual drills soon. But I wanted to talk with you about that first. Rudy has a habit of going a bit overboard in training. He sighed. Honestly. He's a bit too earnest. Since he's that good, it'd be fine to relax every now and then, you know? Footsteps approached and then Zenith appeared, dressed for travel as well. Her blonde hair was tied up in a practical ponytail and she wore leather armor. A typical adventurer outfit. She frowned at Paul and said, "And lays around like you, Paul? If you really practiced instead of just swinging that sword around to look good, you'd probably be at saint rank by now." Paul shrugged. "Training is boring. Besides, there's no need to get stronger if I'm the strongest, right?" "Humph." Zenith shook her head and said, "That thinking's going to make Rudy catch up to you in no time. Is your dignity as a father going to remain intact when that happens, dear?" GRK. "WL, that's still a few years out, right?" Roxy hummed. "Well, if Rudy uses magic, I think he can beat you right now." Paul froze. Zenith blinked and said, "Really? My Rudy's gotten that strong already?" Roxy nodded and looked towards Paul. "I think that Rudy inherited your combat sense, Paul. He stumbles over incantations still. Mostly because he didn't have a wand yet, but Roxy decided to keep that bit quiet. But if he uses magic circles, he can cast everything below Saint ranked." Paul's eyes widened. "Really? Ah, but it's with magic circles." He frowned and said, "That's not really useful." "Is it?" "It is when you can form them purely from your mana." Zenith gasped. "Really? You taught Rudy how to do that?" I don't think I can deserve the credit for dash." Zenith ran up and hugged Roxy. "I knew you were a great tutor, Roxy." Zenith. I don't dash." "Oh! Sorry. Zenith stepped back and clapped her hands together. "I just can't believe it. Rudy's come so far." Paul chuckled. "As much fun as it would be to praise our son all day, Zenith, we should really get going." "Oh! Right." Zenith smoothed her face and then looked at Roxy. "Thank you for helping today, Roxy." "It's fine. I was planning on heading to the forest anyway." "Huh?" Paul blinked and said, "Why's that?" "Secret. But if you find a decent piece of wood when we're there, I would appreciate you pointing it out." Zenith gasped. "Oh! That's a great idea." Paul looked between the two women and said, "I'm not following." Roxy tugged her hat down and said, "Don't worry about it. Now, let's go. It'll be dangerous if we waste time." Paul nodded. "All right. Then, follow me, ladies. The dashing Paul Greyrat will lead the way." Roxy blinked and looked at Zenith. "Is he always like this?" "Yes. But don't worry. He won't make any passes at you if you're concerned about that. Paul likes them a bit, you know?" Zenith emphasized her chest. "I wasn't asking that. But thank you for the information, I suppose." Sorry." Roxy sighed. "Let's just go." Chapter 19, Young Child, Outside the Box. "Thank you for helping me with this, young master." I frowned and said, "I keep telling you, Miss Lilia. Just Rudy is fine." Lilia shook her head. "As much as I appreciate your request, young master, I cannot do that." My frown deepened and I muttered, "Formalities are stupid. Miss Lilia's just as close to me as Mom is." Lilia's eyes widened and then she gave me a warm smile. "Thank you, young master." I smiled back. Today was a break day for me. Dad said that I was working too hard and told me to help out Lilia in running some tasks down at the village. It wasn't complicated. We just needed to grab some more supplies. Sausages, grains, bread, flour, fruits, basic groceries. I looked over our cart and nodded. "That should be everything, right, Miss Lilia?" Lilia walked around the cart and checked everything against a list. "It should be. But there is one problem." "What problem?" Lilia sighed. "We don't have a horse to pull the cart back." "Oh. Right. We only had one horse. His name was Caravaggio and he was Dad's longtime companion, but because of that, he was also with Dad today. The plan had been to grab a cart and a horse here and bring everything back, but there isn't a spare horse around? Lilia shook her head. It seems that the village protectors have gone to the forest with them to meet with Master Paul and the others. That is a problem. Miss Lilia was fine walking over here, but her old injuries would make walking back and carrying this stuff difficult. Not only that, but while she hit it well, I could tell that she was already tired out from the walk too. Lilia shook her head. My apologies, young master. If I had anticipated this dash. It's fine, Miss Lilia. We'll just have to get a bit creative. Pardon? I stared at the cart to think. It wasn't a full carriage with a cover and everything, but there were places to sit down on it. We had organized the groceries in the middle and everything was secure so stuff wouldn't go flying if the cart moved. But the source of that movement, the wooden axle thing for the horse to carry, was empty. Mainly because we were out of a horse and all, you know? But that wasn't too big of a deal. Miss Lilia, would you sit down on the cart? Lilia blinked and said, Pardon? I think I can get us back. It'll be a bit ad hoc, but it should work. Very well. Lilia nodded and got on the cart. I will leave it to you, young master. I smiled. Don't worry, Miss Lilia. I'll make sure we get back with everything intact. With that said, I turned around to check our surroundings. The cart was already set up on the outskirts of the village. There were a few people staring at us, but for the most part we were left alone. Well, a few people waved at me. Mostly people who saw me going around and helping with Miss Roxy on her pocket money trips. I waved back at them. But then I focused. We were out on the rolling hills. Our house was about 5 miles away, give or take. The path back, thankfully, wasn't very rough. In fact, it was just a straight shot back. But the problem was that we were out of propulsion. I walked around the cart, thinking. 2 wheels. Top heavy with wooden sticks to attach to the horse to balance. I thought about just using wind, but that wouldn't work with the way the cart was shaped. Wait. Young master? It'll be rough, but it should work. I nodded and held out my hand to focus. First, I needed some earth mana. To make that, I spun out some of my mana and converted it. Next, I needed some dirt. I could use the dirt nearby, but I didn't want to ruin the scenic terrain, so I summoned a giant glob. In the corner of my eye, I saw some people looking at me, but I ignored them. The proper thing would be to make an engine or something like a golem to drag the cart along, but I wasn't skilled enough to make that. Maybe in the future, but not now. But something that I could make was a giant spinning wheel. And since I could hold everything together with a string of mana, I waved my hand, causing the clump of dirt to flow towards the cart. Parts of it extended past the 2 axles before hooking up to a perpendicular axle. And then around that middle part was a treaded wheel. Well, a shoddily made treaded wheel. My control was still a bit sloppy, so the treads were more like random cuts rather than a uniform pattern. But it should work well enough for grip, and I could always clean it up if it got full. So with that done, all right. I hopped into the driver's seat at the front of the cart and held out my hands. Turning's going to be complicated, but this should work out. Yeah. It definitely will. Positive affirmations. Mama Lilia, Miss Lilia is watching, so you can't mess up here, me. Lilia gasped. Young master, that's incredible. It's nothing compared to Miss Roxy, but it'll do. If Miss Roxy was here, I was sure she could do something ridiculous like just send us along on a wave of water. That or make a slab of dirt underneath the cart to fly along. Should I hold on? Yeah, it'll probably be a bit bumpy. Keep an eye on the groceries, would you? Understood. I waited for Lilia to get ready. And then I nodded and turned back to the front. Here goes nothing. Let's do this. Lilia laughed. I smiled. And then the cart started moving. Slow at first, creaking like an old skeleton. But eventually I got a hang of the proper rotating speed and we were good to go. Braking might be hard, but I'd just have to remember to slow down before we got back. Wind in my hair, sun at my back, and a clear blue sky. Things were a bit wild with me having to improvise, but other than that, today was a good day. I smiled and leaned back a bit to relax. As I did, Lilia spoke up. "You've worked hard, young master. Be a dump. I'm so proud of you." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. It was a casual remark. No, not quite casual. But it was heartfelt. Sincere. An acknowledgement of what I'd done up to this point. It was a bit silly, actually. This wasn't much. I could do so much more. But just that little bit. Thank you, Miss Lilia. That means a lot to. Damn it. And no crying. I sniffed and brushed my eyes. Stupid kid body. Making me all emotional like this. Arg. I forced a smile on and glanced back at Lilia. Thank you, Miss Lilia. That really means a lot. Lilia smiled back. But then she frowned, looking away. Conflicted. I blinked. Miss Lilia? It's nothing, young master. I'm just. She sighed. Time flies quickly, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, you've turned from a tiny baby to a young child. Miss Lilia doesn't look that old if that's what you're worried about. You're still very pretty. She blinked and then laughed. Thank you, young master. It's good to hear. Not what I expected, but I appreciate it. Oh. I stand by what I said. Miss Lilia really was still pretty. I remembered thinking that she was really beautiful already when I was younger, but she hadn't changed a bit since I grew up. If anything, she was more beautiful because she had a more mature look around her. Well. She hid her smile behind her sleeve and said, "It looks like your mother's going to have to keep an extra close eye on her son in the future when it comes to women." Huh? Nothing. Lilia tucked a strand of her crimson hair behind her ear and stared out at the horizon. But this truly is a wonderful life. To think that my life would end so peacefully. I frowned. You're not leaving, are you, Miss Lilia? That didn't sound good. Weren't those types of words always said by people in movies before they died? Like the old veteran who finally made his way home only to succumb to old injuries. Wait. I turned back to look at Lilia. She looked back at me and shook her head. Of course not, young master. She smiled and said, "You still need me here, don't you?" I have no intention of leaving any time soon. Good. I gave an absent-minded reply. As I did, I stared at Miss Lilia. Specifically, I stared at her legs, though I made it a point to pretend to look at the groceries instead. But even then, I could see it. A bright purple light twisting around her legs. Before, I thought it was just her own mana. And since I'd never seen anything like it, I thought it was just a natural color for her. But now that I thought about it, Miss Lilia said that she quit her previous job because of an old injury. She couldn't walk or put much weight on her legs. Even when carrying me, she was always super careful and patient. Keep an eye on the fruits, would you, Miss Lilia? I'm not sure how bumpy this will get when we cross the hills. Of course, young master. Saying that, I looked away. But when I did, I frowned. Purple mana, an old injury. Was it possible? A poison laced with mana? No, mana that turned into a poison in and of itself? It seemed like I'd need to do a lot more serious research on that healing magic of mine. Chapter 20, Young Child, a Big Event. I hadn't noticed it, mostly because I hadn't celebrated it much in my previous life either, but this world didn't have a custom of celebrating birthdays. At least, not every year. Instead, there were 3 major birthdays celebrated: 5, 10, and 15. The first was probably because that was around the time that parents could be reasonably certain the child would survive to adulthood. The third was the age of majority in this world. Basically the age you would get treated as an adult and set free to do whatever you wanted. A bit younger than what I was used to, but when the world was apparently filled with dangerous monsters, it made sense. History showed that back on Earth too, I think. As for the second at 10 years old, that was just the midway point between childhood and adulthood. The halftime show, so to speak. Anyway, it was my 5th birthday all of a sudden. Well, I thought it was all of a sudden, but I guess in hindsight I should have seen it coming. Like Miss Lilia mentioned, time did fly. So, today was a busy day. Mom, Miss Lilia, and Miss Roxy were busy preparing for the party. Turned out, that was what all the ingredients were for. They were all hard at work preparing a wonderful feast to celebrate my birthday. As for me and my dad, ha! I stepped forward and swung my stick. A fast slash, whipping through the air at my dad's face. Not bad, not bad. My dad grinned and casually tilted his head to the side. Looks like we'll need to bump up to real sparring soon instead of just you trying to hit me. I clicked my tongue. It was annoying. I'd been secretly training my body and abusing healing magic to try and catch up to my dad, but he was just too good. Right now we were doing target practice. Except, the target was my dad's face. Apparently, he said he had super great reflexes for dodging attacks to his face from past incidents. I didn't believe him. Well, I believe that he had good reflexes from past incidents because my dad looked like a pretty boy flirt in the past who just got buff, but I didn't believe that he could dodge each of my attacks. But damn it, he did. I brought my stick back and frowned, staring at my dad's stance. What? Give up already, Rudy? Can't even hit your old man? I stared at my dad, assessed my past performance, and then I seriously nodded and said, "You're right. I can't hit you like this." It had already been 4 hours. 4 straight hours. 4 hours with me running at full speed and wildly swinging my stick around at random while using healing to constantly restore my stamina and get better, bit by bit. I was hoping for Dad to tire out a bit. Enough for me to whack that insufferable face at least once. But he didn't get tired at all. He was sweating, sure, but that was it. Instead of slowing down or getting worn out, he got more excited as we progressed and started doing some crazy evasive maneuvers. Jumping on all fours and crawling around like a dog. Cartwheels. Rolling on the floor. Crazy footwork that looked like breakdancing. Some more footwork that looked like ballet. It was annoying. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was my dad and that I was practicing my sword skills, I would have smacked him in the head with a water whip. Hell, if this was a random guy I met on the road, I wouldn't have hesitated to just open up a pit beneath him and let loose. Because screw that noise. My dad laughed and wiped his face with his shirt. Don't feel bad, Rudy. I told you, didn't I? I'm a genius. No matter how smart you are, it'll take you time to reach my toes, let alone hit my face. I sighed and lowered my stick. Seems like it. My dad was a bit too arrogant for my liking, but he had a right to be. Handsome, muscular, a bit cocky but with the skills to back it up. Not only that, but a natural intuition to predict moves and the ability to react fast enough to them that it didn't matter what you tried. He was stupid, but he was a genius. An oxymoron almost, but it was true. If I had to compare, my dad was just like a harem shounen protagonist who retired with the main love interest. Stupidly strong and talented for no reason, no brains, but the looks and charm to pull it off even while having an annoying demeanor. Well, I guess it helped that he was also a genuinely decent guy at heart. You had to squint a bit at times to see it though between his trash talk, ego, and puffery. My dad walked up to me and ruffled my hair. Don't worry, Rudy. Luckily for you, You inherited the smarts from your mom's side of the family and a decent amount of skill from me. I'm sure that you'll get to where I am in a few years. I smiled. You really mean that, Dad? Of course. Though, by that time I'll probably already be saint ranked. Ha ha ha. Who? Just you wait. Give me 2 years, and I swear. Boys! My mom waved from the front door and said, "We're ready." Coming, Mom. I looked at my dad and said, "You want a quick rinse?" Yeah. That'd be Griaboha. CC cold. Ah. Sorry. I gave him a blank look and sent a wave of warm air to dry off the cold water I dumped on him. Don't want to keep them waiting, you know? My dad laughed. Yeah. Guess I deserve that anyway. Ah, but go ahead, Rudy. I'll air out for a bit first. Can't show up reeking like a pig, right? All right. I'll see you soon then, Dad. Don't stay out here too long. With that said, I headed inside. Paul watched his son walk back into the house. The moment Rudy's back was gone, Paul doubled over and rubbed his legs and arms to get out the cramps. Arg, what a crazy son I've got. It seemed like Rudy didn't notice, but that was close. Way too close. For hours, and he didn't even break a sweat. Rudy sure as hell inherited the good old Greyrat stamina. Insane. Was it because Rudy was determined to catch up to him? At first, Rudy didn't have any talent for the sword. Or for working out. But then he started improving. It was slow at first. Barely noticeable. But these days, it was impossible not to notice. Paul stretched and then shook out his limbs. After that, he looked inside the house and said, "The power of youth sure is scary, huh?" Was this how his father felt back then, watching him run around with a sword in his hand? Thinking about that brought a bitter smile to Paul's face. The old man would have definitely liked Rudy. He was everything that Paul wasn't. Smart, polite, and humble. In exchange, his talent with the sword wasn't that good, but it was getting better with every day. Paul wasn't sure if that was just because Rudy was growing, Paul was that good of a teacher, or Rudy just worked really hard because he hated being shown up. Probably that last bit. The look in Rudy's eyes got pretty mean near the end there. Almost like him when he was getting smacked around by those noble brats back in the day. Ah. Paul rubbed his chin and muttered, "Guess Rudy has more of me in him than I thought." Now that Paul thought about it, he only ever started getting better at the sword after he got thrashed a few times. After that, he worked his ass off to shove it in their faces. Never could beat his dad though. The old guy was too strong, so he left instead after a big argument. But later, Paul sighed. Well, enough of that. He regretted it. Paul regretted it a lot. At the time, he was just a brat who didn't understand what he was doing or what other people thought. But now that he had Rudy, Paul looked up at the sky and muttered, "I'll at least try to be better than you, Dad." "Dear!" Zenith leaned out of the door and said, "What's taking so long? Did you get knocked out by Rudy?" Paul grinned and crossed his arms. As if. I'm just reveling in my victory, obviously. Rudy's sigh echoed from inside the house and he said, "It's my birthday, isn't it, Dad? Could you at least tone it down a bit?" Fine. I won't gloat about how you couldn't even hit my face once in the past 4 hours. A long-suffering sigh echoed. Paul laughed. A cozy and warm family dinner, with a delicious spread of food. Carved hams. Sausages. Stews. Fresh greens. Baked potatoes. A whole pig's head, slow-roasted in glass while garnished with fruits that looked like apples, cherries, and grapes. Giant loaves of bread, a whole roast chicken, pitchers of various fruit juice. They really went all out. Seated at the head of the table and staring at all of the home-cooked food before me, dishes that Mom, Miss Lilia, and Miss Roxy spent all day preparing. No! I was not about to cry. Not today. Damn it, body, I will not lose to you. Thank you. I sniffed and rubbed the tears from my eyes. But the moment I did, I plastered a wide smile on my face and said, thank you. I love you. Gah! What the hell did I just say? Silence. The warm atmosphere was cut in a single instant. But then... Kaya! My Rudy is so cute! My mom screamed and hugged herself, a sappy smile on her face. Young master. Lilia sniffed and dried her eyes with a handkerchief, a bright smile on her face. Rudy. Roxy's eyes watered as well and she smiled. It's an honor to be your teacher. Damn it! My dad averted his gaze and said, come on, Paul. You're a man. You're a man. Men don't cry. Ah. Okay, I thought it was just me, but maybe my self-affirmations were genetic too. After a moment for everyone to gather their bearings, it was time to eat. The food was great. Even if it wasn't super seasoned or fancy, the company, the fact that it was home cooked with love and care. It was nostalgic. I hadn't felt anything like this in a long, long time. When even was the last time someone threw a birthday party for me? I couldn't remember. And not just because my memories from my previous life were pretty much gone now. I knew that it had been a long time. That years and years had passed since I had a proper birthday party. And so it was good. Even if this wasn't the fanciest party, it was definitely the warmest. That was enough. A lively atmosphere. My dad, pulling off some neat sword tricks for entertainment. Like somehow ramming his sword down his throat while being perfectly fine. I got that sword swallowing was a thing, but I couldn't help but wonder just how and why he picked that skill up. But anyway, time passed while we enjoyed ourselves. The sun fell past the horizon and its light had to be replaced by candles. And then it was present time. My dad knelt down before me and held out a sheathed sword. Happy birthday, Rudy. Here's my present to you. I held out my hands. The moment I did, he dropped it. Paul! My mom gasped and quickly ran over. But it was fine. The sword was heavy, but it was only a couple pounds. And since I'd been continually working out with my healing exploit, it didn't feel that awkward in my arms. Other than the fact that it was as tall as I was. My dad laughed and said, it's fine. Rudy's a strong kid. Right, Rudy? I nodded. With all the training you do with me, I'd better be. Seriously. But anyway, let's check out my new gift. Eh? I blinked and looked at my dad. Is this a real sword, Dad? Yep. My dad nodded and stood up. Looking down at me, he said, you might be too small for that sword right now, but a man has to at least carry a sword in his heart. He gave me a faint smile and said, one day, you'll have a wife and kids of your own someday. At that time, Dad won't be around to help, you know? It will be your duty to protect them. And you can't get full of yourself just because you know a little magic. Despite his nonchalant words, it was a serious talk. A heartfelt speech, from father to son. Realizing that, I held the sword close to me and nodded. I understand, Dad. I'll work hard. My dad blinked and then he let out a sigh. Geez. I keep forgetting how serious you are. He rubbed the back of his head before placing his hand on mine. Rudy. Yes, Dad? He smiled and said, I won't ask you to choose only the sword or magic. But I want you to not regret whatever you do and be serious about it, alright? A man. His gaze turned a bit distant and said, if a man chooses his path, he has to stick with it to the end. No matter what anyone else says. Got it? An uncharacteristically serious tone. When my dad said those words, they were definitely heartfelt and also tinged with a familiar emotion. Regret. I didn't know what he went through, but... I got it, Dad. I nodded and said, I'll make sure to become someone I can be proud of. Wait. That you can be proud of? What about me? In an instant, my dad's jovial demeanor came back. He poked me in the forehead and said, "What am I now, chopped liver?" I laughed. He smiled back at me and then stepped away, looking to the side. After him was my mom. She had her hands behind her back as she walked over, hiding my present. "Happy birthday, Rudy." She smiled and then pulled out what she was hiding. "Here you go." It was a book. But it wasn't just any book. "No way." Hee. My mom grinned and held the book out to me. I gingerly took the book from her and flipped through it. "I know how much you like magic, so mommy pulled some strings to get you a primer on healing magic." She grinned and said, "Do you dash?" Before she could finish, I rushed forward and hugged her. "Thank you, Mom. It's just what I wanted." "Of course." My mom patted my back and said, "Mommy knows her cute son best." "I love you, Mom." "Thank you so much." "Mommy loves you too, Rudy." She patted my back again and then stepped away. I walked back and carefully set the healing primer down by my sword and then headed back. Next was Lilia. She walked forward and bowed her head. "I'm sorry that I don't have much to give you, young master. But I hope that you enjoy this small gift." After saying that, she held out her gift. It was a cozy gray scarf. But it wasn't just any scarf. It was one that I remembered seeing Lilia work on from time to time. "This is for me?" I carefully held it up and took a look. Tightly knit weaves. My name woven in on either side in black. Lilia nodded and said, "It isn't much compared to your other presents, but dash." Before she could finish, I ran up and hugged her. "Thank you, Miss Lilia." Lilia tensed. But then she sighed and patted my back. "No, Rudy. Thank you." My eyes widened and I leaned back to look at her. Lilia smiled and then gently patted my head. "Miss Lilia dash. Now. Lilia gently pushed me away and said, "You have one more person to receive a present from." After that, she stepped back. And then it was Roxy's turn. She walked forward and knelt down, holding out a small staff? Wand? "Here, Rudy." I blinked and took it from her. And the moment I did, my eyes widened. A carefully carved base. A metal container at one end, holding 6 polished gems that looked almost like spiraling comets in a cage. But more importantly than that, I could see it. Miss Roxy's mana, etched throughout the entire item and carefully circulating around tightly knit magic circles. A beautiful soft blue, the same color as her hair. "Miss Roxy?" I turned to look at her and said, "This is..." Roxy sighed. "It's customary for teachers to give their students magic wands once they mastered beginner magic, but since you could already use it, I forgot. But this should help solve your issue with incantations." She pointed to the 6 comets and said, "These aren't high-grade magic stones, but I've arranged them with some magic formations to help stabilize any magic you might use." Whoa! I turned the wand over, marveling at its structure. "Miss Roxy." "No. Master. Master is amazing." "Yeah?" Roxy gasped and said, "And Master?" She blinked and quickly shook her hands. "No. I'm not Dash. No. Miss Roxy is definitely my master. And not just my master, but a master of magic." I stared at the glittering magic array and sighed. Master took my questions and found the answers. Not only that, but you applied them and made this to help me. If that's not a master, then what is? It was a work of art. Not only that, but it combined everything that I had subtly suggested and inquired about in all of our lessons. Did magic circles have to be engraved? What would happen if you chained magic circles together? Could you stabilize spells by creating an overlapping chain of magic circles with elemental foci? They were just random throwaway questions that I didn't expect Roxy to know or answer. But she did. Not only that, but she put the answer into practice and used it to make something to help me with my own magic instead of hers. I couldn't even imagine how long it took to make the wand. No. Considering how Roxy holed herself up in her room the past few days and postponed my lessons, I could probably guess. Blood, sweat, tears, and wishes were woven into the wand. I was sure of it. Gingerly holding the wand to my chest, I bowed to Roxy and said, "I'll cherish it forever, Master." Roxy sighed. "There's no need to be so reverent over it. That's just something I made in a rush. So Master could make something even more amazing if you had the time?" Incredible. I knew it. She was definitely a genius, no, a super genius. A real one that didn't just pretentiously skip all the steps but worked from the bottom up. Why yes. I knew it. Master is amazing. No. Roxy sighed and shook her head. Rudy is amazing. She stood up and reflexively reached for her hat. But when she realized it wasn't there, she lowered her hand. After that, she turned to look at me, a serious look on her face. Rudy. Yes, Master? There's very little left I have to teach you. Huh? Wait. What? Roxy smiled and said, "You've worked very hard. Because of that, the only thing I have left to teach you is my super secret spell. Do you remember?" I remembered. There was no way I could forget that masterful spell or the way Roxy controlled it. But... Really? Then are you going to leave? Roxy nodded. A sudden cold pit in my stomach. Right. That was right. Roxy wasn't here forever. She was my magic tutor. Someone who was here to help teach me magic. But it was temporary. Roxy had her own life too. That was right. Someone as brilliant as her, someone as bright as her would no doubt get fed up by someone like me. Rudy. Her quiet voice called out. I looked up to stare at her. A soft smile. A young and beautiful face that I had gotten used to seeing. Used to having around in my life. I'll hold your graduation exam tomorrow. Understood. Tomorrow. The day where I would have my last lesson with Roxy. The day where I would learn all that she had to teach me. The day where these fun lessons and happy days with her would end. In that case, if it was really going to be the end of it all, I should at least. Chapter 21, Young Child, Bidding Farewell. My room. Since everyone was caught up in the festivities and had a bit too much alcohol, they were all knocked out and already slumbering in dreamland. The only person left awake in the house was me. Just me, myself, and I. Master. I sat at my desk, idly twirling around the one that Roxy made for me. A lot. She had given me a lot throughout this time period. My cute, beautiful, and intelligent teacher. No, Master. My magic master taught me and gave me so much during our time together. I really didn't want it to end. If I could, I would love for her to be here forever. Heh. Is this what puppy love feels like? I'd heard about it before, but it was something else feeling it in person. But I suppose it was inevitable. Roxy. Miss Roxy was young. Beautiful. And she was smart. Really smart. In all honesty, a person would have to be stupid to not at least have a crush on her. And considering how young I was too, whether I wanted to or not, I definitely had feelings for her. Well, I probably would anyway if I was grown up. A cute and intelligent young woman like that was definitely my type. Not to mention that it was really rare to find someone you could just bounce and test ideas off of or get sidetracked into long esoteric conversations exploring the depths of the universe. Man, it was going to suck after tomorrow, huh? I shook my head and then placed my wand off to the side. After that, I picked up the healing primer my mom gave me for a present. It was from the holy country of Meles, as expected. She mentioned pulling some strings to get it, so I could be assured of its quality. Then, I flipped through the book and stared at the pages with a discerning eyes. Not like this. I couldn't let Roxy leave like this. I needed to pay her back. To give something to her that would help her as much as she had helped me. And the only thing I could think of was, why are my eyes like this? Are they really my eyes, or is it something else? I mumbled and flipped through the book. Yes. Like I thought, the book wasn't just incantations and formations. It also showed some pictures of anatomy and talked about some theory behind why healing spells worked the way they did. But there wasn't a concrete answer. There wasn't a concrete answer to my question. If it was possible to see mana, why was that? And could the eyes be tuned to perceive mana as a wavelength? Or was it something else entirely? But of course, it was a question no one could answer or test. The most I saw was a reference to something called Demon Eye, which was apparently a special ability that could be granted by some demon lord. But the book called it heresy and only warned against it. It didn't describe it. But that was a start. I leaned back in my chair to think. Why could I see mana? It wasn't a fluke. I knew for a fact that I couldn't when I was first born. It was only after I started manipulating mana more that I became able to see the floating ambient mana. Then that had something to do with it. Manipulating mana built up familiarity with it enough for the body to register mana around it. Yes. That was probably it. Similar to how martial artists could sense presences because of how familiar they were at moving their body. Because I was so familiar with moving my mana, I could sense outside mana. But that wasn't the end of it. Sensing shouldn't have evolved into seeing. So how did that happen? It had to be that. Since I was a baby when I was doing everything, my senses were all mixed together. So in sorting out that information, my brain jumbled it up. Now that I stopped to think about it, I had been moving my mana around my body like it was blood. And a few times, I focused it around my eyes. Could it be that simple? No. It couldn't be. Think, Rudy. How and why did this happen? How could you recreate it? How could you test it? Wait. I flipped through the book again. Didn't I see something about barrier magic? Yes. There it was. One of the 4 subsets of healing magic was barrier magic. Also known as protection magic. It was a support magic that basically acted like buffs. And one that could create a bounded field to bestow or prevent certain characteristics. Just what I wanted. Then, the most basic one. I grabbed my wand. If my hypothesis is correct, every branch of magic was the same at its core. The initial process was the exact same each time, with the changes occurring only afterwards. So then if I casted the barrier spell, and if it was possible to skip the incantation and magic circle of a spell with enough will and imagination. No. One step at a time. First, the barrier spell. I held out my wand and started chanting. Divine protection shields us from sorrow and misfortune. It bestows upon us powerless the means to defend against tragedy and pain. Great spirits, grant this weak vessel your protection. Barrier. A surge of mana. Like always, the spell drew out my mana and changed it. But unlike the other mana I had seen, this was different. A regal and dark violet, almost black. Like the night sky. It spun out and then flashed around me. When it did, I felt a small shell. Thin, but fairly sturdy. As if I had some plastic covering my body. A few pokes showed that it wasn't just my imagination either. So test successful. Then, time to experiment. First, sealing my vision. If that worked, then I could gauge the state I was in from there and work backwards. And if it didn't? No. It had to. It would. Gritting my teeth, I stared at my hand with bloodshot eyes and went to work. The soft clop of horse hooves. The warm sunlight and the gentle breeze. I closed my eyes and leaned back against Roxy, riding on top of my dad's horse with her. Roxy sighed and patted my head. Are you that upset about me leaving, Rudy? Enough that you couldn't sleep? No. I was just studying to make sure that I passed the exam. It was true, in part. I was up late studying. But it wasn't to make sure I passed the exam. At least, not just that. I wanted to show her. I wanted to show my master all that I learned from her. Where her teaching led me, and also how much further she had left to go. I could see it, after all. I pretended not to notice, but I saw her discouraged she was at how easy I picked things up. But that was a lie. Unlike her, I wasn't a genius. All I had was a cheat that let me see mana. If she had that, I was sure she would be able to go much further than me. So that she could keep shining even after she left. I cracked my eyes open and looked to my left. There, something floated just out of reach. A carefully and meticulously crafted self-perpetuating three-dimensional magic circle contained and comprising of a barrier spell. Something created with blood, sweat, tears, and a wish. Just like the one Roxy made for me. But that was for later. Right now I just wanted to enjoy the little time left with Roxy. Roxy sighed and said, "It will be hard for you if you aren't well rested, you know? Don't worry. Healing magic is OP. Don't worry about it." I was fine. Despite getting literally zero sleep, I casted healing throughout the night. It probably wasn't healthy, but it was enough for today. Roxy sighed again and brushed my hair. "You are childish at the most surprising times, Rudy. And Master is mature at the most important times." Hold on. Does that mean you think I'm immature all the other times? Master said it, not me. Geez. Not even graduated yet and you're talking to me like that. What an ungrateful student of mine. Harsh words. But considering the soft tone she said it in and how she brushed my hair, she didn't mean it. I knew she didn't mean it. It still kind of hurt though. Sorry. Don't apologize. If you're going to be my student, you should hold your head high, you know? After this, you're probably going to be the youngest saint-rank magician around. Yes, Master. Honestly. Roxy sighed again. Do you really want me to not leave yet, Rudy? If you don't, I can stay a little longer. I opened my eyes and sat up, turning to look at Roxy. She gave me a soft smile and said, "I don't mind watching my cute little student grow up a bit more." No. I turned around and said, "All things come to an end sometime, Master." I suppose they do, Rudy. The rest of the trip continued on in silence. Since Roxy was going to use the spell in full this time, we headed far out past the village so that no one could be hurt. Unlike the last mess we caused where I tried out the intermediate ranked spells. We're here. Roxy stopped the horse by a tree grove and then got off. She turned around to reach for me, but I jumped off by myself. Ah. Roxy paused and then pulled her hands back. After that, she tied the horse to the tree and walked a few paces away. I followed after her. Roxy held out her staff and then turned to look at me. Watch closely. Because I'm just demonstrating, I'll only hold it for a minute. But you pass if you can hold it for an hour. Understood. Roxy paused and turned to look at me. Did she sense my reservation? She smiled and said, "There's no need to be nervous, Rudy. I believe in you." That wasn't what I was nervous about, and that was what made me feel like this in the first place. A cute, kind, caring young girl who patiently taught me this entire time. Someone whose smiles I had burned into my memory. Whose diligence and patience I could never forget. Whose knowledge and brilliance I not only respected but admired. And after today, she would leave. Man. To think that I'd have a crush like this. Still. I quietly locked the feelings away. Facing her soft expression, I plastered on a smile and nodded. Thank you, Master. Yes. The only words I had to give her. Then I'll begin. Roxy turned away and waved her staff. As she did, she started to chant. "O great water spirit, the son of the Lightning Emperor who ascended to the skies. Fulfill my wishes, rain down your ferocious blessings, and show me your strength to this tiny existence. Let your godly hammer strike the anvil, and demonstrate your authority and devour the earth with water. Ah, the rain! Destroy and wash everything away. Cumulonimbus. A long chant that sounded like a prayer. With it, the surroundings immediately darkened. A few seconds later, heavy rain fell from the sky. Hurricane winds whipped up and lightning crackled in the midst of the dark clouds. It was familiar. The same spell that I saw last time. But this time, I watched closer. How the blue threads spun into existence. How the green wove into it, along with crackling yellow. The faint streaks of red. And then a mistake happened. Lightning flashed, striking down on the tree where our horse was tied to. A shrill neigh. Roxy's panicked rush to heal the horse. A clumsy, but hard-working appearance. Damn it. If we only met at a similar age. I sighed. Roxy managed to heal the horse, and after wrangling a promise out of me to not tell my dad, it was my turn. I slowly walked out, holding my wand in my right hand and staring at the clear skies. Learning from her mistake, behind me Roxy encased herself and the horse in earthen walls. So there weren't any distractions. It was time. Time to show the result of my lessons. To finally show to the one who believed in me what I could do. What I had obtained. I waved my wand, spinning out the threads in the same way Roxy did. A genius. A prodigy. In my previous life, I was held to those expectations. And I always fell short. In the end, I picked myself up and managed to accomplish something. But just as I did, my life was cut short. So I was afraid. Afraid to meet those expectations and disappoint the ones I loved. Afraid the world would cut me down again if I tried. But for the one who taught me everything. For the one who let me be who I was without reservation or judging. For the brilliant and cute master of mine who made my days fun and let me believe in myself a little again. I'll give it my all. Roxy called out to me. You can start any time, Rudy. I nodded. Understood, master. Let's do this. Cumulonimbus. It was a spell that used mana to gather clouds, generate electricity and winds, and then make an artificial storm front. A long chant to visualize that image. A power that required a prayer to visualize it. I didn't need that. I took a deep breath and then focused. The hypotheses that I quietly tested. The theories I slowly built up. Mana filled the sky. And mixed in with that, I could see the remnants of Roxy's spell. I ignored them. Instead, I swept out my wand. Winds, gather. Not a prayer. A command. At the same time, a magic circle sprang into being. The result of my tests. A triple-layered approach that declared your intent, crystallized it with a magic circle, and then bound it by directly channeling mana into the form envisioned. Flames, warm. A formation to control the heat. Lightning, crackle. Another to manage the static discharge. Water, vaporize. And the last to manage the clouds and vapor. Yeah. Roxy sounded surprised. Wait. Rudy dash. I held out my left hand and declared my spell onto the world. Cumulonimbus. A fifth formation erupted in the air. The control module to direct and combine all the other elements as one. The answer to the question we both wondered. It was a given that it was possible to shape mana to your will and cast spells with just intent and a clear image. But how could you do that with something super complicated? Below the advanced rank, it was possible to just imagine things. But beyond that, it was difficult. Possible, but difficult. So how could that be made easier? How could it be translated so that even an idiot could use it? There was a simple answer. And someone who was familiar with it from Earth could have figured it out. Magic was a formula. but it was a pain to derive the result by hand each time. Back on Earth, the same was true for complex equations. So how did we solve that? Programming. Taking individual pieces, abstracting them out, making interlinked modules. The result was in front of me. I thought about it back in the past. That these magic circles were too simple. That I could do it better. That there was definitely a way to make it optimized for particular results. And here it was. Magical arrays. It was a ridiculous sight. Roxy knew just how talented Rudy was from teaching him, but she never expected this. 5 glittering magic arrays. But not inscribed in anything. Instead, they were floating in midair. Self-inscribing with mana. A shortened chant that sounded more like an activation than a proper incantation. And Rudy did it. He cast Cumulonimbus. But it wasn't just a simple cast. Her mind flashed back to questions he asked in the past. Is it possible to draw magic arrays with mana, teacher? Can't you control a spell by adjusting it with formations? A spell is just a complicated puzzle of mana, right? Aren't chants just visualization helpers? We can use better ones if they make a more vivid picture, right? Roxy shook her head and turned to look at Rudy. A casual gaze. Alert, but not too focused. Enough to where he could continue to respond to threats if he needed to. It was a ridiculous feat. Even Roxy had to take care to control everything to make sure nothing went wrong. But she could see it. Lightning struck down, but before it did, it was dispersed. Rain flew, but it stopped before it hit the ground. And the wind howled, but it flew around them, like the eye of the storm. And absolute control. Rudy turned to look at Roxy, his eyes glowing a bright and enchanting green. At that time, Roxy couldn't help but think. Ah, what a pity. If we had met when you were just a little older. Still, she put that thought away and focused. Rudy. Can you control that? An obvious question. But to be sure, she asked. Rudy nodded. Of course. And can you dismiss it? Rudy waved his hand. And with it, the clouds dispersed. As if the weather was just a lie, everything turned back to normal. Like this? A casual remark. No, he was trying to play tough and arrogant like Paul. But Rudy always had a bad poker face. Still. Roxy smiled. Walking over to him, she placed her hand on his shoulder and said, Congratulations, Rudy. From now on, you can consider yourself a Water Saint rank magician. Rudy tensed. At the same time, Roxy heard a small sniff. But that was all. Thank you, Master. No, Rudy. Thank you. You don't have to leave, Roxy. My mom held Roxy's hand and said, It's fine if you want to stay. There's still a lot I haven't cooked for you yet. My dad nodded and said, Right. Even if your job as a tutor is over, you still have a place here. With all that you've done, the people from the village will definitely welcome you. I stayed quiet. Roxy smiled and shook her head. Thank you. But... She looked at me and said, Teaching Rudy has showed me just how far I have to go. She laughed and said, I can't hold my head up high in the future if I don't work hard now. Since Rudy calls me his master, I have to make sure I live up to that title. I clenched my fist. My dad noticed, then looked at me. Well, Rudy, are you going to say anything to Miss Roxy? It was a chance. An opportunity to express my feelings. To let her know how I felt. Roxy turned to look at me as well. Seeing her kind gaze, I bowed my head and said, Thank you for everything, Master. I will always, always, always remember what you taught me. Rudy! My dad let out a hushed whisper and nudged me in the ribs. At least try to make her stay. But I didn't waver. It was better like this. A clean farewell. Yes. It was better like this. But against my will, my eyes started to tear up and I started sniffling. Roxy sighed and then I felt a hand ruffle my hair. I looked up to see Roxy looking at me. Master? Congratulations on your graduation, Rudy. I didn't have time to prepare, but here. She held out an amulet to me, tied on a ribbon. I grabbed it, eyes wide. Another gift. It's Migurd's protection amulet. If you meet up with a hostile demon, you can present this and my name. Things will probably work out if you do. But don't rely on it. I brushed my eyes and smiled. Thank you. Then, if we're giving parting gifts, I have something for Master too. I stepped forward and then grabbed her hand. I've kept it a secret from Master and wanted to tell you later, but if it's going to be the last time, then. Tracing out the pattern of mana. Connecting it to the eyes, a self-sustaining formation written out in my own mana. The magical array that I formed just for this through a sleepless night of constant testing and debugging. I was worried. Worried that it wouldn't work. That it would fail at this last step. But when it connected to her mana, Roxy's eyes widened. She gasped and looked around the surroundings. Rudy. This. She turned back to look at me, and then her eyes widened even more. I smiled and said, Master opened up my eyes to the bright future. So with this, I hope Master can see her own way forward as well. After that, I let go and then ran away. I couldn't let Master see me crying. Roxy sighed and took a look back at the town she left behind. The place she had been living in for over 2 years. As she did, she looked down at her hand and at the world around her. What a ridiculous student I taught. A swirl of different colors that weren't there before. No, they had always been there, but just invisible. As to what they were. Mana. Mana sight. It was a theory. Something possible, but that hadn't been achieved. Similar to how Demon Lord Kishirika Kishirisu was said to possess and to grant a demon eye that allowed people to perceive magical power, mana sight was a theoretical ability that would allow individuals to perceive mana itself. And now Roxy possessed something similar. Yes. Similar. Roxy could tell right away. What she had now wasn't just mere sight. Out of curiosity, Roxy reached out to a thread of dark brown mana on the ground and pulled it up. When she did, she felt a thrum of power in her hands. And when she released it, a surge of stone spires erupted. How can you not call yourself a genius, Rudy? Roxy muttered. It was a ridiculous magical array. She couldn't even begin to fathom how it worked, but it seemed to self-perpetuate itself by drawing in ambient mana to supplement her own. And as a result, it adjusted her senses to be more sensitive to mana. But it wasn't just a mere spell. Instead, it was a training mechanism. Roxy could tell. While there was some help letting her see the world like this, her own mana was becoming attuned to it as well. Given time, this would be her natural vision. But even then, it would be a state she could shut off at will. It was something that went beyond a mere demon eye and sight. Instead, it was a supplementary spell that allowed a magician to be leaps and bounds above any other by possessing it. Direct manipulation of mana as well as the ability to perceive it. Roxy sighed and started walking again. I'll have to work hard. It was a gift with the heartfelt feelings and work of her first student. She couldn't squander it. Smiling, Roxy adjusted her hat and walked off, the wind blowing behind her back. Chapter 22, Young Child, Setting Off. The morning after Roxy left, I got up, washed my face and then headed over to her room. But halfway there, I stopped, remembering that she was gone. Right. I graduated. After casting cumulonimbus, I was officially a saint-ranked magician. The creme de la creme of magic users. And on paper, I was on the same footing as Roxy No, as my master. She had nothing left to teach me, so she left. But I wasn't. Not really. I could still remember it. That complete ease she had in controlling cumulonimbus. The way that she went about and directed each part of it like a conductor, perfectly manipulating each part. Ah. Except for when that lightning bolt hit Caravaggio and almost killed the horse. But that was because Roxy was lost in thought about leading too, so it didn't count. Staring at the empty room, I sighed. At that time, a voice echoed. My dad's. Oh. I turned around and saw him walk out of his room. He was already dressed for the day, wearing his usual long-sleeved shirt and pants, along with his sword sheathed at his left side. I gave him a half-hearted wave and said, "Morning, Dad." "You're up early, Rudeus." He shifted his gaze to the door in front of me and chuckled. "Suffering from heartache already, huh, kiddo? I don't know what you're talking about." I quickly turned away from the door and started walking outside. My dad laughed and then followed after me. Wrapping his arm around my shoulder, he said, "Cheer up, Rudy. The first one always holds a place in your heart, but there'll be plenty of other girls out there to heal the heartache. You just gotta find them." I rolled my eyes and brushed off his arm. "It's not that, Dad. I like Master, but not like that." "Really now?" "She told me that she'd wait a couple years for you, but I guess I should tell her Dash." "Master said what?" My dad grinned. I blinked and then kicked him in the shin. Gah! "What was that for?" "You're a jerk, Dad." "Damn it. Can't believe I fell for that. And what was I even thinking? Roxy's much older than me anyway. It wasn't like she'd be interested in a kid like that. Even if she was, the age difference would be a bit awkward. And now I'm thinking of dumb stuff again because of Dad." I sighed and headed back to my room. "Where are you going, Rudy?" "I'm going to grab my book, my wand, and then go exploring." My dad blinked. "Exploring?" "Yes. Exploring." I walked into my room and started prepping. I think I need some fresh air for once. Ah. Don't want to be reminded of your cute master. I got it, Rudy. I hate you, Dad. You didn't deny it. I grabbed the scarf that Miss Lilia made for me and wrapped it around my neck. After that, I picked up my wand and the healing primer. Staring at my sword, I was tempted to grab that as well, but I wasn't comfortable enough to use it properly. I decided to just leave it behind. Besides, if things got hairy, I could make a sword with ice magic using Ice Blade. My dad was still waiting outside of my room when I finished prepping. Seeing that, I sighed and said, "Don't you have anything better to do, Dad?" "Nope. It's my day off today." I figured that my son would be heartbroken and told everyone I'd spend the day to cheer you up. "You know, sometimes I wonder why Mom even bothers with you, Dad." "Ouch. I'm not that bad." "So you know that you're bad. Guilty as charged. Which is why you should be better." I rolled my eyes. My dad smiled. But then his face turned serious and said, "But Rudy, are you really fine? I know that saying goodbye for the first time is pretty painful, so if you want Dad to do anything to cheer you up." Ah. Right. Dad really didn't know how to be serious. Him cracking jokes was just his way of trying to lighten the mood. Realizing that, I gave him a genuine smile. "Thanks, Dad. But I'll be fine." Yes. This was just a passing phase anyway. Puppy love was like that. It was just this growing body's reaction to someone who I was close to and admired. That was all. So to get past that. Yep. Let's get busy. My dad stared at me and then let out a soft smile. He patted my shoulder and said, "You'll get through it, Rudy. Remember, time heals all wounds, and distance makes the heart grow fonder. If you really want to win Miss Roxy over, then just grow super strong and wow her when you meet again." And I told you, it's not like that, but thanks, Dad. I waved at him and said, "I'm heading off now." "All right, Rudy. Have fun. Wait. Where are you going?" "Around. Don't worry. If something happens, I'll send up a signal flare. And I'll be back by dark." Error. Stay out of trouble? I waved my wand and left. Now, there should be monsters in the forest, right? Paul scratched the back of his head and then let out a sigh. Watching Rudy's small form wander off in the distance, he frowned and said, "Is this really fine?" Rudy had never wandered far from the house. Then again, he never had a reason to. But it would be fine. Rudy had really good combat intuition. His son might only be above average with a sword, but in terms of magic, advanced rank magicians of a single element were already rare enough. Saint rank magicians were rarer still. And his son was a jack of all trades that could use all spells at advanced rank in every element as well as use a trump card of a saint-ranked water spell. There was nothing to worry about. Rudy was smart and knew how to fight. Not only that, but there was no monster around that could hurt him, and even if there was, Rudy could heal himself. Even so, Paul was surprisingly worried. Watching Rudy walk off, Paul let out a sigh. Damn it. If Paul was feeling like this after Rudy just went out to play, how did his dad feel when he left? Rudy was coming back. And he was strong enough to where it would have to be someone or something that Paul had trouble with to hurt him. But when Paul left home, he hadn't been like that. Paul was older, yes. Since he left at 12, he wasn't completely helpless. Even so, Paul left without a single coin to his name, and with just average sword skills. He didn't have the right to hold his head up high without worry. And he had struggled a lot afterwards too. If Paul was this worried when Rudy was much better off than he had been, then what about his dad? Was that why he died right after Paul left? Did the guilt and regret from the argument affect him that much? Did the worry about whether Paul was still alive finally push the old man over the edge? Paul remembered. He threw away the notice name and his noble ties to try and make a name for himself. Because of that, he didn't make contact with anyone from his family. Not until recently when he asked for help from his cousin Philip. So that meant that his dad never knew. He never knew that Paul was still alive, or that he managed to make a living for himself. And he died like that. No doubt regretting his decision to the very end and rethinking what ifs. Rethinking what would have happened if he hadn't tossed out that ultimatum. Paul grit his teeth and subconsciously clenched his hand around his sword hilt. It was the old man's fault in the first place. If the guy hadn't tried to force Paul to follow his path. Ah. But did the old man know any better? Paul was an only child. Not only that, but there hadn't been anyone to help the old man out. The guy had been working hard every day, but didn't he also try to spend time with Paul? That time was in the form of crappy noble etiquette lessons or history. But now that Paul thought about it, the old man enjoyed that sort of stuff. It was all the guy really knew other than the sword. If Rudy didn't like training, if Zenith and Lilia weren't around, wouldn't Rudy have acted the same way that he did? Called Paul an old man who kept trying to force him to do something he wasn't good at? Start getting annoyed at Paul and then decide that he had enough and run off? Ha! Paul let out a deep sigh and muttered, "I'm really a lucky bastard, aren't I?" Rudy was different from Paul. His son was kind and patient. Not only that, but he was smart. A real genius, unlike Paul, who was really only good at chasing girls and using his sword. Paul could understand it a bit now. The father that he hated and didn't get along with because he thought they were too different. When it came down to it, the guy was just trying his best. Like Paul. Except, unlike Rudy, Paul had been an ungrateful bastard who didn't think about his father at all. Not like Rudy, who enjoyed spending time with his parents. Who kept coming back to train with Paul even though he got made fun of him and beat up each time instead of being taught. Who didn't complain when his parents went out to work and just enjoyed the time they had together. Who was happy when they were happy, who panicked because he was worried he couldn't fulfill his parents' expectations. Because of all that. Damn. Guess people really do change when they have kids, huh? Master Paul? A polite voice called out from behind. Lilia's. Paul flinched. But he played it off as a yawn and turned around. Morning, Lilia. Lilia nodded and then turned to look after Rudy. She raised her hand to block the sunlight from her eyes and then said, "Is the young master going out to play?" Paul nodded. "That's right. Seems like he's too tired of being cooped up at home. Or he's missing his cute teacher too much." Lilia sighed and put her hand down. "I hope nothing happens. This is the first time young master's set out alone. He's mature and competent, but it'll be fine." Paul turned to watch after his son shrinking back and said, "I bet Rudy will come back later today with a bunch of fun stories. Just you watch." Lilia paused and then let out a warm smile. "Yes. Knowing the young master, he will." Saying that, Lilia turned back to see Rudy off. Paul glanced over to look at Lilia. And when he did, he froze. Paul had never really noticed it until now. But seeing that soft and motherly smile on Lilia's face instead of her usual carefully crafted expression. "Beautiful." Lilia glanced at Paul and then nodded. "It really is, isn't it?" She looked up at the sky and said, "A wonderful day for Rudy's first adventure." Yeah." Paul quickly nodded and stared after Rudy. "I hope he has fun." "Damn it, Paul. Stop that. You have Zenith already. Besides, didn't you forget what you did to Lilia that day? Even if you liked her like that, what you did? Well, why don't you take responsibility?" An idle thought echoing in his head. Paul stopped to think about that. "You did with Zenith too, didn't you? And doesn't Rudy like Miss Lilia a lot? Won't he be happy to have two moms?" No. Paul couldn't do that. And even if he did, Zenith would never forgive him. Plus, he promised. But Rudy likes Lilia more anyway, so does it matter? He spends more time with her than with his real mom. He'll be a bit sad at first, but don't you think he'll be happier? That's Master Paul? Ah. Paul shook his head. "Sorry, Lilia. I was thinking about something." "What did you say?" "I asked if Miss Zenith is aware that Rudy is going out alone." Paul froze. Well dash. "Rudy! Are you okay, sweetie? Mommy's here to give you a hug if you're sad." "Rudy?" Lilia gave Paul a blank stare. Paul broke out in cold sweat. Maybe he should have woken Zenith up first. Chapter 23, Young Child. A strange white mist. "Oh! It's the young master." "Hi there." "Greetings, young master." I smiled and waved at the villagers I passed. Most of them were people I became acquainted with after helping Roxy out, but there were some new people who called out to me as well. It seemed like I was starting to get a reputation for myself. Though, being called young master. It wasn't wrong, but it felt weird. I mean, Dad was technically a knight, so it was accurate. But social classes are weird. I muttered under my breath and kept walking. It was always a thing. I mean, it was hard to not notice how our house was the nicest. Not only that, but then there was the fact that I could have a magic teacher personally instruct me for over 2 years, and that there was Miss Lilia there as well. But seeing it firsthand, the village wasn't terrible. The houses were well constructed and nobody looked underfed or in bad shape. But everyone around looked used to the sun and hard work. Even the kids were tanned. They were happy, but it was also a stark difference. I nodded to myself and said, "You were lucky. Don't forget. I somehow got a second chance at life." Not only that, but it was a second chance in a recently well-off family with loving parents. One where they supported me and gave me the resources I asked for to help me go along. I had to remember. This was a world similar to medieval times. Nobility existed and was a real thing. Not only that, reading was a privilege of the elite. Books were expensive. So I shouldn't waste it. I'll need to look into it later. Right now, magic was just used for combat. Not only that, but it was largely determined by luck whether a person would have the potential for magic. At least, according to common sense. But I doubted that common sense. Not only that, but magic would be an equalizer. If it could be systematically distilled and granted to everyone. Ah. Wait. That would immediately cause a power struggle. Let's leave this issue aside for later. Democracy and republics had their fair share of issues. Not to mention complicated. I was already sick of politics in my last life. I really didn't want to get involved in it in this one. I stretched and took a look around. I was passing through the village on my way to the forest. Since I had a book of healing spells to play with, I needed things to test it out on. From what I knew, healing spells also worked on plants. We had a few trees and flowers back at home, but those were plants that Mom carefully cultivated for these past 5 years. She'd be really sad if they got hurt, so I didn't want to mess with them. Forest it was. Not only that, but there should be some animals and monsters to experiment on too. I wouldn't be cruel, of course. It wasn't like I was going to catch a squirrel and dissect it. But if say a wild boar or wolf attacked me, it was fair game for what happened to them afterwards, right? Right. I wasn't a psychopath, I swear. Or a serial killer. Or a sociopath. Maybe. Probably? Well, I didn't have any voices in my head telling me to murder anything, and I didn't particularly want to go kill things, so it should be fine. Anyway, adventuring. After walking some more and greeting the farmers along the way, I arrived at the forest. And when I did... I blinked and looked around. That's weird? The air was dense and covered in mist. At least, it looked like it was covered in mist. But that mist felt too energetic to be simply mist. And it also felt like someone was watching me. I frowned and then placed my right hand over my eyes. After that, I muttered, "Barrier, seal my gaze." A faint flicker of dark violet mana, followed by a pair of magic formations blinking into existence. It wasn't really a spell. At least, not anything official. I still needed to work out the kinks on making it a real spell by fixing up the magic circles so that anyone could replicate it, but right now it worked. Maybe I should compile my notes and send them off to Master Roxy. She would definitely be able to come up with something useful out of it. And I should probably send her it anyways so that she could figure out what I gave her. Wait, I was getting sidetracked again. I lowered my hand and then opened my eyes. I could see a faint violet magic circle overlapping my vision. The inevitable result of that barrier spell sealing my mage, mana, or whatever sight. But I couldn't see anything else. The forest was just beautiful greenery. Trees softly swaying in the wind, birds chirping in the distance, sunlight filtering down through the foliage. I frowned and dissipated the barrier spell. And the moment I did that, the surroundings turned misty again. Is it a monster? I frowned and made a makeshift stone backpack to hold my book. After placing it there and securing it, I pulled out my wand, quickly tracing out basic magic circles for each of the magic stones. Fire, water, wind, earth, and for good measure, lightning and healing. With those up and running, I could instacast anything advanced rank and below, as well as cumulonimbus in a pinch. For good measure though, I traced out the basic magic barrier spell in my left hand and formed a magic circle to keep it in place. Whatever the source of this mana was, I could tell that it wasn't friendly. Not only that, but it seemed slippery. As if it was trying to pretend it wasn't here. And it was doing that pretty well. If I couldn't see it, I would have just thought that there was a bunch of mana in the area. But I could, so I had to handle it. Dad said that he, Mom, and Master Roxy went to go check out the forest, but they didn't find anything other than monsters. But they couldn't see mana like I could, so they probably just took out a strong monster and thought that was the end of it. But if the mana was this thick already, and if it had been growing denser like my dad said, I had a feeling things would get out of hand soon if no one resolved it. Well, I suppose I did want to experiment with barrier spells. I was fairly confident. Even if it was a powerful monster, I could run away. In the worst-case scenario, I could just swap over all my magic circles and my 1 to barrier magic and do a ×6 magic barrier. In theory. I'd rather not have to test that theory though. I muttered. Damn it. Maybe I should have just got over myself and told Master Roxy about me seeing mana earlier. I'd been scared of her treating me differently, but knowing her she would have just accepted it and helped me research it. Actually, she probably would have been ecstatic. And probably stick around longer. And then, maybe. Ugh. I shook my head and started walking into the forest. Dad's such a bad influence. Got me thinking about Master Roxy like that. There was too much of an age difference anyway. But maybe a few years later. Why don't you just go on an adventure then? I bet if you become an S-ranked adventurer or conquer a few magical labyrinths, she'd be pretty interested, you know? I flinched and spun around. What the hell? It was a clear voice in my head. It sounded like mine too. If I hadn't been paying attention, I might even have thought it was. But it wasn't. I frowned and kept walking, slowly keeping an eye out. And as I did, I started thinking. I wasn't a genius anyway. I worked hard, but there was a wall I couldn't surpass. Like Roxy, like my dad. No matter how hard I worked, there'd be a limit I'd face one day. If both of them worked as hard as I did, I'd never be able to catch up. So then why not just live it up? You're a saint-ranked magician and you're young. Even if you can't catch up to them, you'd live a pretty good life anyway, wouldn't dash. Got you. I swiped my left hand through the air. At the same time, I swept my wand up, swapping out the magic circles for 6 barrier spells. Like a fishing reel being unspun by a giant fish, my crimson mana poured out of me to fuel the magic circles. But at the same time, that misty mana started to converge on the barrier spell. There you are. A voice. Not mine, but someone else's. A greasy male voice that sounded like a used car salesman. Charming too. Enough to where a person might get caught unaware if they weren't already suspicious. And one that responded to my words with similar ones. My eyes widened and I quickly finished my barrier spell. But it didn't matter. As soon as the voice said it found me, the white mana vanished. Completely dispersed like it wasn't there. I squinted to make sure it wasn't just playing any tricks. That thing was slippery. It was possible that it was just hiding from me and biding its time. So I waited. Carefully scanning the surroundings, constantly keeping up a barrier spell. But nothing. A ghost? I muttered and took a look around. It was possible. That mana certainly felt like a malevolent spirit. But to vanish so suddenly. I frowned and grabbed my book again. It was a healing magic primer, but there were other spells in there too. I remembered something about divine attack, right? Spells meant to target spiritual beings? Ah. There it is. O holy spirits of light and fortune, heed my prayer and slay the evil before me. Light ball dot. A flash of white light. Similar color to the mist that just attacked me, but more pure. Not sinister like the mist I saw earlier, but holy. I carefully observed the flow and the way it converted my mana. And then after that, I pulled back my mana from the barrier spell. Almost immediately, the sinister white mist came back, as if it was waiting for that chance. But I acted first. Taking about half of my total mana, I converted it into that holy mana and spread it out, wreathing my body with my own personal white mist. The moment I did, I heard a voice talking. But it was covered in static, like I was hearing it off a distorted radio. You. Laplace? Possible. Can't see. Future. Have to. That white mist vanished again. This time though, instead of disappearing it flew up into the air and shot off somewhere. I frowned and then pulled my mana back. This time though, the white mist didn't return. What was that about? The voice said a bunch of random stuff and then left. Did I spoil its plan or something? It mentioned something being possible, Laplace, and then the future. I frowned. Maybe it would be a good idea to place down some self-perpetuating barrier magic circles in the area. Just in case. Chapter 24, The Doubting Mother. It was just a small change. Zenith didn't notice at first, but as time went on, it was hard not to notice. At the start, it was just Rudy. Since Roxy had left, Rudy had started leaving the house more. He always took the book that Zenith gave to him for his birthday, but he also always wore the scarf that Lilia knitted for him. That was fine. Her son cherished whatever he was given, and he adored Lilia as well, treating her like part of the family. And for all intents and purposes, she was family. Unlike Zenith's real sister, who she didn't have any meaningful connection with, Zenith felt like she had a true bond with Lilia. They both loved Rudy, cared for him as he grew up, and supported him in whatever he did. But Zenith started to notice it. Every time Rudy came back home, his scarf would be perfectly unscathed. On the other hand, the healing primer that Zenith gave him came back a little bit more beaten up each time. The pages in the corner were bent and dog-eared. The cover was a bit scuffed, as it dropped a few times. A few pages were torn and ripped. Zenith knew that it was a magic textbook. Because of that, it was bound to go through some wear and tear, especially if Rudy was using it to actually practice out on his adventures. And yet, seeing how Lilia's gift was in pristine condition each time while hers was beat up, Zenith would be lying if her heart didn't ache a bit when she saw that. Or that she didn't feel a bit jealous. But that was fine. Zenith knew that Rudy loved her. Whenever he came back, Zenith was the first one he hugged. And whenever she cooked dinner, he would always thank her for the food. So it was fine. But then she started to notice something else. Paul. Her husband loved her. Zenith knew it. And he made that more than apparent with his very intimate touches whenever they had the chance. And he made a good show of that at night too. But she noticed that he was a bit different now. And not just around her. Since Zenith wasn't really a morning person, and because Paul was so enthusiastic at night, she usually slept in. Because of that, she tended to miss when Rudy set out for the day. But Paul had stamina that was just as dumb as he was sometimes and could get up early. And since Lilia didn't have to deal with her husband's enthusiasm, she also got up early. Zenith hated to doubt him. And she hated to doubt Lilia as well. But she couldn't help but feel worried. She and Paul had been doing it every night for the past 5 years. But in spite of that, there weren't any signs of another pregnancy. He didn't seem to mind. And Zenith didn't either. They had a happy little family together with Rudy and Lilia. Maybe Rudy had actually been a divine miracle granted by Meles and she was fated to not have any more children. That was a bit of a sad thought, but it was fine. She was happy enough as it was. And she thought that Paul was as well. But one morning she got up early. Paul had been a bit worn out the previous day because he went a bit harder on Rudy during sword training. Due to that, he stopped a bit early into the night. And as a result, Zenith wasn't as worn out. So she got up early. It was nice. For once, she could see Rudy off. It still took her some effort to get up, but she managed to get dressed and head to the door to watch her son leave. But before then, she saw her husband and Lilia. It wasn't anything intimate. Paul didn't embrace her and Lilia didn't show any signs of crossing that line. But Zenith could feel it. The two stood there and watched Rudy set off with a warm atmosphere. Like a proper married couple should be. There wasn't anything physical between them, but the air was soft. Gentle. Not like with her and Paul. Seeing that, she quietly went back to her room and pretended to sleep for a while. It was fine. It was just her imagination. There wasn't anything between them. But after that morning, Zenith started to pay more attention. Both to Rudy and to her husband. She took a few more days off from the clinic to stay at home and spend time with Rudy. And when she did, he stayed home with her to have fun and talk healing magic. But one time she snuck home early to see how Rudy interacted with Lilia. When she did, she saw her son happily sitting on Lilia's lap and chatting away while she patted his head. A clear difference. Whenever Rudy talked with Zenith, he always sat across from her. And he hugged her a lot, but he was always embarrassed when she tried to hold him like that. Zenith thought that was just because he was growing up. But seeing how easily he did it with Lilia. But fine. Zenith had to admit that Lilia spent more time with Rudy than she did. And Zenith had to admit that Lilia was the one who supported Rudy the entire time with unconditional love. So she could accept that. And Rudy didn't show any signs that he loved Lilia more than Zenith. Just that he also loved her a lot. So it was fine. But then Zenith started to notice it. Subtle. It was very subtle, but Paul started paying more attention to Lilia. He gave her more smiles. He asked how she was doing. His eyes lit up just a bit when she smiled back. And when he watched Rudy and Lilia interact, Paul seemed to hold his head up a tiny bit more. But it was fine. Yes. It was fine. But try as she might, a small voice kept whispering in her head. Thoughts she tried to ignore but couldn't. Why is he acting like that? Are they having an affair? Rudy thinks Lilia is like a mom too, doesn't he? What if you really can't have any more children? Do you really belong here? It was a picture-perfect happy family. The supportive mother. The happy child. The proud father. But the woman in the picture wasn't her. If it continues like this. Zenith loved Paul. And Paul loved her. But Paul didn't only love her. Mealy's taught that marriages were only between one man and one woman. And when Zenith married Paul, she tied him down with that. She said that she would only sleep with him if she was the only woman he looked at after that. But this was Paul. He was a guy who had more lovers than she could count before she met him. And he was a guy whose nature was to be wild and chase after women. If it wasn't for her, Zenith was sure of it. That guy would probably have a whole harem of lovers and over a dozen different children. No, he probably did have some bastard children somewhere in the world out there. Yes. If it wasn't for her. And seeing how Lilia and Paul were together. How perfect they looked. Why don't you just leave? They don't need you, right? Mom? Zenith blinked and took a look around. Right. She was spending time with Rudy today. He wanted to talk with her about something and grabbed her to sit down at the dining room table. Her on one side and Rudy on the other, with the healing primer between them. Rudy frowned and tilted his head. Are you all right? I'm fine, Rudy. Zenith forced a smile. You don't look fine. Zenith sighed and said, Mom's just tired. There's been a lot going on recently. Are you really all right? Zenith looked at her son and then flinched, looking away. They were there. The sharp and analytical green eyes that seemed to peer into people's souls. Zenith couldn't face them at the moment, so she averted her gaze. I'm fine. Master Roxy told me that when girls say they're fine, they're not really fine. Rudy frowned and then walked around the table to sit next to Zenith. Zenith let out a weak laugh and said, Roxy taught you that, did she? M'm, so. Rudy tugged Zenith's shirt. What's wrong, Mommy? Zenith flinched and looked down at Rudy. His sharp gaze was gone, replaced by one filled with soft concern. Those light green eyes were wide and round, almost like a puppy's. Did I do something wrong? Do you want me to not go out anymore? Zenith let out a deep sigh and hugged Rudy. No. It's not that, Rudy. Mom. Mommy's just being stupid. Rudy hugged her back and said, You're not stupid, Mommy. You're my mom and I love you. Zenith trembled. They were just little words. My mom. I love you. They were just a soft and gentle reminder. Even so, to her who had been worrying so much. Zenith hugged Rudy a little tighter and said, Thank you, Rudy. Mommy loves you too. Her chest felt warm. A cold chill she didn't realize she was feeling until that point faded away. What was she even worried about? Rudy loved her. Zenith's sweet and smart son loved her. But... Rudy. Rudy looked up. Yes, Mommy? The question was on the tip of her tongue. Do you love Miss Lilia like your mom too? But she couldn't ask it. Whatever the answer was, Zenith knew it was something she shouldn't hear. So she shook her head and let out a soft smile. Patting Rudy's back, she said, "It's nothing, Rudy." "All right, Mommy. But don't be sad, okay? I'm growing up a little, but Mommy is still Mommy. Nobody can replace you, okay?" Zenith's eyes teared up a bit. She took a deep breath and then patted Rudy's back again. "Okay. Rudy. Good. Then." Rudy reached over and pulled the primer close. "Can Mommy look at this with me? I don't understand what the difference is between healing and healing X." Zenith brushed her eyes and smiled. "Of course. Now, the main difference is that starting from healing X, mana itself heals the body." Chapter 25, Young Child, A Sinister Presence. The day after I had a heart-to-heart with my mom, I stayed home to have my sword lessons with my dad. Mom was out with Miss Lilia on some errands in the village, so it was just us two guys at home until evening. Which meant I had all the time in the world to get my answers. I swung my wooden sword, parrying my dad's attack. After that, I frowned and said, "Hey Dad." "Yeah?" I stared at the white mist swirling around him and said, "Have you noticed anything strange recently?" My dad swung his sword again and then frowned. "Not really." "Why?" "Because Mom's been acting weird around you, and I wondered if you knew why." My dad stumbled, missing his next swing. After that, he laughed and said, Don't worry about it, Rudy. It's just Dash. You haven't done anything with Miss Lilia, have you?" My dad flinched. I narrowed my eyes. My dad stared at me and then sighed. "No, Rudy." He let out a strained smile and said, "I haven't done anything." He hadn't done anything yet. My dad didn't say it, but I could hear it in his tone of voice. This was a problem. I knew that there was something between my dad and Miss Lilia a while back now, but it hadn't seemed like anything would happen because of it. After all, if Miss Lilia had heard the same things I did for the past 5 years late at night, washed the sheets afterwards, and still didn't do anything, I was pretty sure that nothing would happen. Until recently. It was a slight change. A faint longing in the way Miss Lilia looked at my dad. The way my dad's gaze lingered a bit more on Miss Lilia when he looked at her. It didn't seem like anything had happened yet. As irresponsible as Dad was, he was also honorable. And he cared about our family too much to do anything to ruin it. Not to mention that Miss Lilia was too respectful to let that line be crossed. But all it would take was one mistake. And the way things were headed, it seemed like that mistake was inevitable. Mom had noticed too. She tried to hide it from me, but from how frantic Mom and Dad's night sessions were recently, as well as how clingy she had been with me, she was starting to get worried. My frown deepened and I raised my wooden sword. My dad flinched. "That's the sign of a guilty conscience, Dad." He blinked and then laughed. "Rudy's as smart as always." He shook his head. "But don't worry. Nothing's wrong. And nothing's going to happen, okay?" "Okay." Then before we get back to it. Yes? Is Miss Lilia your first love? And is that why you said time heals all wounds? Gah! My dad stumbled. At the same time, the white mist started swirling more around him. I narrowed my eyes and then shot out a cloud of my mana to wrap around my dad. Like before, I heard static. And in that static, I heard another voice. Norn. Dead end. Get rid. Affair? After hearing that, the sinister white mist vanished again. I frowned, mulling over those words. Norn and dead end. Norn was the name of a Norse goddess of fate, wasn't it? And dead end, then there was get rid and affair. Did someone curse my dad? No, was there someone trying to break up our family? Lilia seemed to have a mysterious past of some kind, and there was clearly a history of some sort with her and my dad. Then there was the fact that my dad never talked about his side of the family other than that he was some noble. Why, you're imagining things, Rudy. My dad's voice drew me out of my thoughts. He laughed and said, I knew Lilia from a while back, but there definitely wasn't anything like that. Really? Really. I'm going to ask Miss Lilia too, you know? Gah! Really? That. I mean... but I haven't even told your mom yet. So there is something. Coo! Long story short. My dad was a piece of shit. Lower than low. One of the worst scumbags to ever walk the earth, or whatever this world was called. For once, he didn't bother dodging and let me smack him around a few times with my wooden sword. I healed him, of course. But then he went back inside, downed a giant mug of mead and knocked out. Didn't blame him though, considering all that he admitted. But now... I sat at the kitchen table and rubbed my face. What the heck do I do? To sum up the current situation. When my dad was 14, he joined a dojo where Miss Lilia trained. Since she was pretty, he started messing around trying to flirt with her. But since Miss Lilia wasn't used to that sort of attention, and since my dad was even dumber than he was now, he thought she was into him. Then, at night, he snuck in and had lovey-dovey time with Miss Lilia. Non-consensual lovey-dovey time. My dad thought it was great. And Miss Lilia didn't push him off or anything, so he thought she was into it. But when he finished, he realized that Miss Lilia was sobbing. And not happy tears. So of course my dad did the right thing and stuck around, not. Like the dumb kid he was, he bailed. He was lucky too. It seemed like Miss Lilia kept quiet about the incident and she didn't get pregnant. It was a story that would make anybody think he was the worst scumbag to ever walk the planet. Of course, since my dad had a hell of a guilty conscience, he just dumped all of this info on me without thinking about the fact that I was still just a kid who would probably be crushed by the revelation. Again, my dad was lucky since I wasn't just an ordinary kid. If I was though, I probably would have left with Mom, told Miss Lilia, and then never contacted Dad again. But I wasn't, so it was fine. Still, what a freaking mess. My dad admitted that he loved Mom, but that he was starting to get feelings for Miss Lilia. Or rather, that his feelings from back then were coming back. And from what I could tell, even though their last encounter ended in a crime, Miss Lilia still had a soft spot for my dad. Maybe that thing about never forgetting the person who you had your first time with was true. Even if they were scum? No, that scum had been cleaned up over the years, so I guess it made sense. I didn't know how he was back then, but right now my dad was also fairly attractive. Not to mention he was about 10 billion times more mature and responsible than that asshole who pumped and dumped Miss Lilia back then after attacking her in the middle of the night. At least, he better be, unless he wanted me to beat the crap out of him again and not heal him up. But now we had a big problem. My dad said he wouldn't do anything, but this was my dad. He liked women, food, women, alcohol, women, sword fighting, and women. The fact that he held out this long considering his apparent wild youth was actually incredible. Still, it would take just one slip-up for our family to collapse. Miss Lilia was professional, but she also loved me like her own kid. And I didn't doubt that she had started to wonder what it would be like to raise a child of her own, and especially a child with my dad. Not to mention all of her pent-up sexual frustration from the past 5 years from hearing my mom and dad go at it every night. And since she had a soft spot for my dad, if he asked her. No, if he showed up in her room late at night, she probably wouldn't resist. Well, I was pretty sure it would be 100% consensual this time around though. But then there was my mom. I could already see how worried she was about my dad and Miss Lilia. Not to mention the fact that it had been 5 years of nighttime intimacy and there still wasn't a single sign of a sibling for me. Considering how young my mom was, that fact definitely weighed on her. Then there was the fact that I had subconsciously run to Miss Lilia way back when I panicked and blew up the storage room with splash flow. Yeah, my mom was definitely having some self-esteem issues as a mother and wife. I was trying my best to help keep her spirits up, but words could only do so much. She was happy, but that didn't get rid of her worries. Then there was this damn sinister white mist that seemed to spring up when I least expected it and tried to drive a wedge between everyone. I noticed. Each time it showed up, whoever it swirled around started having weird thoughts. First it was me, then my mom, then my dad. That sinister white mist was definitely trying to break us apart. I didn't know why it was trying to do that, but I knew for a fact that was what it was trying to do. The problem was, I couldn't keep dispersing it like this each time. And I definitely couldn't watch my parents and Miss Lilia 24/7. Not only that, but that sinister white mist, entity wasn't actively doing anything. It just seemed to be highlighting certain thoughts and fears. But that was worse. If it was something solid, I could fight it. If all I had to do was just block it off, I would. But even if I did, the damage was already done. The fuse on this ticking time bomb was already lit and just waiting to go off. If my dad gave in just once. If Miss Lilia didn't refuse. If my mom found out. There was no way. I wouldn't be able to salvage it. But then, if that happened. Wait. Maybe. My mom was someone who cared a lot about principles and responsibility. My dad, well, it didn't really matter what he thought. It was his goddamn fault we were in this mess, so I'd make him deal with it. Miss Lilia, she was professional, but she also had a soft heart. And if my mom approved, she would fall in line quick enough. I was going to need to do a lot of acting. Fortunately, with this cute face of mine and my complete lack of pride, I'm a natural scammer. God, I hope this worked. If it didn't. No. Positive thoughts, me. Let's not start planning world domination and plotting to overthrow the heavens just yet. Remember, you like this world. It hasn't done you wrong yet, so there's no need to burn it to the ground. Besides, Master Roxy is a good person, and you don't want to make her disappointed, right? What would she think if her precious student went around destroying everything in sight? Not to mention the disappointment Miss Lilia and Mom will have if you become a tyrannical demon lord. So there's no need to go overboard, right? Right. So let's not test those particular magical theories we have about creating god-rank magic by chaining three-dimensional magic circles in an Archimedes spiral with a Laplace transform to integrate imaginary energy with real energy into a complex magical formula that could potentially create a space-time collapse. Definitely no need for that. And definitely do need to forget about that. Because if mind reading was a thing, we definitely don't want anyone else figuring out how that works. Chapter 26, A Child's Love. A few days had passed since the minor mental breakdown Zenith had after spending time with her cute son. During that time, she had managed to cheer herself up a bit and calm down. Even so, she started a habit of getting up when Paul got up now. It wasn't because she doubted him or Lilia. It was, just in case. But today, Paul left immediately after waking up because there was an incident. Apparently, some children had gone missing, so he and the village guardsmen were going out on a search in the forest and surrounding area. That left just Zenith and Lilia home to see Rudy off on his usual adventure. Zenith was worried though. Even if her sweet son was capable and smart, she couldn't help but think about the what-ifs of him disappearing. But she didn't need to worry. The living room area. Zenith had just started preparing some breakfast and was heading over to Rudy's room. But he was already awake. Walking up to Zenith, Rudy grabbed her arm and said, "Mommy, can we play today?" Zenith's heart warmed and she pulled Rudy into a hug. "Of course we can, Rudy." As she said that though, Zenith caught a glimpse of Lilia standing in the back. It was just for a brief moment, but Zenith caught the maid looking sad. Seeing that, Zenith flinched and said, "But it's a bit boring with just us two, right?" So dash. No. I want it to be just mommy today. An instant shutdown. It seemed like Rudy knew exactly what Zenith was going to say and stopped it before she could speak the words. A childish response. And coming from Rudy, it was a bit out of character. But it seemed like he had realized that Zenith was feeling down and was trying to cheer her up. Zenith felt her eyes water again at that thought, but she took a deep breath and stopped that. Instead, she smiled and patted Rudy's head. Fine, fine. Mommy can't win against Rudy after all. Rudy let out a bright and wide-eyed smile. Yes. Then let's go outside right now. I have something I want to show Mommy. Ah. He turned to Lilia and said, Miss Lilia, can you help finish Mommy's cooking? It's going to take a while. Lilia let out a warm smile and bowed her head. Of course, young master. She raised her head to look at Zenith and said, Please, have fun with the young master, Zenny. A sincere and genuine send-off. One without any ulterior motives, spite, or jealousy. Zenith felt a pang of guilt when she realized that. But before she could think too much on that, Rudy dragged her away. Aw. Zenith blinked and waved at Lilia. Thanks, Lily. Lilia smiled back and bowed her head slightly. Rudy frowned and tugged Zenith's arm. Come on, Mommy. Zenith laughed. Fine, fine. Mommy's hurrying up. Live. The hills just beyond the gates of their house. That was where Rudy dragged Zenith to. Zenith looked around and then said, So do you have something big to show Mommy, Rudy? I do. But there's also something really important I want to talk with Mommy about. Of course. Zenith smiled and said, Mommy's all ears, Rudy. Rudy smiled and said, Then first, the big surprise. He grabbed a tiny acorn from his pocket and placed it on the ground. I know Mommy likes trees, so I wanted to show this to you. Zenith blinked and said, An acorn? Rudy drew his wand from the holster on his waist and said, Just watch. It took me a lot of experimenting to get it right, but... He swept his wand across the air. A flash of golden light. For a split second, Zenith saw the 6 magic stones on Rudy's wand shine. And she thought she saw a brief glimpse of 6 magic circles floating above each stone. But just as quickly as she saw them, they vanished. And then the ground started shaking. Our Rudy! Zenith's eyes widened. What's going on? Rudy smiled and said, The miracle of life. Well, one miracle of life. He walked over to stand beside Zenith and held her hand. Like Mommy said, Healing X uses mana itself to heal. So I thought really hard about it and wondered what would happen if I used Healing X and mixed it with healing. It didn't work really well on already living trees, but for new ones. A tiny sprout peeked out from the acorn. Then roots pierced into the ground, swiftly spreading. After that, the sprout began to grow before their very eyes. Rudy looked at the tree and said, But I did some more thinking after that. If Healing X used mana itself to help heal, I wondered if I could shape the mana to heal in a certain way. It was really hard and I don't think I know enough about people to make it work, but for plants. The tree's branches spread out. As it did, leaves started to unfold along the edges. But instead of a pure green, they were an ethereal fluffy white with a golden tinge around the edge. I managed to figure something out. Rudy spun around and smiled. Waving his arm out to the tree, he said, This is my present to you, Mommy. A gift for being my mom and loving me this entire time. Zenith's eyes were wide, slowly taking in the sight before her. It was an oak tree. But at the same time, it wasn't. Bark that looked like it was carved from bronze, fluffy leaves that looked like clouds with golden linings, and the familiar warm radiance of healing mana. How did you do this, Rudy? Zenith drew her eyes away from the incredible sight and then looked at the incredible person responsible for it. Was there a spell like this in the book I gave you? That was the only explanation. But even so, she didn't remember a spell like this existing. No. Rudy shook his head and said, I think there would be a lot more cool trees if there was. But I read and reread Mommy's gift a lot to figure it out. Do you like it? A childish and shy smile. Rudy shifting in place with his head slightly lowered, as if waiting for praise. Zenith stared at Rudy and then realized it. The reason why his book was so worn out. Why so many pages had been dog-eared. It was because of this. Because Rudy had been working hard on this project in secret to surprise her. He was working so hard for something so sweet. A secret gift just for her to show how much he appreciated and loved her. And she thought. Zenith's vision blurred. Yeah. Mommy! Why are you crying? Zenith covered her face and started sobbing. Mommy's sorry. Mommy's so sorry. You I forgive Mommy? Zenith wailed and pulled Rudy into a tight hug. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Don't cry. Please don't cry, Mommy. Zenith hugged Rudy and cried for a while. Eventually though, with Rudy hugging her back and saying that he loved her and forgave whatever she thought she was feeling sad about, Zenith calmed down. Are you okay now, Mommy? Thank you, Rudy. Zenith brushed her tears aside and let out a weak smile. I'm sorry. Rudy smiled back and patted her head. It's fine, Mommy. Zenith's eyes started to water again. But she held back her tears and let out a long sigh. I don't deserve a son as good as you. Rudy really was a miracle. A smart, sweet, and caring son. Someone who could tell how worried she was and tried his best to cheer her up. Rudy shook his head and said, That's wrong. He gave Zenith a soft smile and said, Mommy deserves the best for being the best mom ever. Zenith doubted that. But seeing that bright and adoring gaze, she couldn't say anything in response. Instead, Can I hold you, Rudy? She felt a bit selfish. She wanted to hold her son just like Lilia did. Of course. Zenith smiled and then stood up. Here. Let's go sit under your tree. That's your tree, Mommy. Zenith laughed, her heart feeling a bit lighter with Rudy's childish insistence. All right. Then let's go sit under my tree. Rudy grabbed Zenith's right hand with his left. It was tiny. Even though Rudy had grown up a bit, he was still just a child. And yet it was that child who was making Zenith's troubled heart calm down. Mommy? Rudy tilted his head. He was waiting for her. Like the child he was, Rudy didn't move. Instead, he was waiting for Zenith to lead the way. Zenith smiled and walked forward. A soft wind blew, causing the tree's branches to shift. At the same time, the soft and sweet scent of vanilla filled the air. Zenith sat down against the tree and then pulled Rudy into her lap. For a brief moment, she thought he would squirm away, embarrassed. But Rudy didn't move. Instead, he leaned back to look up at Zenith with a soft smile. Zenith's heart warmed. Seeing that expression, she held Rudy tight and placed her head against his. Mommy's little baby grew up so fast. That's not true. Rudy shook his head and said, I'm still a kid. I'm not grown up yet. Zenith laughed and then started smoothing down Rudy's hair. Even after becoming a saint-ranked magician, my Rudy is still childish, isn't he? Of course. Master Roxy told me about it, you know? It's a pain to grow up. Everyone starts looking at you different and expecting you to be things you aren't. Rudy lowered his head and looked out at the distant hills. If I could, I wish I could just live like this forever. You, Dad, Miss Lilia, it would be nice if these peaceful days could keep going. Zenith was quiet. Miss Lilia, huh? Did Rudy sense her discomfort? He looked up and said, Mom. A change in the way he addressed her. Seeing that, it seemed like it was serious. Zenith sighed and said, Yes, Rudy? Are you mad at Miss Lilia? No. Zenith shook her head. I'm not mad. And she wasn't. Lilia did nothing wrong. Not only that, but she had only ever been good to them. To her. Helping Zenith raise Rudy. Doing house chores when Zenith couldn't because she had to work. Preparing food for them, running errands even though she had an old injury that made it hard to walk. Not to mention that she never complained about how often Zenith and Paul were intimate either. No. Zenith wasn't mad at Lilia. She could never be. But it's complicated, Rudy. Zenith patted Rudy's head and said, "It's just Dash." "Is it because Dad has been looking at Miss Lilia different now?" Zenith flinched and looked down at Rudy. His innocent gaze was gone, replaced by that analytical and judging look. Zenith wanted to look away, but she sighed and nodded her head. "That's right, Rudy." She hugged Rudy tight and muttered, "I don't want to worry, but—" Paul was still young and handsome. And Zenith knew that if he walked out to the village, he could take any of those women out for a roll in the hay. Even the ones that were married. Lilia was still young too. While a bit older than Zenith, she had a mature beauty that would draw anyone's eyes. And whenever they went down in the village together, Zenith noticed that more people looked at Lilia than her. Then there was the fact that all this time, Zenith never got pregnant once. She was worried. Was it because she tried to tie Paul down? Was it because her love was selfish and didn't accept him for who he was? Was that why she couldn't have any more children? Was that Mealy saying that they weren't meant to be together? Was Zenith not good enough? Was that why Paul started looking to Lilia? Zenith had to admit that she wasn't the best mother, but she tried. And she wasn't the best wife either, but she loved Paul. She really did. So why was he? There's a reason why Dad's like that towards Miss Lilia, you know? Zenith froze. What? She looked down at Rudy. Rudy looked back at Zenith and said, "I know why Dad's been acting like that around Miss Lilia, Mom." "Do you want to know?" Zenith's heart throbbed. A dozen different scenarios ran through her mind. But she didn't stop to think about them. No, she felt that her heart would break if she did. So instead, she held Rudy tight, as if he was her lifeboat while she was lost at sea. Then, lowering her head, she quietly said, "Tell me, Rudy." Well. Chapter 28, An Impossible Decision. Paul came home early. The situation was dire, so he wanted to keep searching. Especially since Law's kid was still missing despite all the others being found. But the guys forced him back. Since he was their main combat force, they wanted to make sure he was in top shape in case anything happened. At first, Paul didn't want to agree. It was too dangerous. And every second counted. But then he remembered something. Or rather, someone. Rudy. Paul might play around as being arrogant and overconfident, but he knew his limits. While he was advanced rank in the 3 major sword styles, that was only good for fighting one-on-one and cutting down enemies in front of him. Finding and protecting people who might be in danger, he wasn't good at that. And it pissed him off. Zenith was right. If he had trained a bit harder and reached the Saint rank. If he could be that much faster. No. It wasn't good to think in what-ifs. Besides, there was still a chance. Law's kid, Luffy. No, Sylphiette was her full name. Sylphiette and the other children had gone missing since noon last night. Right now, they had found everyone except for her. They had been wandering around in the forest, dazed and confused. And when questioned, they said they didn't know what happened. Of course, Paul could guess. Sylphiette had green hair. And because of that green hair she was different from other children. While she didn't have the signature jewel eye in the middle of her forehead, Sylphiette did have the same hair color as the feared super demon race. And children would latch onto that as an excuse to bully her. Paul knew. He'd seen the same things done when he was younger by children and for less. Considering the way the kids clammed up when questioned about why they were out in the forest as well. Paul didn't want to fear the worst. But whatever the case, he knew that he needed help. Stopping outside the gate to his house after sprinting back from the forest, Paul let out a sigh and muttered, "Damn it. I hate having to rely on him, but Rudy was perfect for this." Paul didn't know exactly what spells his son had learned from Roxy, but he knew that Rudy was smart. A real genius. Even if he didn't have the right spell to sort things out, he'd be able to figure out a way to make things work. Unlike Paul, who could only cut down what was in front of him and sweet-talk women, Rudy could think things through and come up with a plan. So that was why Paul came back. He didn't know what to do, but his son would be able to help. He was sure of it. Like that, Paul entered his house and called out, "Rudy? Are you home? I need to dash." "Welcome back, husband." A cold and sharp voice. A familiar one, but completely unfamiliar in the tone. Zenith's. His lovely wife. Paul blinked and noticed that she was seated at the dining room table across from Lilia. Lilia looked at Paul, but she quickly looked away, lowering her head. And more than that, there was a whole arrangement of food left untouched on the table. Bread that had turned dry from being left out, along with soup that looked like it turned cold a while ago. While the house was warm and well lit by the afternoon Sunday, Paul couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere was a bit frosty. Shutting the door behind him, Paul put on a smile and let out a nervous laugh. "Why yeah. I'm back, Zenith." He looked around the house and said, "Is Rudy home? There's something I wanted to talk with him about." Zenith shook her head. "Our son is out playing in the forest right now." "The forest?" Paul blinked. Was it coincidence? No, knowing his son, Rudy probably figured that something was up. And Paul did briefly mention that there was a situation to Rudy before he left the house. Anyway, that was good. Paul didn't have the chance to explain the situation, but if Rudy headed that way, the others would fill him in. Great. Now, Paul just had to deal with the situation in front of him. Zenith looked mad. No. That wasn't anger. She looked, not just disappointed either. Instead, it was indifferent. Apathetic. That sight wasn't new to Paul. He's tried out enough approaches with enough women to be familiar with the entire range of reactions. But it was definitely a first time seeing it on his wife. Zenith stared at Paul and then pointed to a seat at the head of the table. The side between both Zenith and Lilia. Paul gulped and then sat down. His throat felt dry, so he grabbed a bowl of soup and slurped down a bit. After that, he looked at Zenith and said, "As so. What's this about, honey?" Zenith glared at him and said, "Don't honey me, husband." Oh. That wasn't good. Calling Paul by husband instead of by name or another nickname, and not affectionately like she had in the beginning. Paul's first instinct was to crack a joke and play it off. But he had a feeling that would end poorly, not to mention that Lilia was sitting there looking depressed. So instead, Paul held up his hands and said, "I haven't touched another woman. Promise." Zenith narrowed her eyes and said, "That's the sign of a guilty conscience, husband." The same words that Rudy said to him before. Paul flinched and instinctively looked at Lilia. That's. Lilia looked up at Paul and then looked away. A tense silence. It was eventually broken by Zenith tapping her fingernails against the table. Looking at Paul, she said, "Rudy told me something very interesting earlier, husband." Paul froze. That. Damn it. Rudy! That was a man-to-man talk. You weren't supposed to spill the beans. Paul wished he could grab Rudy and shake him at that time. But whether because his son made a tactical retreat or because he wanted his old man to suffer a bit, the kid wasn't around. Probably a bit of both, knowing him. Paul let out a nervous laugh. Are really now? His eyes scanned the room and then noticed a new tree out in the distance. He ran past it, not thinking much of it at the time. But now that he was there, and looking for anything to change the topic, Paul said, "Does it have to do with that new tree we have?" Paul. Paul flinched and lowered his head. Yes, Zenith? You've been stealing glances at Lilia. Paul lowered his head more. Yes, Zenith. You've been paying less attention to me. Had he? Paul hadn't realized it, but that might be true. Yes, Zenith. You're falling in love with Lilia. Aren't you? Paul's eyes widened and he forcibly bit his tongue to stop his words. But it was too late. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Lilia turn red. And in front of him, he saw his wife's expression dim. Paul immediately slammed his head down on the table and kowtowed. I'm sorry, Zenith. I didn't mean to. I love you, I really do. But Lilia. Silence. Paul didn't dare look up. Instead, he quickly started talking, fearing that Zenith would come to the wrong conclusion. I love you the most, Zenith. But I did something really bad to Lilia when I was younger. I thought I could fix it by giving her the job and everything was fine. But the more I thought about how lonely she might be and then the fact that she took such good care of Rudy, I felt really guilty. You always told me to be responsible and I've been trying to change since I married you, but then this came up and I've been really conflicted, and Lilia's just so damned hot and sexy, plus she's so beautiful when she has that motherly gaze just like you were when Rudy was born, and I dash. Enough. Paul flinched. Why yes ma'am. Zenith let out a deep sigh and said, Look at me, Paul. Paul did. Zenith had turned her chair to face him. Her arms were crossed and her usual ponytail was gone. She was beautiful as always. But she also seemed a bit distant. Paul had a bad feeling. Do you remember what I asked of you when we first did it? Yes. I said that you could sleep with me only if you never sleep with any woman again. Yes. Paul remembered that. At the time, he was going to break his promise. But when it turned out that she was pregnant, he couldn't. As much as he hated his dad and the lessons he tried to beat into Paul's head, there were 3 rules that Paul agreed with. 1. Treat girls nicely. 2. Use your strength to protect the weak. 3. Take responsibility for your mistakes. They were good rules. The proper rules that all men should follow. And so when he found out that Zenith was pregnant, he took responsibility. He decided to make up for his mistake and not run away. Not like with Lilia. So he made a promise to himself. Even if he wanted to flirt with other women, even if he felt like chasing skirts again, the only woman for him from that day forward would be Zenith. Though he had to admit that he had fantasized about taking a few of the village maidens for a run every now and then. But it was only a fantasy. And that promise he made to himself was even stronger after Rudy was born. Because he wanted to set a good example. He didn't want to be like his dad, who laid down all sorts of rules but didn't follow them. He didn't want to be someone that Rudy would be ashamed of saying was his father. Paul could accept being made fun of. But at the least he wanted to have some good parts to make up for it. But then there was Lilia. The girl who he broke all 3 rules with. Someone who he treated the worst, used his strength to take advantage of, and then ran away from his mistake. It didn't cross his mind at first when he hired her to help out in the house. But now, as the years had gone by and Paul started to rethink his life with seeing Rudy grow up. Zenith tapped her fingernails on the table and said, Mealy's teaches that a couple must only love each other. And since we've been with each other, I've never loved anyone else. Right? Paul nodded. Right. That was true. Even though Paul was a scumbag like that, Zenith still loved him. And ever since that first time together, she had never looked at anyone else. Even when she was panicked and didn't know what to do, she still turned to him. And only him. That was part of the reason why Paul wanted to change. A beautiful, naive, and innocent noblewoman like Zenith believed in him that much. No, she loved him that much that she swallowed her pride and gave herself to him, even knowing that it might be just a lie. She didn't think about the consequences. No, she did, but she talked herself into ignoring them. Paul saw that firsthand when she realized that she was pregnant. And he couldn't take advantage of her like that. Not when someone like that believed in him. And like that, Paul had fallen in love with her as well. He fell in love with the innocent and naive healer who turned to him even when she knew he was lying. Who had nowhere else to turn, but still reached out her hand and believed in a piece of trash like him. Who thought he could be better. But I'm not the only one you love. And that was the kicker. Zenith was right. He loved her. He loved her more than anything else in the whole world. Well, other than Rudy. If Paul was being honest, if it came between Zenith and his son, Paul would choose Rudy every time. Though mostly because Zenith would beat him up for not choosing Rudy. Anyway, Paul loved Zenith. And only Zenith. At first. But after spending so long around Lilia again. After being used to her gentle presence and her soft smiles. After seeing how Rudy relied on her as well, and how she had forgiven Paul after doing the worst thing a man could to her. Paul couldn't help it. Before he knew it, Lilia had already taken a piece of his heart. No, she had taken one ever since he ran away from her, even if he didn't know it. While it had been guilt at first, now. Paul lowered his head and said, "That's right, Zenith." He loved Lilia. It wasn't the strong and bright love he had for Zenith where he wanted to be better and do better. But it was a gentle feeling. A soft presence that he wanted to support and protect. If he had to compare it, if he had to compare them. Zenith was like a star, bright and inspiring. He wanted to hold her close and run after her. He wanted to make sure that light continued to shine bright forever. But Lilia, she was like a soft campfire. Dim but warm. Someone that was always there and supporting. Unlike with Zenith where Paul wanted to run after her. Paul just didn't want to leave Lilia. No. To be more exact, he didn't want to leave Lilia anymore. He had done that once already. And while she never talked about her life before taking on her job as their maid, he could tell that it hadn't been pretty. And it was probably his fault too. She had been the star of the dojo until he arrived. And after what he didn't know, but it seemed like she had been forced to make ends meet one way or another. Paul clenched his hands on his knee and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Zenith. I love you, but I love Lilia too. I know it's wrong. I know it's betraying our wedding vows. But I can't just ignore it." It made his heart churn. He loved Zenith. But he loved Lilia too. He loved them both. But he couldn't love them both. And he had already chosen Zenith. He had chosen Zenith, so he couldn't choose Lilia. But Lilia had suffered so much. And she also didn't have anywhere else to turn. And he didn't want her to leave either. So. A long and deep sigh. Zenith's. I guess Rudy was right. Paul froze. Rudy? What did he say? Paul heard Zenith stand up, but he didn't dare to look at her. He couldn't bring himself to after admitting that. He also felt guilty. It was because of him. Because he couldn't control his emotions, their family would be broken up. Either Zenith or Lilia. He had to choose. But no matter who he chose, someone would leave. How was he going to explain it to Rudy? The kid already knew just how much of a piece of trash from what he did to Lilia. What would he think if he got back and they had to explain that someone was leaving? No. Paul knew what he would think. It'd be the same. If Paul was in Rudy's shoes, he would have left. Forget his dad and the maid, he would have clung to his mom and left them both. He'd be hurt, but he'd be more upset at how the two betrayed his mother. His innocent mother who did nothing wrong. So. Paul covered his face. It was over. Everything was over. All because. Geez. A soft voice. Zenith's. Paul looked up and realized that his vision was blurred. Zenith let out a sad smile and brushed away Paul's tears. Zenith? You know, Paul. You're a lot like Rudy. She pulled her chair over and sat on his right side. After that, she leaned her head against his arm. You've grown up, but you're still childish at the weirdest times. Zenith? What was going on? She wasn't mad? She grabbed Paul's right hand and laced it with her left. When she did, her wedding ring flashed in the light. After that, Zenith looked over at Lilia and said, Lily and I talked for a long time about you. About what you did to her. About how her life ended up after that. And about how you are now compared to how you were back then. Paul flinched and lowered his head, ashamed. I know. He looked over at Lilia and said, I did something unforgivable to you, Lilia. That dash. It's fine. A soft response. The first time Lilia had spoken the entire time. Paul looked up and saw Lilia giving him a gentle smile. Lilia? Lilia shook her head and said, the bastard who attacked me that night disappeared a long time ago. Her smile widened and she said, Isn't that right, Master Paul? She didn't say it outright. But she didn't need to. You've changed. You've done enough already. I forgive you. Paul's breath caught in his chest and he lowered his head. Lilia. An arm wrapped around Paul's shoulder. He blinked and looked over to see Zenith hugging him with a playful smile on her face. Poking his nose, she said, Well then, Mr. Scumbag. If you're feeling that guilty about it, how about you do something to fix that? Paul blinked. What are you talking about, Zenith? Oh. I dunno. Zenith stood up and crossed her arms behind her back, walking away from Paul. You basically ruined Lily's life and stole her happiness, so how about you work hard to give it back? Zenith? Zenith paused, her back turned on Paul. Silence. And then Zenith said, I heard a lot, you know? I was really worried that it was because you didn't love me anymore. Paul jumped out of his chair and said, That's not true. Zenith, I dash. I know. Zenith turned around and let out a soft smile. My husband is just like that. She walked back over and then hugged Paul. A wild, dashing man who comes and goes like a storm. A hero who's more like a thug, but someone who does his best to take care of the people he loves. And someone who wears his heart on his sleeve, just like our son. Paul froze. Zenith. She stepped back and let out an exasperated smile. I thought I could handle you, but it looks like one woman isn't enough to keep you in check. So just this once, I'll make an exception. Zenith? She wasn't saying what he was thinking she was saying, right? Zenith stared into Paul's eyes and said, You. Me Lily. And Rudy. We're already like a small family, so why don't you make it official? I don't understand. No. I think I've been knocked in the head a few times today. Paul shook his head and said, Can you say that again, Zenith? Geez. Zenith sighed and pulled Paul over to Lilia. Once there, Zenith grabbed Lilia's hand and said, I'm telling you to take responsibility and marry Lilia, you dummy. After saying that, she placed Lilia's hand in Paul's. Paul's eyes widened. Lilia blushed and averted her gaze. Wait. Paul looked at Zenith. Seriously? Zenith. Why you aren't divorcing me or something, are you? Was this a setup? A polite way to say to live happily together? No, Zenith didn't look like she was upset enough to leave. And she didn't seem like she had any intention to leave either. And then she mentioned making the family official. Zenith rolled her eyes. Of course not, dummy. Though I did think about it. Paul gulped. Zenith sighed and looked at Lilia. Both of us decided that it'd be too cruel to break our little family up though, especially to Rudy. So we made a compromise. She poked Paul's chest and said, You're not marrying Lilia. She's marrying you, okay? It's one-sided. You'll be her husband, but she won't be your wife. Paul blinked. Wait. How's that going to work? No, what do you mean she won't be my wife? How? Why? Zenith walked back around and hugged Lilia. Isn't it obvious? That's because Lily's going to be my wife. We're just sharing her. Sharing. Zenith and Lilia. Two? Both? Together? Wait. How did it end up like this? Chapter 29, Young Child, Gambit. I swear to God, Dad. If you mess this up after all the work I did, I'm going to do some training from hell just so I can beat your ass with a sword. I muttered under my breath as I used wind magic to dash across the grassy plains and head towards the forest. It was a big gamble. And the linchpin to its success was on my dad's sincerity and love for my mom. To sum things up, I told my mom about Miss Lilia's situation. Well, about what I could infer from Miss Lilia's situation. Basically, I came up with a story about how Dad told me that he stole Miss Lilia's first time and ran off. Also that he regretted it to this day and that the guilt was eating him up on the inside. After that, I spun a tale about Miss Lilia's life after that encounter from what she had told me throughout the years. How Dad's actions resulted in her being kicked out of the dojo. How since she was disgraced there was no guy who would take her. How she had nowhere left to go and turned in desperation to work at the Azura Kingdom's inner palace as one of those maids. How she was forced to do unsavory things and how her eyes always turned blank when she brought it up before quickly changing the subject. And finally how even now her family didn't accept her, but she still sent money back as a way to apologize for their daughter ending up that way. Then I turned on the waterworks and said how Miss Lilia had nowhere to go and no family. But I thought of her as family, and I thought of all of us as family. And I told her how I wanted us to be a real family. All four of us, and then how I'd be the luckiest kid ever to have two moms. Finally, to top it all off, I played the guilt trip about how Miss Lilia loved Mom a lot too and was doing her best to not let it bother her. But that it wasn't fair. Mom looked so happy with Dad, and I wanted Miss Lilia to be happy too, so wouldn't it be okay? They already were like sisters, so wasn't it fine? Logically, it made zero sense. Well, the reasoning behind Mom accepting Miss Lilia. After all, while I didn't know the customs about marriage in this world, I knew that Mom had every right to just send Miss Lilia packing if it put the marriage between Mom and Dad at risk. But emotionally, well, I didn't have to pretend very hard to turn on the waterworks. I really didn't want Miss Lilia to leave. And I really did think of her like another mom. If I was being honest, I always did want to call her mom too. But I couldn't do that to my real mom. Zenith, I mean. But anyway, I dropped a tactical nuke on my mom's emotional barrier to the whole monogamy thing. She was still resisting it a bit, but I was about 90% sure that she would fold unless my dad did something astronomically stupid. Which wasn't that unlikely. But I believed in him. And if things went super bad, I could always throw a giant temper tantrum and lock them together in a room until they made up/made out. Considering how horny Dad was, how thick the sexual tension was between him and Miss Lilia, and how into it Mom got after just one kiss, it'd work out somehow. Plus, this was all taking place before the worst-case scenario where Dad already snuck in with Miss Lilia and got her pregnant. If that had happened, I didn't even know what the hell I'd do. Maybe make up some BS about Dad attacking Miss Lilia in the middle of the night and pin the blame on him? But Mom would definitely be completely heartbroken, so I didn't even know where to begin fixing that. Especially since Mom still didn't have any signs of being pregnant despite all her, hard work. Anyway, it should work out. Even if there was a heated argument and someone decided to leave, they'd never do it until I got back. I was sure of that. All of them loved and cared for me too much. Which was a strange thing to think about considering that I was probably just making their lives complicated and didn't really do anything that they could be proud of yet. But they did, and I loved them back. What was I doing again? Oh, right. Dad mentioned this morning that some kids had gone missing in the forest. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but I noticed that the stupid white mist was hovering around Miss Lilia earlier and shot off after I put my plan into action. Maybe since that holy tree I made repelled spirits. It was a work in progress since I didn't know how to properly imbue mana traits into objects, let alone living things, but it worked. Kind of. That tree's makeup was similar to a blue rose in that it had changed because I pumped a particular type of mana into it. Like how a white rose changed blue after feeding it dyed water. Because I fed the acorn mana, that mana being the divine attack or holy mana and healing mana, it grew up with a changed nature. To be honest, I didn't really know how it worked. Kind of like with Master Roxy's gift, I just cobbled together a bunch of things and prayed it would work. And somehow it did. Though that was making me think real hard about the nature of magic again, considering that it was the second time something like this worked. Anyway, the forest. There were kids missing, and that sinister white mist, entity, thing. You know what? Let's just call it Whitey. No, the voice had been male, so let's call him Whitey. Anyway, Whitey had flown off towards the forest after I dispelled him from Lilia. Because of that, and because it seemed to be targeting me and my family for some reason, I chased after it. I didn't know what it was doing or what it planned, but it couldn't be good. And while it didn't seem able to influence anything directly, that whole mind-reading/possession thing was spooky. Huh. Actually, maybe Casper was a better name? Nah. That guy definitely wasn't friendly like the good boy ghost. Sidetracking again. Right. So after the whole emotional appeal to my mom and leaving her to sort things out with Miss Lilia while waiting for Dad, I chased after Whitey with my wand in hand. Wind at my heels, the blue sky above, and a dense white mist slowly shrouding the forest. Damn. Whitey was plotting something. I could feel it. Seeing that, I sped up my pace, making sure to keep a bunch of barrier spells up just in case I missed and smacked into something. And after a few minutes, I arrived at the forest. I think I saw my dad run past me, but he seemed to be lost in thought, so he didn't notice me. Good luck, Dad. I'm kicking your ass with magic if you mess this up. Anyway, I landed on the ground at the edge of the forest. There were a bunch of people around. All guys and all armed. Who's there? A male archer immediately turned towards me, notching an arrow on his bow. Said archer was also an elf. Realizing that and definitely not willing to risk finding out if that elf was as good as most elves were said to be at shooting, I held up my hand and said, Rudeus Greyrat. I'm Paul's kid. Rudeus. Rudy? The man, elf. Elf man? Anyway, the guy lowered his bow and sighed. Sorry. I'm just a bit stressed. He let out a tired smile and held out his hand. I'm Laws. Your dad and I do patrols in the forest every now and then. I shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Laws. I took a look around and tilted my head. What's happening though? My dad said that there was something this morning, but he didn't say much else. Laws tilted his head and said, Didn't you run into Paul on his way back? I think we missed each other. But I drew my wand and looked into the forest. Do you need my help? I'm not Master Roxy, but I'm pretty good at magic now. Laws hesitated. That's Laws. A village guard walked over and said, We think we found it, but we can't get in. There's a strange mist that keeps sending our guys out. But a few people said they've seen a small figure running through the mist, so. Luffy? Laws ran up to the guy and grabbed the man's shirt. You've seen her? Where? I blinked. Luffy? And a her? That was a weird name for a girl. Laws looked back at me and hesitated again. He seemed like he wanted to ask me something. And then a shrill scream cut through the air. A young girl's. Law's eyes widened and he started running into the forest. Wait! Laws! The village guard tried to grab him, but Laws brushed the man's hand off. I don't care. It's because of your kids that she's in there. The village guard flinched. That's because of their kids. Wait. Whitey, elf girl, kids. Arg, think later, dummy. I scolded myself and waved my wand, gathering wind at my feet. There was someone's life at stake here. I could think about how and why later. After that, I kicked off the ground and flew into the air, landing on the tree branches. Laws noticed me. This time he didn't hesitate. "Rudy! Please! Please save my daughter." "Don't worry, Mr. Laws." I waved at him and said, "I'll find her." Now, that village guard said that there was a strange mist. Whitey was usually invisible, so that meant that it had to be an area where his mana was particularly thick. And so, there. I saw it. A small patch deep in the middle of the forest, completely blanked out by white fog. Every second counted, so I sure as hell hope these barrier spells work, and that if they don't, that Healing X works on broken bones. I gulped and then waved my wand with my right hand. 6 magic circles flashed. All of them wind magic. At the same time, I held out my left hand and formed 5 barrier magic circles on each finger before activating each. And then, here goes Noth H. Chapter 30, The Young Elf Girl's Dilemma. "Get out of here, you demon." They were words Sylphiette heard over and over again. Asterisk haha. Look! The demon's so weak, asterisk. Ridicule. Pain. Humiliation. She couldn't understand it. Why did they make fun of her? Why her? Asterisk oh. Let's throw the demon into the woods, asterisk. Asterisk yeah. The others will thank us, asterisk. Let's go. They took her. Carried her against her will while she struggled and ran deep into the forest. Then they left her there and ran away. Cold. Hungry. Thirsty. Sylphiette was lost and scared. The day turned to night and night turned to day again. And if not for the fact that she had her father's lunch with her, she would have starved. She didn't understand. Why were they like this? Her father said that they were just afraid. But she couldn't do anything to them, so why were they afraid? Her mother said that she would find someone who would accept her for who she was one day. And Sylphiette believed her. But it looked like that day wouldn't come. Her clothes were caked with mud and grime. She was hungry because she finished all of her food. And she was terrified. Something was following her. She wasn't sure what, but something was following her through the forest. At first she thought it was just something small. A tiny animal. But it wasn't. She could see it through the mist. A towering shadow slowly moving after her. So she ran. She ran away from the shadow, hoping to lose it. But no matter how fast or how far she ran, the shadow didn't disappear. And it was always slowly approaching her. Slowly getting closer. Please, go away. Please go away. Sylphiette muttered under her breath as she sprinted through the forest. It was misty, white obscuring her vision except what was directly in front of her. A few times, she heard people nearby. Villagers calling out for her. But every time she answered back and ran towards them, they would suddenly run away. She didn't understand. Were they with the other children? Did they want her to disappear too? It was cruel. It was scary. She didn't want to disappear. She didn't want to leave her mother and father. It wasn't fair. A crack. Sylphia didn't see a tree branch and then tripped. But since she was going so fast, her foot bent at a weird angle. Pain. Sylphia collided on the ground and rolled a few times before coming to rest against a tree. It hurt all over. She cried and then huddled up against the tree. I want to go home. Mommy! Daddy! She cried out. But no one came. Instead, the shadow got closer. And when it did, Sylphia could finally make out its features. A bear. And not an ordinary one. This bear was the size of a small tree, lumbering through the forest. Crimson eyes and a maw with foaming drool dripping from it. The bear looked feral. But there was a light in those eyes that showed it wasn't mindless. Looking at Sylphiette, the bear trembled. Its shoulders heaved up and down, as if it was laughing. And then it lumbered forward. Sylphiette tried to back away. But she couldn't. When she moved, the pain in her ankle stopped her. Even then, she knew. She couldn't escape it. Despite the heavy fog, despite Sylphiette running away the entire time, the bear caught up with her. There was no one coming to save her. There was nothing that could save her. No. Sylphiette backed up and then screamed. I don't want to disappear. A shrill and desperate plea for help. The bear's shoulders shuddered again. The bear. No, the monster laughing at Sylphiette's plight. And then it froze. So Hidegami is this desperate, is he? A cold male voice. Yeah. Sylphiette turned to look towards the voice. It was a man. A long white coat and silver hair. Sharp eyes and a stern face. He was a man that seemed set to go against the entire world. And there was a presence around him that gave off that aura. That he would cut down any and everything in his path. Sylphiette gulped. He was scary. The man was scary. But compared to the bear, he didn't seem that scary. The man turned to look at Sylphiette. Sylphiette froze, afraid that the man would be like the others who wanted her to disappear. But a strange emotion flashed through his eyes. Before Sylphiette could figure out what it was, the man turned towards the bear. A magical creature this powerful shouldn't exist here at this time. Are you a result of an apostle's meddling? The bear stiffened. No, it went on guard. Rising up to its hind legs, the monster snarled. The man held out his hand causing and said, no matter. He glanced back to Sylphiette and said, Sylphiette Greyrat. No. At this time you are just Sylphiette, and I suppose you may not become a Greyrat in this timeline. That will depend on his decision. Mister? Sylphiette tilted her head, confused. Are you saving me? No. The man shook his head. I can't save you. Not this time. But someone will be here soon that can. For now. The man swept his left hand across the air, causing a crimson katana to emerge. The bear snarled and ran forward. The man smirked. You should try something else, Hidegami. Direct attempts to change the future like this won't work. He swung his sword. Sylphiette gasped. It was beautiful. A crimson arc swept through the air. And where it moved, space cracked. Like the area in front of the man was a picture etched in glass, hundreds of crimson lines spread out, tracing out what looked like a tree. And then it broke. The sound of glass shattering echoed in the air, followed by a muffled explosion. With those sounds, the man vanished, along with the fog. But in his place... Ow! A young boy appeared. Light brown hair and bright green eyes. A hand-knit gray scarf wrapped around his neck and fluttering in the wind. Neatly tailored white dress shirt and black pants, tattered around the edges. A wand with 6 glittering stones held on his waist. He stood up from a small crater in the ground, shaking his left hand. As he did, light spilled down from the hole he made in the forest canopy. The boy was different from the man. Compared to that person, his demeanor was lighter. Friendlier. And not only that, but where the man looked invincible, the boy looked weak and small. But he was warm. The boy lowered his hand and looked back at Sylphiette. When he did, his eyes lit up and he let out a bright smile. You must be Luffy. He turned around and laughed. Great! I made it in time. You Sylphiette blinked, unsure about what was happening. First there was the bear, then the man, then the boy. Was any of this real? She was starting to think that it was all just a dream. That this was just an illusion she was seeing from not being able to eat or drink for a day. But then the boy reached her and held out his hand. Here. Let's get you back to Mr. Laws. Oh wait. You're probably injured. 1 second. He lowered his hand and then grabbed his wand, waving it. The moment he did, Sylphiette felt a warmth spread through her body. The pain in her twisted ankle vanished. Not only that, but the chill and fatigue she felt disappeared as well. There. The boy smiled and held his left hand out again. Now come on. Sylphiette looked at the boy's hand, hesitating. And then she saw the bear behind the boy and pointed. Behind you. Oh. Right. Should probably take care of that thing. The boy muttered and turned around. And in that time the boy turned, the bear arrived, swinging its claws at the boy's head. Sylphiette screamed and covered her eyes, not wanting to see the boy get hurt. But nothing happened. There wasn't any tearing sound. No splashing of blood. No scream of pain. Even the bear's snarls were gone. Realizing that, Sylphiette slowly opened her eyes. And then they widened when she saw what was in front of her. The boy was fine. The bear's claws were inches away from his head, but no more. And the reason for that. Whoa! Stacking ice magic is scary. Was the dense ice completely enveloping the bear's body? The boy walked forward and then reached out with his wand, lightly tapping the ice on the bear. When he did, the ice shattered, turning into white dust. But that wasn't the only thing that shattered. The bear broke apart as well, turning into red mist that flew off into the distance. Yeah. Definitely scary. The boy shook his head and then turned back to Sylphiette. Anyway, danger's gone. He smiled and held out his hand. Asterisk now asterisk let's go. Sylphiette blinked. The bear's attack happened in an instant. So fast that Sylphiette thought for sure the boy would die. But he didn't. Not only that, but he easily beat the monster without being scared. Throughout the entire thing, he was completely relaxed. If anything worried him, it was Sylphiette. But he was never worried about his own life. Seeing that, Sylphiette could only say one thing. Cool. Huh? Sylphiette blushed and turned away. The boy blinked. And then he laughed. Nice. I like puns. They're fun. Sylphiette giggled. The boy smiled and said, So. You coming with? Ah, I'm Rudy by the way. Sylphiette. Eh? The boy. Rudy blinked. Wait, so you're not Luffy? He started to panic. Wait. Then. Did I get the wrong person? Oh crap. Sylphiette giggled again and took his hand, pulling herself up. No. My parents call me Luffy too. Phew. Rudy lowered his hand and sighed. Almost gave me a heart attack there, Luffy. Luffy? He frowned and said, Know what? I'm calling you Sylphie. Luffy is too weird for a cute elf girl. See cute? Anyway, let's go. Rudy started walking, leading Sylphie along. Mr. Laws, I mean, your dad should be coming this way. Wait. Maybe not? I ran off without him. Error. Let's send a signal flare. That should let him know. Rudy held up his hand, causing a magic circle to appear. And then a loud boom echoed, along with a surge of flames. But even though they were in the forest, the flames didn't touch a single leaf. Seeing that, Sylphiette. No, Sylphie nodded to herself, confirming something. Rudy was amazing. And like that, she forgot all about the strange silver-haired man who appeared before Rudy did. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 2. Peace.